Calling all council members. Madam Clerk, can you give us the heads up when you're ready? Mickey, you'll let us know when you're ready.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, if you are ready, we can call this meeting to order.
All right. Thank you so much. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And we start out with the pledge, and I'll have a few words after our roll call. But Mara, I know this is unexpected. Would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Everyone stand, please. Either way, there's fine. Allegiance to the flag of the Thank you, Mara. And I'd like our clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Calling roll for Wednesday, January 17th. Councilmember Breckus.
I'm here.
Dorr.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert, absent at this time. Taylor.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Sheevy, absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start out, this is a little off script. We usually start with public comments. You can consider this my public comment. But I want to commend our IT department and specifically the staff that have worked. It may not be very obvious to you except for one change in the back of us and one change at the other end of our chamber. But the IT people and folks have worked incredibly hard to upgrade our IT systems. And some of the things that we have going for us, we obviously have new mics, and I don't know if it's helping you hear us any better, but I can hear better. We also have little speakers up front that help us hear you better, so that's fantastic. We, as I've mentioned, we have several new video opportunities, but I would really like Doug to have stand the folks that participated in this upgrade for us. It has been 10 years in the making.
Of course. So this is a great opportunity to recognize our IT folks. So Craig Frandon and Angela Askey and Pedro Duenas and the team at ICS. So Craig and Pedro are in the back there. Angela is standing here in the black jacket.
Right.
Did anyone from ICS stand up?
Oh, look at this,
hand
hiding
raised in the back.
You're not standing, sir. I'm sorry.
It's a violation. But they did. They worked tirelessly from about the time we all left on December 14th until this morning
Yeah.
to get this dialed for us today.
And could I just call you up? I mean, tell us about the upgrades we're experiencing. Would you mind? I'm looking right at you, whoever's in charge.
Angela.
Angela, please.
So Angela Askey, for the record. The upgrades that you see before you today are obviously the beautiful screen up front and the new addition in back. All new cameras, high definition cameras. So at some point when our charter feed gets upgraded, that will be in HD as well. YouTube will be in HD. You talked about the microphone or the speakers for you up front, but what is awesome about the speakers here is we can tune it so that when I speak into this microphone, it doesn't come out above me. And so there's little things like that that have been done in this room so that your audio experience is much better. What else?
Well, that's
Well,
a lot.
Essentially, the brains in the back, it's a whole new rack, a whole new redundant system, and I call it the brains. It's the easiest way to describe the new system. So there's failover built in for that part of the system. And that's really the main event there is all in the background.
Okay, the stuff you can't see, the very important stuff. Well, Angela, thank you so much for coming up and all the work you did to get us here today. It's already remarkable. We can hear the difference. We can see the difference.
Very good, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
then also for the news channels, the plug-in on the back of the room, that is working, and their audio would be much, much better than it used to be. So for
Wow.
the news channels, they can plug in the back of the room now.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. anyway.
Angela, if
Yeah.
I may, what does the dial here do for me in
That'll
terms
turn your speaker up and down so that you
this
can-
speaker?
No.
It's built in the side.
Yeah, so the little black box is a speaker, and the dial turns it up and down.
We often have to ask the speakers if they could move the mic to them or speak up. It is hard to hear sometimes.
Yeah, and that is 90% better, but if you still have somebody standing far
Back.
back, you can't fix that, right?
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. Thank you. I wanted to recognize next our plowing team, again, off script. There has been a tremendous amount of talk on social media and individually about how this last storm went. And there's plenty of room for criticism all the way around. Government, we're always learning by doing. We always have after-action reports about what went well and where do we need to improve. Nevertheless, we had all 22 plows out for 24 hours, day after day. That's a tremendous strain on our team. Some would say, well, maybe you need 23 plows, or 25, or maybe even 30. And that's called planning for the max case instead of the average case, and that's not good government budgeting, frankly. What we might want to do, and I'm going to recommend this to the manager, and it may already be in place, is to have overage contracts to where when it's really something we can't handle, we call in extra forces that may or may not be available in our town. That's one idea, but I know what it took, and Travis is in charge of our operations, and I know he personally probably got no sleep for 2 straight days. And something Doug's educated me about is that question that was frequently asked to me, well, Naomi, did they anticipate the storm? Did they brine? And yes, they did. It's just we had a very interesting storm where as soon as the brine was applied and it began melting the snow, that snow refroze into ice. Snow plows don't plow ice, they plow snow. And it made it almost incredibly worse because now you had the remediation, the thing we're doing, trying to make it better, may have made it worse in some areas. And the other question I'm asked all the time is, well, what about my street? When do they plow my street? And I think everybody knows that we have a list on our web of the plowing routes, and there's priority 1, 2, 3. One of the challenges, and this is our partners, and we called them. I think, Doug, you even called the governor, but NDOT manages some of our most significant arterial streets, the major ones, the I-80, the 395, McCarran, Clearacre, and other streets. And they are about 90 people short in that state agency. And you got 90 people, that makes an impact on how many plows you can run. So I know they're working very diligently on trying to improve that as well. But no residents, we did not abandon you, but we did have some challenges this time around. I don't know, Doug, if you wanted to add anything, but I know it's been the talk of the town.
We are about to publish a memo that will be on the website and in all of your inboxes. But a couple of stats from these past couple events. Between Tuesday, January 9th and Saturday, January 13th, our maintenance and ops department applied 552 tons of salt and sand to City of Reno roads, 20,167 gallons of brine to City of Reno roads, and plowed and sanded 22,895.6 miles of City of Reno roads. They responded to 83 different calls for service. They were busy for that entire week. And they went 24 hours a day, changing over at 3 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the way they always do in those storms. I know they appreciate your support, but grinding away at that weather event.
It's an incredible job that they do. None of us that don't do snow plowing, I think, would want to be out on a snow plow at 3 in the morning at 10 degrees, taking care of a foot of snow. So it's very much appreciated, and please pass on our thanks to them. I'd like to next open it up for general public comment, and Mickey, that's over to you.
Thank you. Our first item today is general public comment. It should be noted, members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://LINK/gov/3RN7ZAX. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you state your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter today is George Campione, followed by Ron Trevor on behalf of SAVE.
I'll lower my mask here. George Campione, and the reason I'm here is because of the benches at Sanctuary, which is one of your showcase senior citizen residents, all right? Basically, this started back in July, and I went to management, and there was a car that had an invalid registration. They told me, there's an exception. This is in July now, okay? It has now turned into a pandemic, all right? I made a phone call because I'm trying to work within management to the FBI management. Of course, all you get is a phone, is an answering machine, all right? I leave my voicemail. I left 2 of them. I asked for a call back. Didn't get one. From my understanding, Casey, who is supposedly FBI manager, came out and they did some talking to. That's good. All right. This is what they showed. We can get the light, please. All right. Because they came out on the 10th and showed where the rental assistant, okay, no, that's the rental assistant program, excuse me. That was my other one. This is where they talk about the registration right here. Notice of entry, excuse me, gosh darn it. Parking lot reminder, okay?
Showing.
Inoperable vehicles, and we have, I don't see anything up on here. So I don't know if it's working. Oh, there we go, okay. And so then we go, and here is after that was stated, here's these cars. Okay, I've got 16 of them. All right, invalid, invalid. All right, invalid. All right, invalid. Not only that, this one was inoperable. Hey, I have markings on it. All these are invalid. Not only that, this particular car right here, all right, that is owned by one of our community directors. All right, her name is Courtney. She claims, oh, that's her parents' car. Doesn't make any difference. In May of 2023, all right? How many months of that? Okay, that's illegal. That's the reason why we're getting people hit on your whatever. Okay, we had somebody hit on Baker or something, all right? And they run. Why do you think people run? Okay, the reason people run is because they don't have valid registration or insurance or some other reason. They're drunk.
Thank you,
right.
George. You've really highlighted an important problem, and I've been talking about this issue as several council members, so thank you for being here today. Some work for our code enforcement SAVE folks, too. Our next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name's Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak today. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort that works for the Reno Police Department. Today I've got the recaps for the hours volunteered for fourth quarter 2023. SAVE currently has 65 active volunteers and another one in training. During the fourth quarter, there was a total of 4,904 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. And this represents a savings of approximately $139,764 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered during this time frame is we had 9,034 citizen contacts. We had 1,647 48-hour notices placed on abandoned vehicles. We had 973 school patrols, 384 violation for handicap citations, and we located 27 stolen vehicles and or fictitious plates, which was turned over to Reno PD. The year-end figures for 2023, there were a total of 17,245 hours volunteered, which represents a savings to the city of $491,482. SAVE would also like to extend their thanks to the mayor and council members that attended our SAVE Appreciation Dinner last month.
Was neat.
And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
Well, I'll just make a comment. Thank you so much for being here, Ron. And I did have a chance to attend the dinner.
I know. Thank you.
The food was great,
yeah.
but the awards were amazing. I mean, the people, the service, and I remember in particular Bob Listener getting an award for his selfless service, but many others as well. And I just wanted to say, I mean, we just heard from a public comment about unregistered cars in a parking lot. Do you get involved in that kind of thing?
We only do streets.
Okay.
If they're in a parking lot, unless it's a city parking lot, we don't go
Okay,
into
so
it.
who does? Don't know? Well,
That I don't know.
Okay,
Parking
well-
enforcement, I think from what I understand, it would be the owner of the parking lot would have to be involved
okay,
in it.
good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to? Okay, thank you so much for being here, Ron, and what you all do. You have been in this role for a long time. We really appreciate you.
Thank you very much, and I'll make sure that the membership knows it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Markell, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Barry Levinson.
Good morning, council members and vice mayor. My name is Mark Markell. I'm a confirming resident. I was involved in a drunk driving crash back in '89. I had a car land on my head, so I'm not all there. I just here to warn you people and show you people what can happen to passengers in drunk driving crash. I'm a member of the Victims Impact Panel, and I used to be a member about 10 years ago, and the county commissioner's chambers was packed. Nowadays, it's about 30 people, so we're doing a good job, and I don't know what I don't know the statistics for the city. I asked the Reno PD for that information, but they wouldn't give it to me. And I don't know why. But we're doing a good job, and I just here to warn you people and show you people what can happen if you get in the car with a drunk driver. And I can't walk well, can't talk well, can't see well, can't hear well. I'm basically warn you people and what can happen to drunk drivers and passengers. But thank you. I just don't drive with drunk drivers. Thanks.
Okay. Well said, Mark. Thanks for always being here.
Thank
Important
you.
message.
Terry Brooks, followed by Barry Levinson, followed by Nancy Litchfield.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again, and today I feel the responsibilities to address discrimination against those who have disabilities. Some discriminators claim that those who lack certain abilities brought upon themselves their own disabilities. These discriminators focus way too much on other people's disabilities and do not focus near enough on such people's other abilities. When there are some people who lack some abilities, they automatically learn to depend more on all of their other abilities. If you see someone who cannot do something as well as you can, there's probably something else they can do better than you can. When I hear someone speak who doesn't rhyme like me, they can probably do anything else a whole lot better than me. I will be sharing a lot of my thoughts and make them loud and clear about discrimination against people who cannot hear. I've known a few people who are hearing impaired, and I've seen the burdens that some of them have bared. I will share a lot of thoughts that have come to mind about discrimination against people who are blind. I would like to address some of the humilities experienced by some people with physical disabilities. And I'd like to address some of the humilities experienced by some people with mental disabilities. In all of these cases, it is not their fault. And so the discrimination against them needs to come to a halt. We must appreciate everyone for all that they can do and not discriminate against anyone for things they're not able to do. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back because I've got a lot more to say.
Before you leave, I just want to thank you for highlighting the substance of your poem today. You know, we celebrated the opening of the Biggest Little Cafe today, and it is run through the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, or DETR, which has a blind services program. I mentioned at my remarks that my own father became sight impaired later in his life. He was a doctor, but he could not do doctoring or the work that he did because of this change. And I think it's a very, very timely reminder, especially what's going on here today. and in all of our lives. So thanks for picking the subject that you did.
And I was out there at the
Oh.
time, and I heard everything you said, and I really appreciated that, too.
Yeah, well, thank you for being here.
And there's more I'm going to say,
Oh,
too.
looking forward to it. Okay.
Barry Levinson, followed by Nancy Litchfield, followed by Bill Miller.
Good morning, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Barry Levinson. I'm a member of the local Sierra Club, Great Basin Group, and I'm speaking today in support of item B18, the Urban Forestry Grant. We are thrilled to see the $500,000 grant to our city from the USDA Forest Service for the planting of trees along Airway Drive. This is a wonderful opportunity for Reno to add trees to our landscape, not only adding beauty, but also providing shade to some of our lower income neighborhoods, providing support for ecosystems, increasing biodiversity, improving water quality, and enabling the absorption of some greenhouse gas emissions. We fully support this program and hope that it is only the beginning of a thriving urban forestry program that will provide a myriad of benefits to Reno. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Trees are dear to my heart.
Nancy Litchfield, followed by Bill Miller, followed by Vera Miller.
Good morning, I'm Nancy Litchfield, and I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Durer and members of the City Council for inviting the public to come share our hopes and concerns with you. And I'm a part of Citizens Climate Lobby, Citizens Climate Education. Thank you for your successful efforts at encouraging and facilitating the switch to renewable energy. Congratulations on receiving the designation as a Soul Smart Silver community. With your support, the city continues to move forward on many projects that have helped us stay more resilient and sustainable in the face of accelerating climate change. My gratitude and appreciation go out to Sustainability Manager Suzanne Groneman, particularly for prioritizing climate-focused opportunities. Reno succeeded in reducing overall carbon pollution across the community. We've implemented a community solar project behind Station 3, installed a solar and storage project at the Public Safety Center, accepted a grant for geothermal education program, attained LEED Gold certification, and so many other worthwhile accomplishments. And I'm here also to speak in support of agenda item B18, the City of Reno accepting the IR-funded USDA Forest Service grant of $500,000 to plant trees along Airway Drive near the airport and utilize the Reno greenhouse to support the project by growing more trees. This little bit of urban forest will help offset some of the heat island effect heat increases we continue to experience. Reno was again ranked the country's fastest warming city in 2023. Trees along this stretch of road will beautify the area and lend some welcome shade while helping cool the nearby residents. I again implore those city council members who have not already done so to show your strong support for urgently needed federal carbon pricing with cashback legislation. And as stated in here in Reno's amazing Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, which we thank you so much for, on page 51, I will read the quote down here under federal leadership. Encourage federal representatives to support a carbon fee and dividend that taxes greenhouse
Nancy,
gas
could you do me a
emissions.
favor and make sure you're speaking into the mic so
Oh, I'm
everyone
sorry.
can?
Okay,
It's
right
thanks.
here, on page 51, I'll quote, the City Council should encourage federal representatives to support a carbon fee and dividend that taxes greenhouse gas emissions and returns the revenues to American households through a dividend. Temperatures have risen dramatically over the past year as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, reported on January 12th in their report titled, 2023 was the warmest year on record by far. We've become so used to hearing those that it's the hottest year ever, but those last words, by far, have climate scientists worried. So please, it's critical that you lend your support to this, and now is the time to speak up and let our officials in Washington, D.C. know that they need to get serious and take effective, efficient, and equitable climate action.
All right. Thank you so much for being here, Nancy, and to the whole team.
Bill Miller, followed by Vera Miller, followed by Chris Bell.
Good morning, Council, Vice Mayor Reese. I'm Bill Miller, former marketing creative and retired hospice chaplain and current client advocate. Before I start my prepared remarks, I just want to second what Nancy Litchfield just said. We're actually in a crisis, but I'm here this morning to acknowledge Naomi Dewar for her tireless advocacy of urban forestry. Her work will live on for decades, improving the microclimates in Reno. As many of you know, and has just been referenced, Reno and Las Vegas are essentially tied for the record of increased average temperature, nearly 7 degrees Fahrenheit in the last 40 years. This is a deadly change, not likely to decrease due to the increasing fossil fuel consumption. One tree can reduce the temperatures by 10 degrees or more. Councilwoman Dewar's work will not only beautify our city, but make it safer and more livable. So thank you, Councilwoman, for your outstanding public service.
Bill, thank you. I'm up here blushing. I was out of the blue. Thank you.
Oh, good, that was my intention.
Your goal. Thank you. But, you know, again, anything that's going to be a legacy's got to be beyond one person. And I've seen the whole city council step up on this initiative. You know, everything has to start somewhere, but it also has to be carried forward by many, many people. So thanks for embracing it.
Vera Miller, followed by Chris Bell, followed by Tara Tran.
Hello, my name is Vera Miller. Let's see if I can get this. There we go. So I'm going to look at my phone. Apologize for not looking at y'all, just because I have written remarks. There are 3 things I want to say. Council is looking to give $3K in discretionary funds to Jewish Nevada. This org supports Israel, a colonial project that is being brought up on war crimes. I want to support my Jewish neighbors and community members, but not like this. Number 2, what are we doing to help support Palestinians in our community? Why haven't we called for a ceasefire? Upwards of 30,000 Palestinian people have been bombed or sniped to death. 1 out of every 10 Palestinian children in the Gaza Strip have had limbs removed without anesthesia. I saw a video of this just yesterday. Imagine this impact on our Palestinian community members. How many nights have they cried over lost family members in the tens of hundreds over the last 103 days on a daily basis? Why are we sending money to an institution that supports the colonial project of Israel that was built off of a massacre of Palestinian people when they are being brought up on war crimes and charges of genocide? Number 3, 135 people have died on the streets this past year. This is just as horrific as watching a child get their limb amputated without anesthesia. We need a warming center. It's 2024, and we have the resources to see that people don't die from exposure on our streets. And going further into that, we have officials claiming that houselessness has been reduced by half when we have 135 people who have died in this last year. That's not a good reduction. That's a really bad thing. And we are supposedly a first world country, and people should not be dying of those deaths. But yeah, we need to call for a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Chris Bell, followed by Tara Tran.
Good morning, Vice Mayor Dewar and council members and city manager. My name is Chris Bell. I'm a resident of Ward 2. My comment to you this morning is on behalf of my household, is to thank you for the recognition of sustainability in your governance. I applaud the uptake of rooftop solar and encourage your increase in this planet-saving technology on all city properties. I love the initiative for increasing trees, which are also great technology for a few problems, not just carbon sequestration. So please pass item B18 for new trees on Airway Drive. The issue of trees brings me to my last point. Although we are blessed with conditions great for trees and gardens, we desperately need a system to compost yard clippings and waste. It's crazy that All this material gets buried in landfill to rot and produce methane. So many US cities are collecting organic waste and have been for many years. I implore the city to push for this logical and what I imagine would be a very popular service of organic waste collection and its processing into rich soil. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. And just for the rest of the council, an agreement was signed before any of us took seats in 2014 that supported the waste management contract. And that contract did not include composting or recycling of electrical waste, hazardous waste, those kind of things. So for my council colleagues, you may be sitting in these seats when that 16-year contract comes for renewal, and I'd encourage you to look at that time. Thanks. Right.
Tara Tran, followed by Iris Gail Papard, followed by Ilya Arbitman.
For the record, I'm a resident of Ward 1. So, in September, this city council committed to agendizing the Community Assistance Center. It has been 4 months, and we have heard no mention of that. It has yet to be agendized. To reiterate to everybody here, the Community Assistance Center is a less than 20-year-old community project that was funded by federal grants to provide low-income and transitional housing. Due to neglect and mismanagement, it now sits in disrepair while your constituents are forced to sleep in the streets and in unsafe, haphazard shelters in the face of another wet winter. This is a city-owned resource, meaning that this process must involve the public. Any attempts to turn this over to market-driven developers would be reprehensible and a slap in the face, not only to the time, money, and effort it took to create this resource, but to the many individuals that are in desperate need of a roof over their head and the security necessary to create a stable life. These individuals have already been failed by this council's tendency to put the wants of money-hungry developers over the lives of this community. If it is not feasible for the city to open this building to the public, then the next step would be to put out a request for a proposal to see if somebody else, whether that's a nonprofit, other public entity, or even a developer, would be interested in making this building usable and open to the community as the community resource that it was originally intended to be. Last year, a record number of 135 of your constituents died in the streets. That is a new record due to a lack of action on the part of this council. We need a warming center now. We need multiple warming centers, and they need to be open 24 hours a day. As your community demanded since September, and as it is demanding now, we need a robust winter plan. Nobody should sit wet and cold under inches of snow with a tarp provided by members of your community being the only line between life and death. If you feel inclined to cite a lack of funds for this necessary project, maybe you could look at the $3,000 of discretionary funding that you're looking to give to an organization that aims to conflate Judaism with a genocidal government that is on trial in an international court for indiscriminately bombing hospitals and using white phosphorus gas on civilians and children. What you do now will be your legacy, and what you prioritize now will be in the minds of your community when it's time to re-elect you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Iris Gail Papard, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by Kayla Odell.
Hi, my name's Iris Jaley Papard, the Executive Director of One Truckee River, and I just wanted to thank you and in support of B18, which is the planting of trees along Airway Drive. And I have learned through this position that no matter where trees are planted in the city of Reno, it helps the Truckee River because that water drains then into watering that tree instead of turning into non-point pollution. And so I just am very excited to see this and encourage more of this. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Iris.
Ilya Arbitman, followed by Kayla Odell, followed by Megan O'Farrell via Zoom. Kayla Odell, followed by Megan O'Farrell via Zoom.
Hi, my name is Kayla Odell, and I am here today urging for you to oppose the B25 resolution. I have lived in Reno for most of my life, and I have seen inflation, rent, groceries, and the amount of homelessness increase, especially during the last 4 years. In fact, Washoe County is the third least affordable county in the U.S. Our community is struggling, and we have the funds to improve, but instead we use those funds for death and destruction. Why? Because it makes the people in power more profits. I don't agree with my tax dollars funding genocide, and I am not the only one. I have been reaching out to our representatives begging for a ceasefire to no avail, and I keep reiterating how we are literally just begging you all to stop killing children in hopes they will care for them, and still nothing except sending more money to the entity that is killing these innocent people in their land. There have been numerous articles praising Reno for the decrease in homelessness, and this is not because we're taking action, yet these people are dying from being outside this winter with no shelter, much like the people of Gaza right now as we speak. Shelter, food, and water are basic human rights that no human should die due to the lack of accountability and moral conscience of our government. We have been told our entire lives we do not have enough funds for housing, healthcare, childcare, education, yet we always have enough to send to Israel annually so they can have universal health care and weapons used for war crimes, killing now over 24,000 innocent human beings who were someone's everything. I ask to please stop funding genocide. Thank you.
Megan O'Farrell via Zoom, followed by Christopher Lyon, followed by Echo T via Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
This is Megan O'Farrell for the record, and I'm calling today to urge the City Council to put the Community Assistance Center on an agenda. We've been asking since September for this to be agendized, so that's 4 months with no action on this request. This is a public space that is urgently needed to be used to support folks who are living outside. We are waiting for the council to put this onto the agenda, and so I'm going to again encourage you to do that, please. When we asked for this agendized item back in September, we were urging the City Council to also please put together warming centers around the city that don't limit people going to the CARES campus alone. As other folks in the audience have already stated, a record number of people who were unhoused perished last year. And that number continues to increase regardless of the CARES campus being open with its overflow shelter. It is not an access point for every person who's experiencing homelessness in our community, and not a single person should be dying on our streets because they are unsheltered. So again, I'm going to urge you to open the CAC and allow it to be utilized for what it was intended for. This was a tremendous community collaboration effort to put this project together in the initial stages, and it is now sitting in disrepair. So if the city is not interested in reopening this building as a public facility, I'm requesting that you please put out an RFP so that another entity can take a look at what is needed to get this property up to code so we can get it out into the community as soon as possible. We are demanding transparency on this process. This is a city-owned property and a city-owned building, which means that it is your constituents' right to participate in how this process is going forward. We need this resource, and we cannot keep sitting and waiting for people to die. Temperatures continue to drop. We have more months of fall or winter weather in front of us, and we really need to make action so we can stop seeing people die on the streets. So again, I urge you to put this on the agenda. If you are unable to open this building or unable to allow us to have a conversation as a community about what we can do with it, please open up an RFP so that another entity can take this on and we can have some action. Thank you.
Christopher Lyon.
Good morning, members of the Reno City Council. My name is Christopher Lyon, and I'm here today as a concerned resident living in Midtown, more specifically on Forest Street. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council regarding a matter of urgency and importance to our neighborhood. Almost daily, I witness vehicles racing down Forest Street, well above the 35-mile speed limit, which is already pretty high for a pretty condensed area. The intersection at Forest Street and its crossroads have become hot spots for drivers ignoring stop signs, leading to a series of alarming incidents. I personally witnessed a van speeding the wrong way down our one-way street, resulting in a dangerous collision. Additionally, there have been instances of hit-and-run accidents, and even a friend of mine suffering severe injuries when a driver collided with his scooter, breaking both his legs and requiring months of rehabilitation and physical therapy. These incidents are not isolated. They are symptoms of a larger issue that demands immediate attention. The safety of our residents is at risk, and it is crucial for the City Council to take decisive action to address the ongoing dangers of Forest Street. I'm worried that if Forest Street remains as it is, more injuries will occur, even death, if it hasn't happened already. I'm here to propose a solution that not only enhances safety, but also contributes to the aesthetic appeal of our community. Similar to successful initiatives in other cities, I urge the council to consider the installation of roundabouts along Forest Street and reducing the 2-lane road down to 1, allowing for a designated biking lane. These roundabouts, adorned with trees and plants, have proven to be effective in reducing speed limits, promoting attentive driving, and importantly, minimizing the need for conventional stop signs. Implementing these safety measures will not only protect the lives of our residents, but also contribute to the overall well-being of our community. By beautifying the long stretch of Forest Street, we can create a safer environment, and residents can take pride in fostering a sense of community and belonging. I've come to this meeting to serve as a voice for the safety and welfare of our community. I urge the City Council to prioritize the installation of roundabouts on Forest Street as a proactive measure to mitigate the risks we currently face. Midtown is a vibrant and beautiful part of Reno, and I know that updating Forest Street with these proposed changes will make it even more beautiful, but most important, safe. Thank you.
Christopher, thank you for
Madam- Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Did you want?
Yeah, I would like to, since
Yeah.
I represent that area and have for 11 years. And I want to thank you for your comments. Encourage you to go to RTC's meeting. I think they meet this Friday, and bring the same point up. Because when Virginia Street was done, there was a commitment by this city council and RTC that Forest Street was going to happen next. And other priorities have stepped above, and other people have gone over to RTC with those priorities. And this one has been lost, and it's very serious. And it was turning it down to 1 lane and a bike lane to kind of shrink up the ability for speeding. And, you know, I've been talking about it for years. I haven't been sent over to RTC to be one of our representatives to move it forward. But I think if you go over there, and I echo to those who are on the board here, is that was a promise made and a promise not fulfilled. And it's bothered me for a lot of years after that project that we did not move on to Forest Street, as we said. And, you know, your friend or your neighbor, and people are still experiencing, you know, these terrible, tragic
Thank you,
conditions.
Councilwoman Breckeson. I want to echo those thoughts. It's pretty much what I was going to say. I was here through that. And we did make a commitment to put a bike lane at a minimum on Forest Street as part of our bike system. So I'd like you to meet with our staff, and that would be our council liaison, as well as our public works folks, and talk about what can be done. I think this whole council's been committed to street safety the whole time I've been on, and each of us individually have champion projects, and this seems like one that needs to move up on the list. So Tyler is right behind you in the diamonds, and so if you could meet with him, that'd be great. Okay, thank you.
Our final public commenter for general public comment is Echo T via Zoom. Please unmute, state your name for the
Hi
record.
there, can everybody hear me?
We can, thank you.
So, I wanted to just come out and say that we're having an epidemic of unhoused people, not an epidemic of unhoused people, more like an epidemic of inaction towards them. We have over 100 people that died this last year, and we're trying to say that homelessness is going down in Reno, but they're just dying on the streets from being exposed to the temperatures. With that, I know that you're having about $3,000 worth of discretionary funds being sent over to an organization that would rather stand with a country, quote unquote, a just colonization that would just murder a population of unarmed civilians, leveling an entire nation instead of choosing just to stick problems in our own unhoused like individuals. Thank you for hearing me out, and I hope you guys stop supporting genocide.
Thank you. Our final public commenter, again via Zoom, is Lily Barron.
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry.
We can, thank you.
Great. Hello, my name is Lily Barron, resident of Ward 1. I am just calling in to implore anyone who's listening, including the council, to get in contact with me about perhaps helping in efforts to provide a warming center. We have a pro bono lawyer to help with permits. We have up to $20,000 to help with whatever deposits may be needed, and would love to help with insurance as well. We're looking for a building that's downtown that would fit more than 25 people. I've had a couple of folks reach out that aren't quite big enough, but we might start using those options and have multiple places run by community as folks are freezing outside. Council, I feel like there's maybe a little bit of a disconnect as far as what it looks like during a storm, or what it looks like after 10 p.m. In Ward 1, what is currently after redistricting Ward 1 downtown. I'm often offered a ride along by law enforcement when they feel as if I have something incorrect. So I would love to encourage any of you to go on a walk along with me after 10 p.m. or during any storm, so you can see with me what I see when I'm walking around in my neighborhood. It is not people that are even close to getting to the CARES campus. It's mainly wheelchairs that are propped up by tarps. It's mainly people that are wrapped up in blankets and I'm not sure are living or dead. And then on the item of the $3,000, I would suggest something more more agreeable, such as a donation to Doctors Without Borders, or someone that can help the people that are being injured, regardless of what they're representing. I think that those doctors could certainly use some help. It's been very dismal to see what's going on in Gaza. And you know, the best way that we can help the environment is by ending the military's siege on many of these other countries, as the US military contributes to 75% of climate change. So I find that it's funny that we're also talking about the environment. So I encourage all of those things. If anyone would like to reach out to me, please find me. My phone number is 707-596-0510. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, we do have members that are interested in speaking on the consent agenda. But if you would like, I'm happy to move them up into this space. Okay. Okay, so with that, we are closing out opening public comment. For the record, I would like to state that we did receive 83 comments, which were general in nature, are not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on January 16th, 2024. These comments were voicemail and/or written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on Reno.gov. 1 letter in favor, 4 letters in opposition, and 78 letters of concern. And with that, we're closing out item A3.
Okay.
We're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, and I am looking for a motion on the agenda, but I'm waiting for our city manager to see if he has anything to pull, rearrange.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, we have a couple of items that need addressed. Items C4, C5, and C6, the applicant has asked for a continuance to March 13th of this year. We will have to open those items because they were noticed. We'll take public comment on them. But as you know, everyone gets one continuance as a matter of course. Item D2, we had a noticing error when we were stretching the muscles to get back into the sync of having these meetings, and so we need to move that to next week's meeting, the 24th. So that one also needs to be postponed. Then we have a couple of items that need to be taken out of order. Item D1 is one that the mayor, I believe, would like to join us. She is, of course, out of town, and that one, she's asked for a time certain of 11:30. And then items G2 and G3, again, because of the mayor's schedule, we'd like to take those immediately after D1.
Okay. All right.
I have a comment.
I'll
Sure.
move to approve the remaining items.
Okay, hold on a minute. Ms. Breckus, yes.
So move to approve the remaining items as agendized.
Okay, can I get a second? Second. All right, Ms. Breckus?
Yeah, I wish we could have had comment before the motion was on the table, Madam Presiding Officer. I think that's our protocol.
Okay, well,
I
make
have
your comment.
Yeah, I really have questions about why C4, C5, and C6 are being continued to March 16th.
March 13th.
March 13th. These are items that came to us at recommendation of denial by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission's recommendation does not change.
Right.
It's not material. So I've never seen, I've even questioned over the years why these even come back to us, because they require the Planning Commission approval, usually things die with a Planning Commission vote of denial. They denied it. They had a resolution in front of us. And I don't understand why this is coming back at the preference of the applicant to continue it to a subsequent day. We're advertised. I've read the research. I've reviewed the Planning Commission agendas. I want to deal with it today. So March 13th isn't a clogged up day. And we've never had, they've been denied. Let's confirm or reverse the Planning Commission and call it good, in my view.
Thank you. Anyone else? Comments on the agenda?
No, this is a question for our managers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why are we recommending? Because
I
it's
thought it
our
was more of a
discretion whether or
statement.
not, it's our discretion to take a vote whether or not to continue this item.
Okay.
And I would like more background on that.
Sure.
It certainly is your discretion. The background is limited to the applicant made the request. It's been the practice of the board that every applicant gets one continuance as a matter of course, and so the recommendation is that we're just following the practice, the historic practice of the body. If the
Well-
body chooses to do something else, that is, of course, the will of the body.
The facts are a little different in this case, I would submit to the council, because we've never had an applicant get a continuance when they've been denied by the Planning Commission. So I think we should hear it today.
All right, thank you. You may want to vote no on the motion if you don't
Thanks for your advice.
agree. I guess I'll ask the motion maker and seconder, do you stick with your motion or do you want to change your motion?
Madam
on what
Vice
we heard
Mayor,
from our
I've
colleague.
made the motion. My motion is to approve the agenda. When we get to those items where they are situated in the agenda, we'll have to move for a continuance.
Right.
If at that time Ms. Breckus objects to the continuance, that's when that item, I would imagine, would be raised. So my motion remains the same.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've got a motion and a second. All in favor,
Wait,
please?
I'm unclear. His statement conflicts with our
No,
past
the manager
practices.
said we will have to make the formal decision to
Open-
continue the
okay,
item when we
okay.
get to the item.
Okay. It was just
Okay.
informational from him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion, what did you say? Okay, motion passes unanimously. All right, and with that, I think we're turning to the minutes.
I'll move to approve.
Okay,
Sorry,
I have a
second.
motion and a second. Mr. Reese and Ms. Taylor, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously as well. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. And I wanted to share something. 2 days ago, I had the privilege to attend the Martin Luther King event here in Reno that's been put on for many years by NEBCUS, the Northern Nevada Black Caucus. And I was very moved by some of the comments there, and it reminded me of something I thought was a good thing to say right now. And that is that we're about to begin deliberation on a number of items. They could be controversial. We may pass them unanimous consent like we just did. But I want to remind the council that we do have council rules, and a lot of those things speak to concepts that Martin Luther King advocated about tolerance, passion, speaking your truth, but also being respectful to others. And so normally I really wouldn't say anything, but I'm very mindful of two events that I just attended this weekend. One was an interfaith prayer breakfast or prayer ceremony in the afternoon, and the other was this evening event on Monday evening. And so I just, just sharing my thoughts and feelings, and I'm bringing that intention to our meeting, so I just wanted to share that. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to consent agenda. Madam Clerk, I think the next item is we're going to look for any items that people want to pull. And so I guess we'll start with Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I'd like to pull B11, B12, B16, B17, B21, B24, and B25.
Okay.
Do you have all that?
I'm going to repeat it. B11, B12, B16, B17, B20, B24, and B25.
That's correct.
Okay.
I had B21.
21 was pulled.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
not B20?
No, I did not pull B20.
Thank you.
Thank you. I misheard that. Thank you. Next, Mr. Martinez.
Nothing from me, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Nothing, Madam Vice Mayor.
All right. Mr. Reese?
I apologize, but was B17 pulled? Yes. Then that's all I have.
Okay. And Ms. Ebert?
I'd like to pull B5, B6, B15, and B18.
B5, B6. Could you say it again?
B15, B17, and B18, please.
Okay. All right. With those items, again, I'm going to just read them one more time because there was a lot of items. B11, B12.
Can we just start at the top?
Sure. Why don't you take it in order?
Okay, so we have B5, B6, B11, B12, B15, B16, B17, B18, B21, B24, and B25.
All right, great. Do we miss anything, team? All right, with that, can I get a motion for approval of the agenda?
Motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Taylor, second from Mr. Reese. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And we'll go to the first pulled item, B5.
Madam Vice Mayor, if you would, we'd like to take public comment before we move on.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for reminding me.
Thank you.
Well, let's see, is there any general public comment?
If you'll give me just a second to get caught up, you guys moved a bit faster than I was ready for.
Oh, sure. Okay. Let me, I'm going to take something out of order, my privilege. I'd like to take B17 since we do have our sitting judge here in the audience. And that was pulled by two of my colleagues, the only item that was pulled by two colleagues. So why don't we start there?
Sorry, Madam Vice Mayor, can we do public comment first?
Oh, I thought you said there was none.
No, I said I needed to get caught up with the vote really quick before I could do that.
Okay. Apologies.
Sorry, that's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're out of practice coming back from the break. Sorry about that.
All right, our first public commenter on our consent agenda is Anaya Naidoo, followed by Mara Longer. Followed by Elliot Mallon, followed by Mara Longer.
Right, so, and let me just share. You don't have to speak at general public comment if your item was pulled, just for everyone. So you can decide what you want to do when you get there. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anaya Naidoo. I am from Ward 2. I am here to urge the members of this council to vote no on B25, which would place discretionary funds to the organization Jewish Nevada, and I believe that this $3,000 should be placed elsewhere. This motion, as well as the organization itself, specifies the need to support Jewish life within Nevada, which I wholeheartedly agree with. However, both B25 and Jewish Nevada conflate Israel and in turn Zionism with Jewish people as a whole, which is simply untrue. Jewish organizations across the country and the world including the International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network in the U.S. and the Independent Jewish Voices in the U.K. and Canada, have denounced Israel's decades-long attacks on Palestinians. This is because Israel and Zionism have never aligned with Jewish values. Making such a sizable donation into an organization such as Jewish Nevada would be dangerous for Palestinians. When the state of Israel has been historically occupying Palestinian lands for more than 70 years, since the 1994 forced displacement of Palestinians, which is now known as the Nakba, which is Arabic for catastrophe. Since the 1984 Nakba, more than 50,000 Palestinians have died and 3 million have been displaced, more than half of which have occurred over the last 3 months. This isn't even counting the millions who have been injured and those who have lost all their material possessions due to the indiscriminate bombing of civilian populations. Rather than donating to an organization who is in favor of war crimes committed against Palestinians like Jewish Nevada, these funds should go to a multitude of different investments that would go back to the community while creating a concrete impact on folks who need the support the most. Example of which is unhoused folks in Reno. While the unhoused rate in Reno has been widely discussed having been cut in half, 135 unhoused people have died in 2023. This 135 people have been counted as no longer being unhoused. While our shelters, including the CARES campus, our place, and the Eddy House have routinely been stretched to the limit. If the council won't call for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine, and we have room in the city's budget to go to organizations like Jewish Nevada that have caused substantial harm to others, we have the funds for a warming shelter so our most vulnerable don't die from exposure as our temperatures continue to drop. Thank you.
Elliot Mallon, followed by Mara Longer, followed by Richard Bissett.
Still morning. Good morning. I have a lot to say. I'm a little bit disgusted again, actually. Jewish Nevada is a nonprofit in this community that offers services to Jews in Nevada. The money being allocated today is not going to Israel. It is absolutely reprehensible to conflate the war with what is happening here. You know, we provide community services, we provide cultural services, we put on programming, we provide security for Jewish institutions here in our community, not internationally. We do support, by the way, your discretionary funds being used to help our Muslim neighbors. We do support that. We want that. That's a good thing. If there is a like organization for that community, we want you to give the same amount of money. We also want to recognize and appreciate RPD for what they've done to keep the Jewish community and the Muslim community safe in the last 3.5 months. Anti-Semitism has seen a 400% increase since October 7th from an all-time high. Islamophobia has seen a 200% increase, both of those from all-time highs. Now, I'm also acutely aware of what genocide is, being the person that wrote the law in Nevada that defines genocide to mimic the Genocide Convention. Genocide is an act with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a people from a specific place. Hamas acted on October 7th with the intent to destroy Jews from our historic homeland, our family and our friends from a place, southern Israel. It is actually, by the way, anti-Semitic to attack the Jewish organization because you saw something on a website for funds that are supposed to go to helping this community. It is not lost on me that since October 7th, this community here in Nevada has seen over 40 bomb threats. The money you're allocating today is to help our community feel safe. You know, and I appreciate all of the support we've received from many of our community members. I am repulsed that this is a conversation we have to have again. Being acutely aware, acutely affected by this war, having a friend that was murdered last night, actually, by Hamas. we are affected. We understand it. We want Palestinians to also live safely in this world. We don't want war to continue. Hamas is holding hostages. Hamas, that is, by the way, a violation of Article 34 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. Again, acutely aware of what the international law says, and acutely aware of what lawfare is and the weaponization of law. It is also racist to tokenize a community, and I find it ironic and deeply ironic that it keeps happening to the Jews. I implore you, let's move on past agenda item 25. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elliot.
Mara Longer, followed by Richard Bissett, followed by Bill Shrimp via Zoom.
Good morning. I think it's still morning after Elliot spoke. My name is Mara Langer, and I am the director of Jewish Nevada. I am here today to represent our organization and to say thank you to all of you for supporting Jewish Nevada throughout your tenure on the council. We, as Elliot said, we do lots of really wonderful things here in the community, from programming to social services to different ways of supporting our Jewish community here in Reno and throughout northern Nevada and Nevada at large. We are often a target of threat, and our security advisor has been on the phone night and day working on security opportunity or security I don't know what the right word is, security measures, so that each program that I have here has an armed guard. We cannot gather without feeling a threat within our community, and that's not right. These funds will help those in the community that feel the most threatened. We, as Elliot said, we also want to support our other community members, whether they be Muslim, Palestinian, whoever it is. We want you to support those organizations as well. And we really appreciate that you have brought forward this $3,000 to support the Jewish community. I want to say thank you, and I want to say support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Any other public comment?
Richard Bissett.
Vice Mayor Naomi Dewar and council members. This is on B18. I'm going to read, I'm sorry. Trees have many benefits to a city, and I hope the urban forestry program continues and expands to recreate the experiences of old Reno, which was really so wonderful. Walter Van Tilburg Clark was an American novelist and short story writer. One of his novels, The Oxbow Incident, starring Henry Fonda and Harry Morgan, received an Academy Award nomination for Best Picture. Clark also wrote The City of Trembling Leaves, a love letter to Reno. Clark's fondness for the surroundings is not surprising, having grown up in Reno. He graduated from Reno High in 1926. He went to college at the University of Reno, Nevada, Reno, where his father was president. I bring this book up because many people used to call Reno the City of Trembling Leaves. We all know how Reno's summer evenings are often windy as the wind comes falling down from the cooler mountaintops and sweeps into the hot valley. When Reno had many, many more trees, this wind would rustle through the trees, and the noise was a pleasant trembling of leaf on leaf, multiplied by hundreds of trees and thousands of leaves. Thank you, Ms. Dewar, and fellow council members, for this beginning gift of trees. My father and my two uncles grew up in Reno and lived for a long time with my grandmother on Sinclair Street. It was lined with so many mature trees, mostly all gone now. But maybe someday I'll hear the rustle of leaves from new trees on that street. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our final public commenter is Bill Shrimp via Zoom. Bill, please unmute, state your name for the record, and begin speaking.
Hello, good morning. This is Bill Shrimp. Can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you very much. First things first, thank you very much for all of you in the IT department for getting right on fixing the audio in Zoom land. Appreciate that. The one thing I want to talk about is like the Paradise Fire, the other forest fires that have happened around our area. We have had tornadoes in the Midwest. There's been hurricanes in the Southeast. And we've never put any money to that, at least that I can specifically recall. Generally, when I see Reno donate money to a cause, it's to a cause that is here in Reno and in the general area. For example, I don't see us donating to the American Red Cross or the United Way either. And I'm certainly unqualified to talk about international events, but as a track record for history for this council, we try to keep Reno money mostly in Reno. And so for that, when I read today's agenda and I look at B21 and I see milk and honey, yeah, it's right here in Reno. I've gone to that. But I see B25 and it says around the world. I don't know if Reno money should be going around the world. And, it's just something for this council to deliberate and think about. Should we keep Reno money in Reno? So, global politics, it's all tragic. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm talking about let's keep Reno money in Reno. I think that's a reasonable concept. So thank you very much for hearing me out, and I hope you guys have a great meeting today.
Okay. Madam Clerk, is that it?
I apologize. We had one more register, Aaliyah Martin via Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Martin. I'm a constituent in Ward 1, just for the record. And I just wanted to come into the council meeting today and say that I, as a community member, am opposed to item number 25 or 25. Simply just based on the fact that we do have Palestinian people in our community as well that are looking for our support. And we support Jewish people in our community, but we do not support Israel, and we do not support equating Judaism to Zionism, and we don't want to equate Israel to Judaism. So that's just where I want to start here. But I also want to ask the city council to evaluate why they haven't called for a ceasefire, called for anything to rectify the deaths that are happening around the world in the quest for Israel to become the next Middle Eastern superpower, or as it is. And if we have money to give, we should be focusing that money on our own community, as in focusing that money towards a warming center for the plenty of houseless people that will be going through another tough winter this year. And if our winter looks anything like last year, we will see hundreds and hundreds of people on the brink of starving, or not starving, but freezing to death. And it will be because we did not act on our humanity and instead redirected our money to international causes. That's all I wanted to say. I oppose B25.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. For the record, I would just like to state that we did receive 12 comments directly associated with various consent agenda items. 5 in favor, 7 in opposition. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are a part of the Reno.gov meeting portal. And so with that, we are now closing out public comment on the consent agenda.
All right, we'll go into items. I'm going to save my comments for when we get to the items, but I want to make a general comment right now. We've heard a lot today about the unsheltered, and an article that was published in the Wall Street Journal, and then subsequent articles about how well we're doing. And I would encourage people to look beyond the headlines and read the actual articles. The actual articles speak to the unsheltered population and the improvement that Reno and Washoe County as a whole have made in moving people off the streets. That doesn't mean they have a home. It doesn't mean they've everything's solved. It just means fewer people are unsheltered. And I just think terminology is important when it comes to these kind of conversation. So nobody has declared victory over either unsheltered population or homelessness. We have a lot of work to do. And the second thing I want to say, there's three things, is that there is something known as a false equivalence. That is where you compare two things and you say that somehow they're equal. And today I heard a false equivalence, and I have to call it out. And that is, if only we didn't spend money on one thing, we would have money for something else. And we have to keep things in perspective. We're talking about $3,000 on item 25. And we've also heard a call for warming shelters. I do not think that if we do pass item 25, that means that somehow we have harmed our unhoused population or decreased services available. These are not in the same book. These are not the same thing. These are very different things, and to equivalate them is to commit a sin and rhetoric to win an argument. And so it's just a general comment. I'm sure others could speak more eloquently, but when I hear something like that, it's a key principle for me. And the final thing I want to say is I heard a comment about keep money in Reno. Recently, I donated some of my council funds to the Little League for a trip to not Las Vegas, not Elko, but Florida to participate in a playoff. It was out of the state of Nevada, but it was to further their goals. They'd done really well. And so while I'm generally keep the money here, it's for an organization here and is fulfilling the mission of the organization. So generally, I support dealing with unshelteredness. I support nonprofits of all stripes, and I support generally keeping money in Reno. But there's exceptions to everything, and that's just how I feel. I'll deal with the issues when we get to them, but I felt it was important to put out those principles. So Madam Clerk, we're going to turn to item B17, but also B16 because they go together, and I'll call up, Right, but I've asked Mickey to let me know if the mayor did join us. No, and I asked her to let me know when the mayor does join us, so we can take up that item. So shall we start on B16 and B17?
Madam Presiding Officer?
Yes.
I pulled this, and it's great to see our judge here.
Oh,
but this meeting's
please.
moving rather slowly.
Well, please start off.
And so
then,
I just have I pulled this, so I know one other colleague mentioned that they would have pulled it also. But, hi, Judge.
Good morning
Maybe
to
you can answer this. And
Please.
congratulations on these grants. If you look through our agenda, when we get grants, typically, almost always, without exception, the grant is appended to the materials. And as recent as, right now, I did not see your grant appended. Now, sometimes things get loaded up later, or the contract. This is your PowerPoint. So I like to do my job because, when we get into the budget, the grants are important and we have fiscal responsibility. You're an independent branch, so you're exceptionally special. But part of my job is looking at your grants and then contracts you enter into if they come to us. And I didn't see them. Maybe it was an oversight on your office administrator. Have you seen the grant? Is it something that we could get forwarded after this meeting for both 16 and 17?
We can absolutely get those grants forwarded. Let me turn to my people that are with me here today. I have James Popovich, who wrote the grant for the adult treatment court, that's B16. And then I have Carissa O'Grady here with us, who wrote the grant for B17 for community courts. We have those grants available. We will forward them immediately after this, after I speak. They'll go back to the office and forward them so that you can have access to those grants, review those grants for your obligation to review those grants for approval under B16 and B17.
Thank you.
I apologize for that oversight.
Sure. And if you look through the B items, this agenda and others, you'll see what gets loaded up. Usually when they're federal grants, they're from different departments and agencies, and you're coming from DOJ, so we've seen those, we read those, but the diligence over here is that we want to see them when we put them on a vote. Okay.
Naturally.
Okay.
We'll make sure
Thank you, Judge. Great to see you, and
Thank
hello
you.
to the other judges.
I appreciate that. Good morning, Vice Mayor Dewar. Good morning.
Good morning,
members of the
Judge.
City
Thank you
Council.
for being here.
Thank you. And this was pulled by two members.
Yes.
And if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I can certainly go directly into my presentation if you would prefer.
Sure, why don't you?
All right, so as I mentioned, I do have a couple people with me here this morning. James Popovich, the program manager who wrote the grant for B16. And if you have any specific questions on B16, because I think that was pulled as well, please ask Mr. Popovich. He's here to he's prepared to answer any questions on that item. And then with regard to the grant for B17 for community courts, I have Carissa O'Grady here, the programs coordinator for the specialty courts. Now, one note about Ms. O'Grady, this was her first attempt at grant writing, and she knocked it out of the park. She got us a nearly $1 million 4-year grant with that first attempt. So we're super proud of her. We're very happy to have her on our team for sure. Now, with regard to community court, I'm going to take this opportunity to delve into what community court actually is, because I think there is a fundamental lack of understanding or misunderstanding of what community court is, what we do, and what we're trying to solve here. And I think the best way to get there is to discuss what problem we were trying to solve in the first place. So back before community court was a thing in 2018, we had our population on the streets, predominantly homeless, but not all homeless people who were committing low-level misdemeanor quality of life type crimes, such as possessing an open container of alcohol in public, trespassing, urinating in public, sitting in line on the sidewalk, things of that nature. It wasn't camping so much, camping in parks or camping in public. It was those types of crimes. And what the directive of the police department is to either cite these people if they're citable or arrest them. Now, when they're arrested for these low-level crimes, they would go to jail. If you look at slide 3, let's see if what we have here. It costs roughly $120 a day to house someone at the Washoe County Detention Center. So here we have a police officer, takes $130 an hour for RPD to arrest and transport and book someone, to transport this person to the Washoe County Detention Center, and we house this person there for a period of time. Maybe it's 1 day, maybe it's 3 days over the weekend, maybe it's more time than that before they see a judge. And because they're low-level misdemeanor crimes, most often the sentence would be credit for time served. They spent a period of time in jail, there's no more need for anything else, and they would let that person go. Of course, what you would imagine is that nothing had changed for that person. The court would have accomplished nothing for that individual moving forward. And so inevitably what would happen is that person would re-offend because they were placed in the exact same situation they were removed from originally. And this went on for years and years, for decades, frankly. I was a prosecutor involved in this exact same process, and everyone was in consternation about what we do with this issue. Some judges would impose more jail time as a possible deterrent. That wouldn't work because, again, we're missing the boat about solving the underlying issues of what causes them to be on the streets committing these low-level crimes in the first place. That's the problem, and that's the problem that was unfixed and unsolved originally. Some judges would be creative, and this is important, and order people to commit themselves to treatment. Substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment. And that's all great, but if you don't have the facility or wherewithal to go to these treatment facilities, to gain access to these treatments, to have funds for these treatments, then you fall in short. And you're gonna put them on a suspended sentence in order to enforce them doing that. They're not gonna follow through because they don't have the resources to follow through. They're gonna fail, and they're gonna ultimately probably serve that jail time. So in 2018, Judge Riggs, Tammy Riggs, created our community court. It's profoundly different from the traditional criminal justice system. Instead of Reno Police Department citing or arresting these individuals for these types of crimes, they cite them directly into the downtown Reno library for community court. There, instead of the typical traditional criminal justice system, they meet with service providers. And that's what's different for community court. We have over 25 service providers currently working with us at community court at the downtown library. They staff a member of their organization at community court each Wednesday, and they offer immediate access to services. So the individual comes, having been cited to community court, we'll have coffee and we'll have snacks ready for them, and they will, if they're interested in moving forward in the community court fashion, they will meet with the service providers to see what services they can connect with to help their situation, right? So we're talking about receiving the identification documents, state IDs, social security cards, birth certificates, things of that nature, because that's what provides access to other things such as Medicaid, housing options, residential treatment centers, things of that nature. So we have to start at ground zero with many of these individuals. And that's what community court does that's different from the traditional criminal justice system. Let's see here. You have our community court statistics. Predominantly, most people are in need of housing services, as you might imagine. We're dealing with mostly the unhoused population in our community, 369 people out of our 568 people are requesting and needing housing services. What's interesting from this data here is that the mental health and substance use services is now 242. That's a huge that's a huge number for us, whereas we originally started, most people wouldn't identify as needing mental health services or substance use services. Now over half of the people that we have are identifying those needs, and we can get them that treatment because that's what's keeping them stuck and in this system. Let's see here. I'm going to wrap this up right now, but we have a couple of success stories I'd like to illustrate here about what we do at community court. Participant one is 55-year-old male. He's a young man. He's my age. And I'll give you a little story about him. I met him when I was walking on the Truckee River. I was walking down the Truckee River at lunch, and there were these two people over by a tree drinking beer, and they called me over. I was in much like I'm looking right now, and they called me over, asked if I was an attorney. I told them what I did, said I was a judge, and I told them all about community court. I had a long conversation with this gentleman about community court and invited him over to community court. Any Wednesday he would like to come, and he would be welcome at community court. Eventually, about a month later, lo and behold, he shows up with his friend at community court, thanks to my invitation. He actually did have an old citation for community court that went to warrant. We cleared that warrant, and we started working with him. He had been homeless for over 20 years in our community. He had an alcohol use disorder. He would show up to community court drunk many times. He has a seizure disorder related to his use of alcohol. And now he is at Crossroads, very successful at Crossroads, and continuing to do incredibly well. He's been clean and sober for approximately a year now after he originally came to community court, so we're very proud of him, and that's one of our participants. He comes back to community court every now and then. We like to see him, and we'd like to use him as a mentor as soon as he's ready to do that. Our other participant, participant 2, 42 years old, he had multiple citations for community court or various other courts. He had been in community court many times. We tried to help him many times. In fact, he was very, very resistant to anything we were offering. His answer immediately was always, no, I don't need it. I don't need alcohol treatment. I don't need anything you have to offer. But we continued with him, and when he was cited in again, we'd offer again, and we'd continue with him. He has now been clean and sober for actually closer to 2 years now. He works at Life Changes. That was the house he chose for his sober living environment. He's now a program manager at Life Changes, one of their houses there. And he is one of the people who present and attend our treatment readiness program that is part of our community court as well. These are some of our providers that we have. Most notably, we have all of the Medicaid MCOs, all 4 of our MCOs at Community Court ready to offer and sign up for Medicaid. The Treatment Readiness Program, I'm just going to mention it briefly, is a unique thing, and it's unique to Nevada, to Reno. We started this on-site treatment readiness program for those with co-occurring substance use and mental health disorders so that they can just get a sense of what it's like to attend weekly counseling or weekly therapy in a group setting, working on basic social training and psychosocial rehabilitation. That's been recognized across the country now as something innovative that we're doing. And then we do have community service. Some people don't want to elect community court. They want to take a more traditional path. They're not ready for community court. They're not ready to get clean and sober. They're not ready for housing. Some of them simply do not want housing at this point. And they say, you know what, I want to take a more traditional route. So we give them community service. We'll impose maybe 8 hours of community service. They'll go to one of the homeless encampments and they will do community service, perform community service there. That's a picture of some community service being performed. I would like to mention that Reno has been selected as the site for a convening or a conference of community courts for the Western region. That'll be held on February 7th, and we're very happy to have received that accolade that we've been selected for that convening. We are at the Reno Downtown Library every Wednesday. We start at 8:30 in the morning. It's open to the public at 10 a.m. until 12 p.m. Right now, the Reno Downtown Library is closed. You probably don't all know that, for elevator repairs. So they're not open to the public right now. They're not open to us either. We're holding our court in the Reno Municipal Court on the 3rd floor in the interim, but we'll hopefully be back there February 5th or February 6th. And if anyone would like to come join us at Community Court any Wednesday morning, you'll be our honored guest and we'd love to have you there. Thank you, and if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to attempt to answer them.
All right, thank you so much, Judge, for being here, and I know that Councilmember.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Mayor. And Judge Hazelett Stevens, first of all, thank you for being here today. These grants are incredibly important to the work that you are doing. I want to thank your team again. Tell me who was responsible for the grant being written?
Yeah, thank you, Carissa O'Grady, who is here, and she did a phenomenal job writing this grant.
Well, Ms. O'Grady, you have our sincere thanks and appreciation. I appreciate the work that all of the folks in the municipal court do. It is really an honor. I've attended, obviously, community court many times. I'd love to attend it and see what's going on when the library reopens. I'll also, just because you won't do it, I'll give you a shout out. I know that in 2023, so just in December, you were recognized as the Champion of Justice winner for your commitment to justice, especially among our most marginalized communities, by Nevada Legal Services. I continue to believe that this court, as Judge Riggs created it and you restarted it when you joined the bench, is really a critical element of the success for our unsheltered and our marginalized communities here in Reno. It is innovative. It is different than what other communities are doing, and that innovation starts from your end. Yes, we have a role in the world that you occupy because we have some of the purse strings, but it's also been a consistent belief that as you develop the innovative court systems and different kinds of types and models of justice, that we have a hand in that. So thank you for allowing us to have a small role in it. Yes, we're going to, I hope, and I'll make a motion here shortly to approve and accept these awards, but the work is being done by your teams, and they're the ones who deserve the credit for it. So thank you for your work. Congratulations on the honor, certainly well-deserved, and I'm thankful that you are part of the City of Reno's team. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Reese.
Well, beautifully said, Councilmember Reese, thank you. Would anyone else like to comment on these 2 items? We're going to take both of them. Yes, Ms. Siebert.
I have a question on B17. So in the staff report, it says, hired second full-time case manager dedicated to assisting with community court. So is this position fully funded by the grant?
It is.
So is there a time limit on when these grant funds need to be spent by?
This is a 4-year grant, so we're going to be spending down these funds within that 4-year cycle.
Okay. And what happens to this position when the grant funds run out?
Well, we do have an open position in the court if need be, and then we're going to have to decide otherwise how to fund that position moving forward, whether it's seeking additional funds from this body or coming up with those funds with the funds we already have in the court.
Okay, so is this grant something that we could apply for in the future, or is this kind of a one-time thing?
No, we can apply for this in the future. This is an enhancement grant. It's not a startup grant, so we can continue to apply for this grant moving forward if we chose to.
Okay, okay. But is there a potential for this position going away if we can't find a way to fund this in the future?
Yes.
Okay. All right, those were my questions. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm happy to move to approve both items as presented by staff.
All right, we have a motion. Any second? All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Reese, second by Ms. Taylor. Any final comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Judge.
Thank you very much, Council. I
All right.
appreciate that, and I'll update the
Okay.
council as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go back to item B5, and just for logistics, when and if we hear from the mayor, we'll take those items. I do hope to cover most of the consent agenda items before we go to lunch, the lunch break, and I think we also have a legal briefing at that time. I'm shooting for the lunch break around 12:30, 1, something in there, just depending on how we're going. So I just wanted to say coming attractions, so people know the schedule. And then with that, we'll turn to item B5. Did you have a question, Ms. Taylor? No? Okay. You're, okay. Yeah, B5.
Good morning, Council. Lance Ferrato, Director of Business Licensing, for the record. Happy to answer any questions on B5.
And I think this was pulled by Ms. Ebert.
Yeah. Hi, Lance. Thanks for coming up. So B5, I'm just trying to understand what this license is for. Is this going to be like a bar at the Motor Lounge?
Correct. This is a license basically to serve alcohol at the Motor Lounge. So in the lobby area, they're able to serve
Okay.
cocktails, beers and wine.
So when I was reviewing the staff report, it's a pretty small staff report. It's just 3 pages. One of them is basically photographs of a map of the location and the building itself. But in B6, which I didn't, well, I did pull as well, there's a stipulation that says that adequate facilities and services exist or are planned to serve the project. And specifically, it says that calls for service and things like that are taken into account or prepared for. Was there anything like that taken into account for this specific location? Because we also have verbiage in these applications that we need to consider all the applications equally.
Sure. No, there's not any specific research into calls for service on a license like this. What you're referring to in B6 was part of a larger planning review. It was a site plan review. Since that's a big, large development with multiple residential and commercial activities occurring at the same time, it required certain planning oversight. So that's why that major decision letter and all those conditions are on that B6 item. So
Okay.
It's not something you would normally see with a general privilege license.
Okay, so concerns for calls of service is not something we take into account.
No, not unless we are advised that there is a significant issue.
Okay, and I only bring that up because calls for service at the Lake Mill Lodge was cause for removing a liquor license for the Lake Mill Maxi Mart, which I know is not apples to apples, but it was a significant amount of calls for service at a lodge. It was a big area of concern, so I just didn't know if that was taken into consideration at all when reviewing that this might be a concern for selling alcohol at another lodge.
Sure. Yeah, in a case like this, no, there was no specific reports that were generated in order to analyze that. This is something certainly that the department can look into in future and going forward with privilege licenses in general. Happy to look into that in the future.
Okay. Is this something that other motor lodges have, or is this kind of a unique thing?
thing?
Honestly, I couldn't speak to any knowledge of personal experience knowing. I know that a lot of these places that do have overnight stays do offer some sort of amenity like that. This is kind of a new project that's being brought forward, and I think it's trying to spruce up the building and the business itself. So I think this is something that they're
Okay,
trying
so
to.
it's not like a common thing to have a bar. It's not like usual.
I'd
when
hate
we-
to say yes or no on that.
Okay.
Without actually diving into the data.
Okay, all right, but just from, off the top of your head, no.
I would say probably not.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? like to
Madam
speak to
Vice
this?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'll say just a few words, and this is really for the benefit of my colleagues, but I know the Stremmels, who are the applicants, they own the Jesse and I think Abby's Alibi, and the intention there is not, I don't believe, to open another motel or a hotel place to stay. The intention is to build a spa with a passageway to the Emerson, which is the adjacent property. So it's not going to be, I don't believe, housing, but it's going to be a spa with pre and post-spa cocktails, as far as I can tell, and what I've spoken to Ms. Stremmel about it.
Okay, that would be helpful to have more information like that in the staff report.
No dispute. I think that they've applied for the condition for the, whatever the licensing requirement is. I don't know that they've yet fully announced their intentions to the universe about what they have, although I think it's fairly, I've seen it online posted that that's what their intention is. So I was really sharing just for your benefit.
Okay,
To
thank you
know
for
that
that.
it was not intended to be a motel.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other comments on either B5 or B6, which we're going to vote on together? Well, excuse me, we're going to take these one at a time, apologize. So is there a motion for B5?
Motion to approve.
All right, motion from Ms. Ebert, second from Mr. Reese. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. On to B6, could I get a motion?
Oh, I had a,
Oh, you have more questions?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you started talking them.
yeah.
Like, together,
So, yeah, I
so.
kind of just merged that in. So on B6, it's a leasing pavilion. So what does this look like? How are they serving alcohol at a leasing pavilion?
Again, Lance Frotto for the record. So basically, there's the leasing pavilion that is right in the middle of this whole community development. Basically, what they do is they bring people in to go over the leasing agreements and things like that. There is a bar that's already there. They generally were offering a complimentary cocktail, something of that sort. I think that they're looking at it as a business opportunity to bring the residents in after hours, after it's, after the leasing is done for the day. They can still have it as a bar. It's right in the middle of the development. They're just looking for another business opportunity.
Okay, so would they be serving the alcohol there? I mean, not serving, but selling it, or would it just be like a complimentary?
This would be selling.
Okay.
For this license, they'll be selling it on site.
Okay. And the reason for taking into account calls for service at this location versus the other is because people would actually be living there?
Well, basically, like I said, this is a part of a larger planning review. So because of all the residents and the commercial activity, and they have an outdoor event center, there were certain conditions that were applied to this approval, just to ensure that everything is safe and operating according to how you would expect a larger event center or development to operate.
Okay, so is this, and I'm sorry if I just didn't understand, is the leasing office connected to the bar? Or is it a
It's one
separate building? Okay,
It's one building, and it's right in the middle of the development, right there in the big grassy area. There's
Okay.
a building in there, and that's where they take people in. There's like the big models of where the where the different towers are, and then there's a bar there.
okay, thank you. Does anybody, should I make a motion?
Yes, please.
Motion to approve.
All right, motion by Ms. Ebert, second by Mr. Reese. Any further comment? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion is approved unanimously. And I see that Mayor Shivi's joined us. So what we're going to do next is turn, I want to make sure I've got this, to item D1. D1,
Oh, did you say D as in David?
yes?
Okay. Well, while the mayor makes her camera available for her appearance at this meeting, I'm going to read a statement. Madam Mayor, City Council members, and Madam Clerk, this item is a request by the City Attorney Office to hire outside legal counsel. He has selected the firm of Dickinson Wright LLC. The hiring is necessitated because the city attorney denied my June 2022 request for legal aid, and this is cumulated in his inability to perform his charter duties due to a conflict of interest. The matter in which the city attorney has a conflict of interest is a civil one which I have brought against the city for denying me a hearing related to my claims of improper government actions by City Manager Thornley that include multiple policy violations and retaliatory actions. Because this involves a matter in which I am personally involved, albeit in my capacity as a city council member, it is one in which I have a conflict of interest and I will recuse. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record that you keep for this meeting pertaining to these agenda items. Madam Presiding Officer, please hold off on opening this item until I depart the dais. Thank you.
Of course. All right. Okay. All right. All right. I'd like to call, I believe is our legal counsel going to present this to us?
No, we didn't plan on having a presentation. We thought
Well-
it was,
Okay, all right, no presentation.
Thought it was-
All right, Madam Mayor, you are on, and I didn't know if you had anything to say, but if no one has anything to say, I'm ready to request a motion.
I have some questions,
Okay, thank you.
actually. Okay, so.
Ms.
how-
Ebert.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Mayor Dewar. So what was the reason for not allowing the hearing back when it was requested?
it was time barred.
So
It was
was,
not
sh-
timely filed. The request was not timely filed is what I understood from Brian Irvine's.
okay, and was Councilmember Breckus advised of the time requirement at the time the
She's
complaint was made?
represented by her own counsel, so I'd assume she's getting advice from her attorney.
But when she made the complaint to the city attorney's office, was she advised that there was a time limit for her to request
He
a?
made a complaint to the city attorney's office. I investigated, and that's why I have a conflict.
Okay, so was at any point, was she advised that there was
She
a,
didn't ask me.
okay. Did she speak to the director of HR or?
I don't know
I
who
guess
she talked to.
How would she have known that there was a time requirement to request this hearing?
Ms. Ebert, I think I should probably answer, since I think our attorneys basically said he's conflicted out, and I don't think
Okay.
that he should answer these questions. I will just tell you this, all of the city's administrative protocol appeal processes are published for everything, and that applies to all employees, in this case, the employee question, also to anyone feeling that they have an adverse judgment against them by something that city did. So for example, it's not something, whether the city did something or failed to do something, a person can potentially have a claim against the city, and that claim is governed by the administrative code. And so that is expected, every employee, every developer, everybody is expected to generally know our appeal processes, so.
Okay, so the burden was on her to
That's-
know.
And every citizen on every issue.
Okay, so if she requested information of staff, was there no obligation on staff's behalf to let her know that there was a time limit on her to request a hearing?
If she asked that question, I'm sure they would answer it, but, I've run into this with citizens as well, over and over, where they are very unhappy with the fact that their time clock is run, and they can't advocate for something or argue something in front of the city. And they always say, how was I supposed to know? It maybe was a building permit that's not even published, and I have an issue with that too, because it's very hard for the average citizen, to figure out what's going on. I think in the case of council, we are generally more informed about administrative processes in front of us. I know Ms. Breckus is one of the longest serving I'm not saying whether she knew or didn't know. I'm just telling you that generally the burden's on the person who feels aggrieved.
Do we know if she requested any information regarding
I do not know.
hearing? Okay.
But in this case, what we're being asked to do is consider responding to her complaint against the city. And the question here is whether we are going to authorize the funds to do that. And my understanding is both our city manager and our attorney are conflicted out. That's why I'm speaking up as our presiding officer in terms of making a decision to spend money. I mean, you know.
Yeah,
so-
and that's why I feel like it's relevant. I mean, $75,000 to pay an attorney when I'm not comfortable saying that.
You still have time.
Okay.
That's like a
that-
warning bell, though. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not reading our new clock correctly. Thank you. I guess your time, if we could come around to a second round, that would be fine. Does anyone else have some questions about this? Comments? Thank you for pointing that out. I was looking at the clock, but I thought she still had a minute to go. Yeah.
Madam Vice Mayor, I have some comments. I am in support of the agenda item. Ms. Breckus has chosen to sue the city of Reno, and of course, because we don't have the city attorney's office to defend us, we have to hire outside counsel. But let me stay for the record that how we got here. So the Ward 1 member made a complaint against our city manager and demanded an investigation. That triggered our necessity to hire outside legal counsel due to a conflict with internal legal advice, and they hired an investigator, conducted an investigation. That investigation was completed, the result of which was, and I think is available for the public, but if not, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to append this to the record, a 34-page report of investigation that I have with me as well. That investigation concluded that Ms. Breckus had created, well, it actually concluded two things. One, that the city manager was beyond reproach in the activities that he undertook, and two, was that the Ward 1 council member had created a hostile and degrading workplace environment and had created a situation which resulted in some liabilities to the city. So then we had some opportunities to decide what we were going to do with that. I think we have tried to move it forward, meaning we have tried to move past it and not belabor the point, which I think, unfortunately, now we have a new piece of the wrinkle to the puzzle, which is the litigation initiated now by the Ward 1 member against the city. We've gotten legal advice, obviously. I believe that legal advice is sound to move forward and defend ourselves in that litigation. I don't like spending the taxpayers' funds on what I observe to be frivolous litigation. My hope is that as we move forward in the litigation, that we will be able to recover our fees and costs, just similarly to some other recent local litigation that's been initiated by citizens without merit. And so ultimately, my hope is that Mr. Irvine, who is not with us today, but will be able to pursue those against what I believe is frivolous litigation. And so I'm supportive of the effort and believe we have to move forward with it.
All right. Thank you. And I just wanted to tell Ms. Ebert that your inquiry is not wrong. I mean, these are important questions to answer, but I think they'll be answered in the litigation. They'll be argued, presumably, that it was timely. You know, in other words, we can't decide that here today. There's a whole administrative law process that has to go forward and respond to lawsuits. So she, Ms. Breckus, may make that argument, and she may be found to be accurate, you know, right. But we can't decide that here today. We're not the judges, and we just have to respond to the litigation, in my opinion. So any other comments from any other council members? All right, hearing none, I'm looking for.
I have more
sorry.
questions if
Oh,
I'm allowed.
that's what I'm asking. Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, round two, please.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not ready to support this without knowing if she was properly represented. I think that there was a duty to let her know what her rights were. I think that there was a duty of staff to follow some procedures, that it doesn't just fall on her, that there should have been some procedures put in place or outlined to follow. And I think that, you know, it's free to have a hearing, and it's $75,000 to move forward with this, especially given that we don't know that that she was properly informed or that she was properly represented. You know, we can't speak to our city attorney on this or conflict it out. I'm not comfortable supporting this at
Okay.
this time.
All right. I hear where you're coming from. Let me ask, I know, Madam Mayor, you've joined, I don't know, I want to make sure we
Yes,
include
thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. I would just like to say that this is unfortunate that we have to spend taxpayer money like this. According to our attorney, that there was ample time and there is a timeline. As you know, we have already had to hire outside help because of this situation. And here we are for round 2. And from what I understand, we have all been in attorney-client meetings, and it has been spelled out that that time had expired. I would also like to remind this council, and we can always get clarification, and I would like to remind this council that if this passes, then you will have the ability to speak with our legal counsel, Brian Irvine, on this matter. So any questions that you have, he will be at our disposal, anytime you need him. So if you don't feel any of your questions are ever answered or you have more questions, you can always reach out to him if this is a motion that does pass. So I just, because sometimes you don't get all your questions answered at a council meeting because we do have timelines. So I just want to remind everyone that. But I thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and I am happy to make the motion to approve this. It's unfortunate. And, because it is a pending legal matter, that is all I will say at this time.
Okay. Yes, we'll turn
Madam
to
Vice Mayor,
Ms.
I just
Turner.
have a quick clarifying question. I thought I heard that there was a comment made that the hearing was free, and I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. I just wanted
Okay.
to clear that up. If
Well,
anybody-
I think nothing's free in life. Maybe, attorneys are going to be
I'm
involved at both
do
sides.
you mind if I ask the manager if a hearing is
Well, I don't know
free?
if he can really opine, frankly. I don't know. I mean,
Is a hearing free?
So the way the ordinance works, we have to go hire a hearing officer to have the hearing. So the
Okay.
technical answer is no.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not comparing something that isn't accurate.
Gotcha.
So thank you. Sorry, Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify that.
all right. So I've heard a motion by Madam Mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Madam Mayor, second by Councilmember Reese. Are there any comments or thoughts on the motion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, all right. So we have, the motion passes 5-1, and the motion is approved. So okay, good, Ms. Breckus, good. All right, so that was item D1. We're now going to turn to hold on a moment, I have it right in front of me. I think it's G2 and G3. Okay. Let me get my agenda here. Here's my agenda. Okay. So we're going to turn to item G2, which is about the Reno Housing Authority and appointing a council member to represent. And if the clerk could tell us who's the current council member serving?
Mayor Sheevy sits in this position currently.
Okay, and is there just one or two?
At this point, this appointment is just that one reappointment position or appointment position for Mayor Sheevy's.
But we have two?
We have one council appointment on this seat. Well, in this capacity that is being noted on this agenda item, this one commissioner seat is just for the City of Reno spot, but we do have we do have other positions that are available by, sorry, this mask is throwing my brain off. We do have available seats for either commission members, City of Sparks council members, or City of Reno elected officials. And so that seat is taken by one of our council members, but this commissioner seat is specific to
Okay,
this
so
position.
it's good to get that out. So we have one seat that's reserved for City of Reno Council. We have another seat that's reserved for an elected official.
Correct.
And both of them currently are filled by Reno council members, the mayor and, is it council member Taylor? Okay. I just wanted to get that clarity before we vote. So are there any comments or questions further on this item, G2?
Yeah, I mean, G2, I always thought it was the mayor who could make the the mayor makes this,
Let us get some clarification.
This appointment is made by the manager, and then the council approves the manager's recommendation.
I thought as Ms. Breckus did, but I stand corrected.
can you give us the reference site after this meeting?
Yes.
And, if it's faulty, I'll, probably vote for it, but I'll bring it back because,
Okay,
but she keeps all that, so I have no reason to,
question it?
yeah.
Okay.
So-
Yes,
Are you ready for the recommendation?
I am,
All
Mr.
right.
Manager.
Well,
That's-
then, my recommendation, Madam Vice Mayor, is that we stay the course. I know that this work is important to her, and that Madam Mayor Shivi be reappointed to her role there
Okay.
at the RHA.
All right, so that's the manager's recommendation. I'd like to hear a motion and a second related to the manager's recommendation.
Move to uphold the manager's recommendation of Ms. Mayor Shivi to the Reno Housing Authority.
Okay. Second. All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Reese, second by Councilmember Martinez. Are there any comments or questions on the motion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're moving on to item G3, which is an appointment of one individual to the Reno Housing Authority. And a question I have is, could this be could this individual live anywhere in Washoe County? Or is this a Reno-centric individual?
It is
Resident
not.
in
Yeah,
RHA.
so they must be a participant in the RHA and receive assistance through them. So these
Right.
recommendations are for a resident that's participating in that program.
Okay. And again, do we turn to Mr. Manager or someone
This
else?
is a Mayor Shivi recommendation.
Okay, Mayor Shivi, do you have a recommendation for a resident currently living in a Reno Housing Authority property?
The recommendation from the Reno Housing Authority was for Mexin Huang or Dijonay Soli.
Okay. Do you, Madam Mayor, have a thought?
Is she still with us?
I know, could you turn to the page that shows?
you
Yeah,
can
there
see
she
she's
is.
there.
Mayor Shivi, I'm going to ask one more time. We have two options here. If you can't hear us, we could continue this. We're meeting in 1 week, or you could ask someone else to make a recommendation.
Sorry, I'm just confirming that she can hear us. So
All right, sorry, can you hear me? I kept trying to
There you
unmute
go.
myself.
Yes.
Thank you.
We can now. Thank you.
I'd like to appoint Dejanay.
Okay. So I have a motion.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Sorry.
Motion by the mayor to
you.
appoint Dejanay Soule, is that how you say it? And a second by Councilmember Reese. Is there any conversation, discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Good job.
thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, hang in with us if you want to, while you can. And to that end, I'm going to, since one of your items is up on the consent, which is item B25, I'm going to ask that we take B25 out of order as well while you're on the phone with us. And B25.
Thank you, that sounds good, thank you.
Okay, and B25 is a recommendation for $1,000 donation from council discretionary funds from Mayor Shivi, $1,000, myself, $1,000, and Councilmember Reese, $1,000. Were there questions or comments from the council? This was pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yes, thank you. I pulled this, and I want to state to begin with that I commend anti-Semitic thought, speech, actions in any form. I condemn Hamas for what happened on October 7th, and I also hope that the hostages will be returned unharmed by that terrorist organization. Having said that, I did pull this, as I did last time, and have here a copy of our resolution that governs how we distribute these funds. I know we've all read it, but Madam Clerk, could your group put this under the glass over there for me? Because there has to be an explanation of the substantial benefit of how the funds benefit Reno citizens.
Right.
And the one previously that are my discretionary funds from Ward 1 allocation go to a group that's called, that's Northern Nevada based. But I earmarked those, as I often do, I did for cat trapping a while ago, to Reno, okay? And this one, unlike the one that also came in December for the Indian organization, has in its explanation an ability that could, in advancing this group's objectives, have the latitude to spend money on Israel-related activities. And I'll say, you know, you mentioned how you gave money, you know, was international the other day, Madam Presiding Officer, for a group to go to abroad for a Little League team. But those were Reno residents, Reno community members. Here, and I'll just say what I asked again in December, is I'm asking the council to put somewhere on the record that this funds will not go or be used by this organization for Israel purposes. This is advancing interests, activities in Israel. I think there was a comment of before of tourism or so on. I'm fully prepared to support the bread and honey, you know, the special event that this group hosts, and a host of other things. One of their administrators came up and said that they have burdens of security for when they're meet. Great, let's narrow this to that. Let's exclude Israel. And the reason that I'm bringing that up is because I am very disturbed about Israel response to October 7th. I call for a ceasefire, but the latest numbers I'm operating with are that 24,000 people in Gaza have been killed, about 65,000 maimed, and that starvation and possibly famine is upon us.
Okay,
and
thank
I
you.
do not want Reno money. If I could, I know you've
can
had
get
a
a
lot of
second
time
round.
today. The
Yeah.
judge had time.
Yep.
If I could conclude, I don't want there to be any specter that our money is going to a group that then can support and advance Israel's state interests. So please, council, be consistent with a substantial benefit to the inhabitants of the city of Reno. Have them get on record, say that they will use it for security purposes, you know, to enhance the festival that we're going to give other money to, but just exclude, draw out Israel. The Indian group that came up before, it was cultural life in Nevada related to the Indians.
All right, you've made your point. Thank you so much. Were there any other comments by anybody else? No. I do have a comment, and I wanted to explain something. In my mind, it's a very fair game to be opposed to anything. We all have opinions about what is right, what's wrong, what we're comfortable with, what we're not comfortable with. I'm going to say it from my perspective. So from my perspective, I introduced a concept of false equivalence, and that is where there's a but-for test, and it means that if you only didn't do this thing, you would do something else. And my problem with that, from an anti-Semitic point of view, we have an item that I don't believe anyone pulled, or maybe they did, item 24, which has $5,000 for TIPS, okay? I think TIPS, which is the Trauma Intervention Program of Nevada, is fantastic. But to call out one thing that's about one group and to say, well, only if we only didn't fund that, somehow we would solve other world problems, I think is in fact an expression of anti-Semitism from my perspective. If we said, well, we don't like any money being spent for anything, we should take all council discretionary money and use it for helping the unsheltered population or creating 10 nights in a motel, fine, and I've actually done that. And on a future agenda item, you will see that I also have money to support the nonprofit for Catholic Charities, same amount of money. And you will see on a future item coming up that I also have money to support the nonprofit arm of the Mormon Church. Both of these are dear to my heart. What the Catholic Charities does in our community for the unsheltered, what the Mormon nonprofit Just Serve does year after year, coming to our community and helping us plant trees, clean up things, constantly reaching out to me, what else can we do? Recognizing 9/11 was service. I've continued to do it and I will continue to do it, but to just call out one thing and say it's only this thing that somehow is harming another thing, I have a great problem with that. And I do believe it expresses a form of anti-Semitism from where I sit. Okay, if we came in, I've just looked at Miguel, if we said, well, if only we didn't spend money, I think you recommended a Hora or another Hispanic group, and if only we didn't spend that money on that, we could shelter 10 more people or fix our homeless problem. I would find that similarly very discriminatory, very inappropriate. So speak about the item, but please, these kind of false equivalencies, I really have a problem with. So anyway, I've said my piece. Did you have a comment, Mr. Reese? You look
Yes,
like
thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
adjusting your microphone.
Thank you so much. I imagine at some point in time, we'll figure out the nits about how we're going to put ourselves in the queue, which is still something
sorry.
we're working
Yeah.
on. No problem, it's not your issue. A couple of things. Number one, Ms. Dewar, you are the vice mayor, obviously a dear friend, and I feel a lot of heartfelt concern for you as a Jewish member of our body and as a person, but also for our Jewish community here in Reno. So I want to say thank you for being such a passionate, vocal advocate. I know that that is not easy to do and sometimes exposes you to your own set of risks. So thank you. I suppose it's worth asking our folks here who represent the Jewish community from Jewish Nevada what they want us to know about this item before I take my vote on it. So I'd ask Mr. Mallon or Ms. Langer to come to the podium. Ms. Breckus, I think, is similarly when Ms. Ebert raised this issue originally, and then the rest of us who are on this agenda item wanted to support our Jewish community here in Reno, was the right opportunity. And so I wonder what you might say about that, Mr. Mallon.
Thank you, Elliot Mallon, for the record. And that's going to be an old habit I will never get rid of saying. Look, let me start by saying that 95% of the Jewish community identifies as Zionist. At the end of our holidays, the holiest day, we always say L'Shana Haba'ah v'Yerushalayim, which is next year in Jerusalem. We also recognize that Palestinians exist and we want them to live safely and securely. And you heard me earlier say, we also want you to give the same money to our Muslim community. We don't want them to be excluded. We don't want them to feel unsafe. It's also why I was very direct in saying and recognizing a 200% increase in Islamophobic hate attacks in this country. That's not acceptable. What we want to do, what we do, is specific to our community. I'm very grateful when I first moved here, and Vice Mayor, you'll remember this, is that we didn't have Jewish Nevada presence up here. Jewish Nevada is, for all of you if you don't know, is the Jewish Federation of North America branch for Nevada. It services our Jewish community. Part of that is we upkeep the Hebrew Cemetery over by the university. We spent, I think, $500,000 a few years ago to expand it so that way we could do more Jewish burials here. We do Milk and Honey. Mara is the first one to bring that here. We bring cultural events to Reno. We bring Jewish life to Reno that didn't exist before we had Mara and before Jewish Nevada really came up here. We have 3 synagogues, a vibrant Jewish life. We are here to service the Jewish community and to grow awareness about our community. That's it.
The second round?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, if you're the representative of this group, Mr. Malin, could you bring up the sheet, the resolution again? It says, and I want to center back on what our parameters for allocating this money are. Provides the resolution designate the recipient and how the donation provides a substantial benefit to the inhabitants of the city of Reno. Okay? Your organization is one that, is described uniquely to ones that I've seen in the past, which is, a mission that is international and to other places. And that can be construed as in conflict with our resolution of a substantial benefit to the citizens of Reno. Number of things have been mentioned that your organization does of substantial interest to the citizens of of Reno, the cemetery, which is a landmark, the milk and honey, which I know a lot of people have enjoyed, even the ability to provide support for your meetings gatherings. So can you say that this $3,000 will be used in those contexts of your organization rather than even something that was mentioned before, like tourism to Israel or, organizations in Israel or other things like that? Will it be used of substantial benefit to the habits of the city of Reno and not those outside of Reno?
If I may. Elliot Mallon, again, for the record. So last time I came up here and spoke at the last meeting, if you recall, I actually specifically said that all the money that we get that is public stays here in our community. We use it here in our community. And I also said that we do raise money for nonprofits in Israel. That's completely fine. Those are private dollars. We do not spend public dollars on anything that is outside of our community. And when we are raising money for things in Israel, we are talking about, again, private dollars for trauma services, private dollars for ambulances, for hospitals, for helping support people that are also from Nevada. They are Nevadans there. A really quick aside, on October 6th, it was October 6th for us, October 7th in Israel, when this all started, the first person I thought of was a friend of mine that I grew up with, who lives in Sderot in southern Israel. The person I grew up with here in Nevada. Their family is represented by Jewish Nevada too. And so it's not lost on me what we do and who we are. Jews do have a unique connection to Israel. That is where we are indigenous too. Again, we recognize the Palestinians and we want them to live safely and securely. But the money that you are talking about today is all used here in our community for security, for milk and honey, for every event that we do. When we talk about the Hanukkah menorah lighting that happens here, we use money for that too. That takes security, that takes resources. So this is all going to a public benefit for our community to grow the vibrancy of Jewish life here.
Thank you so much for those eloquent words. We're out of time. And I think that was your time clock.
I won't be making a motion. I'll be
Right.
speaking
No,
on the
I
vote.
understand.
Yeah,
But I
my
was
time
just-
is, I
Okay,
yield.
is there any other comment from council on this item? Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
Move to approve.
Okay, Vice Mayor, I don't know if you can hear me.
No, now I can.
Oh, okay, sorry. It's for some reason it doesn't want to unmute over here. Anyway, I would like to make a motion. First of all, I would like to say to Mr. Malin, I am so sorry that this has got to be honestly incredibly uncomfortable for you when something is so important to our entire community, and I just feel like it's not fair that you're being victimized up here. And so I want to say I am so sorry. So I'd like to make the motion to be supportive. So Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
This is a motion to approve.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have a motion from from Mayor Shivi and a second from Councilmember Reese. Is there any comment on the motion?
Yeah, I have the comfort at this point that I didn't have in December on the allocation of this funds to this group, that it will be narrowed and used in the city of Reno. So I am comfortable to support it. And I want to speak a little bit also from personal experience. My grandfather flew, what I recall, 17 missions over Germany where his grandparents came from, and went as far east as Dresden as a navigator. And that city was leveled by the Allied forces. And at this point, that is the comparative of what has happened in, I think, 103 days to Gaza. It has been leveled like Dresden was leveled. And that's why I brought it forward and forced the issue to have the comfort so that I could take this vote, that we will not be supporting Israel in the actions that the war that they are creating against the Gaza people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And on that note, it is now 12:30. I know that we still have some people in the audience, but we must meet with our attorneys. I'd like to take a, let me ask, how long do we need for the legal briefing? Okay, so we're going to take a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Please get some snacks outside at our new biggest little city cafe if you're starving. So I will share that. So thank you, and we'll We're going to come back into order now. Sorry for the short delay. And I'll turn it back to you, Madam Clerk. I think we're on B11.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Doer. We are reconvening the meeting at 1:21 with Mayor Sheevy absent at this time, and we are reopening with item B11. B as in boy 11, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Councilmember Breckus, do you want to ask
I would like a
question?
staff report on this one.
Yeah, Mr. George.
All right, yeah, we have a brief presentation.
Okay, so.
All right. Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for the Public Works Department. And I'm here today for the award of a construction contract for the National Bowling Stadium roof levels 3, 4, and 5 repair project. This image here on this slide is of the several tiers of roof that are on the National Bowling Stadium. There are 5 tiers of roof, so there's 5 levels of roof on this building. They were last reconstructed at different intervals. This project is for levels 3, 4, 5, the upper portion of the roof. There are some repairs that need to be made to stop leaks that are happening to the roof currently. Last year, if you recall, we did a project on levels 1 and 2. After that, during the storms of this 2023, we realized that there is leaks actually occurring on the upper levels as well. So staff put out a project to repair the issues that we're seeing on the roof in levels 3, 4, and 5. Low bid for that project was CTR Roofing, and we're looking to award a contract to them for $181,550 to repair the deficiencies that are on the roof currently. Funds for this project come from the $2 room surcharge tax. And that concludes the presentation.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. So, thank you for your presentation. So, is this in our current CIP?
So the current CIP has an allocation of, I believe, $500,000 for preventive maintenance. Those are items that come up like this that were a response to a deficiency that we had noticed from a roof failure. So this one specifically, no, but it's accounted for in that $500,000 emergency CIP and or $500,000 for emergency CIPs on
In
these
the,
facilities.
specific to the $2 surcharge?
Correct,
You have a
specific to the
$500,000 contingency. And how much of, with this, how much have we tapped so far this year? Because we did the fencing.
The fencing is one that was on the CIP, so
Okay.
that wasn't a part of the emergency
Okay.
fund.
So we are halfway through the fiscal year. We budgeted $500,000 for contingency. And this takes how much? 181 of it.
181, correct.
And that's the first touch of the contingency.
Correct.
Okay. And do you have a rating of the building that prioritizes the needs?
Yes, there's a facility condition analysis that is included with the capital improvement plan for each facility. So there is a plan for this facility.
Okay. And I guess I can just ask, the next thing is the $143,000 in B12?
Correct.
Was that on the CIP?
No, that's another emergency repair, and I've got a presentation. for
Okay,
that
I'll wait
next
for
week.
that. Okay, okay. Well, here's the story for me. Madam Clerk, do you mind putting this up on the glass, one of your staff? Those are the minutes from December. When, and I can't remember if it was the first meeting or the second meeting in December. We adopted both today, but it was related to the fencing. And we all know we've completed our obligations to the bowlers. And we also knew last month that we had $3 million in this fund. And with that $3 million, we can spend it very broadly through downtown. I actually have a list of 5 projects downtown that I would think would enhance all Reno residents' lives, not just people who like to bowl. So I said back before that I don't want to see anything come down on a consent agenda that hasn't been budgeted or discussed at council. You know, and I did not know, I think this is new information, excuse me if I didn't get it last time, that you had a $500,000 contingency. That's a pretty healthy contingency. You know, but we've got it budgeted, so the 3 million balance is above and beyond that. So I don't know. I guess if this is roof,
Finish your thought.
thank you. Roof leakages are, you know, pretty contingent. But I'm just going to call it up again is, when is the council going to look at this $3 million and start to think about broader downtown? We've done what we said we would do for the bowlers.
Right.
And more.
Okay.
And then it comes back on the next consent agenda.
Right.
Well, you know,
you've
we're
made your
leaving money
point.
on the table for our citizens to discuss. And I know we have a subcommittee. I've been on that subcommittee. I support it. But I want this discussion so people can bring their own thoughts forward about how to spend money downtown.
All right, great. Is there any more questions or comments on this item?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For my part, because I do serve on the subcommittee, I'll say I think it could be important to the members if they receive the staff reports that were briefings related to our last $2 surcharge subcommittee, because that would at least identify the budget issues. And I can tell you, Ms. Breckus, because that meeting was an important one for looking at the budget, our finance team is definitely on top of where the budget is. And look, it's not that we're spending money just to the benefit of the bowlers. It is an asset we own. We own the building. We have to maintain it. And so for my part, I do think long-term it would be good for each of the council members to see what the CIP needs are, what money is in the account today, what is projected to be in the fund. And Ms. Koski, I know, is nodding in agreement, because unfortunately, it's like with many other capital needs of our growing city, there are more needs than there is capital at this point, especially as to this building. I have asked for us to explore in the new year, looking at expanding the contributions that go into the capital surcharge subcommittee, which would have to be done legislatively. But for my part, of course, I support this agenda item and the one that's coming up. In the end, within the next, I think it's 3 or 4 years, we will have spent down all of the funds that we collect, meaning there aren't going to be additional funds because there are ongoing maintenance and related operational issues at the National Bowling Stadium. So there's no, and I, like Ms. Breckus, agree and have asked in that committee whether or not those funds can be used for other beneficial purposes downtown. And so I'm glad that we're looking at other ways to start to begin the conversation about downtown. I had a briefing on that yesterday. And so lots of needs, small pots of money.
Okay.
But thank you to support this item.
All right, great. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor. As the current chair of the Capital Project Surcharge Fund Committee, I just want to mention that we did get a good briefing from Director Koski and some of her staff about the contractual obligations that we have for these upcoming years. And yeah, that $3 million was on there, and there was a healthy discussion about where the allocations were coming up in these next few years. And so just to add to the discussion and not to go over anything that Councilmember Reese said, but definitely wanted to make sure that folks understood that we had a healthy conversation during that meeting about those funds, and we definitely explored the idea of using those funds in other places to improve downtown for our residents overall, and expanding what we can do with those funds and looking at ways to do that. So I appreciate the comments that have already been made in the presentation, Mr. George, about the need for this. And I am also in support of this getting passed and us meeting those obligations that we have to the bowlers. So thanks so much for the time.
Okay, good. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. I'm looking for a motion. You pulled this, Councilmember Breckus.
I won't be making a motion.
I have,
Okay. Oh, you didn't say.
sorry,
You
I have a
questions?
question. I'm just curious why this project would be prioritized over something like, say, the Record Street facility, the problems that are happening at that building, like why we haven't had any discussions about maintaining or fixing issues that have happened there. I know we have a leaky roof. We had some copper piping that was removed. I mean, I understand that this is an asset. We have the bowlers come through. but we have other assets that the city of Reno owns that we're aware of issues currently.
I'm not aware of the issues at the Record Street property. The ones that I'm aware of are what we have at the bowling stadium, and the reason it's priority is because the roof is leaking and it's visible inside of the building.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, looking for a motion?
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Reese, second by Councilmember Taylor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're moving on to item B12, which is also related to the bowling stadium and pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
I've got another presentation for
Sure.
that one if you'd like.
Is that what you would like, Ms. Breckus? Ms. Breckus?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
please.
All right, again, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for the Public Works Department. Item B12 is for the award of a construction contract for National Bowling Stadium, uninterruptible power supply 2 replacement. So the bowling stadium has several uninterruptible power supply systems. These are items that if power from the grid were to fail, the uninterruptible power supply system kicks in and it keeps systems operational until the generator kicks in certain circumstances. So this system would not interrupt bowling operations should the power go out. During the tournament in 2023, there were power outages in the downtown area that interrupted the bowling play, and it was due to the result of the UPS system number 2 failing. And what that system controls is the scoreboards for the bowling lanes. So there are several others that will keep the lights on until the generator kicks in. This one is unique. It controls only the scoreboards and it does not have a backup to the generator. So this contract is to replace that failed uninterruptible power supply system so that we don't have an issue with the upcoming bowling tournament that starts here in a few months, where if the power were to go out, it would interrupt play at the bowling stadium, which is a big disruption to something where they've got events lined up every day, every hour of the day. Staff put out a project for bid publicly. Nelson Electric Company was the low bidder on this project. The cost of the construction contract we're looking at is $143,580. And one of the stipulations on that contract was a rapid turnaround or timeline to install that prior to the next tournament. So we have a deadline in the contract for them to install the uninterruptible power supply system by March 1st of this year. Project was approved by the by the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee, and funds come from the $2 room surcharge tax. That concludes my presentation.
Yeah, now, I supported the last one because leaky roofs are bad, but, interrupted bowling, so you don't have to do hand tallies. I don't know. In the infrequent circumstances when the power goes off at my house, I'm looking for headlamps and candles and blankets, the bowlers to help them keep score. This is, icing. It is really demonstrating that we are just ready to throw whatever money we want at this facility, not even have a conversation about what the community needs. And it's going to be, and not only that, guess who's paying the debt on this? Us. Sometimes with general fund. So this is a bridge too far. This is one that is not a contingency situation. In my view, we say no to this. We have the conversation here about how to use. We love to, ask people what they think. I'd like to ask the public what they think the priorities are for this $2 surcharge, because we've done enough. We've done more than enough. And I want to show, can you show the first page of his presentation? Because I said I had a list of downtown improvements that are eligible for this. Oh, next one. Keep going. It was the one with the bridge. Yeah, it was the final of the last presentation.
I think that's the screensaver. In
Oh,
between
okay, can we get the screensaver on? So some of those are some broken sidewalks downtown. Some are deteriorated facilities like the old Purple Riverwalk amenities where you got broken sculpture and so on. And then another one, well, there's also lighting, and we talked so long ago about doing some hot spots in public spaces. But look at these splinter bridges. We've got 2 of these. People walk on these, dogs go on these, they're buckling. We could spend the $3 surcharge on this. What do you think? Should we have a conversation about how to improve deteriorating facilities like this with an eligible funding source? Or should we give backup energy supplies for out-of-town bowlers to tally their rolls or whatever they do? I've been talking about this for 10 years. I've always supported our obligations, even though I didn't support paying bowlers to come for vacation to fill rooms in the row. But at this point, I think this is really folly, and we need to look out for other interests in downtown because downtown's not doing too great.
Yeah. All right. Did you have a question, Councilmember Ebert?
I did. So besides the scorecards or scorekeeping, what else would be powered by this?
So like I said, there are several uninterruptible power supply systems in this building. This one is dedicated to the scoring boards and the scoring system.
So it's only for the scoring?
Correct. There are others that are dedicated to the lights, because you've got priorities with those. You got emergency egress and keeping the lights on so people could safely exit. So there's one dedicated to that. This one is for the scoring system and scoreboards.
That's it?
There's other ancillary items that are tied to it, but
Okay.
the majority of it
But
is
it's
for
not
the
literally to
scoring
keep the
system.
lights on or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I'm going to speak. I'm not very supportive either. I'm sorry, Justin. I think there are a tremendous amount of broken things that need to be fixed versus things that need to be made better. To me, this is a betterment. To my knowledge, unless they already have a UPS for scoring and it broke or something.
The existing system failed last year.
The UPS, so we do have an existing UPS for the scoring.
The existing one failed, is no longer working, so this is to replace the existing system.
Okay.
So this is not an upgrade or an
betterment.
improvement.
I
It's to
thought it
replace
was. I
something that was
misunderstood.
there. Yeah, so the one failed last year during a tournament, and that's what disrupted play severely, so. This is just to replace that unit.
I understand. Just curious, and you probably have numbers on this. I mean, I don't know how often the power goes out. It sounds like it happened at a critical time in the event. But do you have a sense of that? I mean, I know the power went out 1 or 2 times last winter during one of the heaviest winters that we ever had.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm not sure how often they occur, but it's something that does happen downtown. We see it here in City Hall.
Okay.
So it's.
All right, and I want to clarify, as I read, it sounded like we needed a 2/3 majority of voting, and I don't know if that's 2/3 of the 7 or 2/3 of the 6 that are here. Does anyone know? Our lawyers?
5/7 vote. Need 5 votes,
Regardless of who's here today.
right?
Okay, it doesn't lower the requirement. So we need 5
Yeah.
to pass it. Okay. All right, does anyone else have a question or comment? No. All right. Any final words for us?
Yeah, so I think if this were not passed, then we'd be in a situation where if the power were to go out again, there would not be backup for the scoring system, and it would impact the tournament. And we've heard from RSCVA that it is a major disruption, one that doesn't look good for the city's agreement with the U.S. Bowling Congress.
Okay. Well, that's different to me that we're replacing versus upgrading. And almost 150,000, I can think of a lot of things that need to be repaired just to be more operational, never mind, but you've explained it, so I appreciate
And
that.
staff, if I could, staff has also looked at ways to reduce that cost. Rather than replacing it with a unit of the same size, we've looked at a smaller sized or something that's refurbished that comes with warranty that matches that of a new one. So we have looked at ways to reduce the cost of this replacement.
So the
best that we can.
143,000 would be the bigger unit, and you're looking to reduce that, or this is a reduced cost?
This is a reduced cost. What's in there currently is a 150 kilovolt unit. We looked at replacing it with a 60 kilovolt unit just because of the projectors for the scoreboard and other items. They've reduced their load since the building was built in the
Gotcha.
90s. So
Okay.
we can downsize it, and that's reflected in the cost we have here.
Okay, that is the downsized cost.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, any final comments, thoughts? Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
Second.
All right, motion from Councilmember Reese, second from Councilmember Martinez. All in favor,
Yeah,
please. Oh, I'm
well,
sorry.
Yeah, I'm not
you-
gonna vote on this. I mean, it's doesn't meet the definition of contingency, in my view. You know, and if the power goes out, people can get out safely, and they probably should be getting out, not continuing to bowl. Because I know in Ward 1, when the power goes out, I'm worried that NV Energy has called it out, and we've got a fire roaring down a canyon, okay? So, you know, what's next? Continuing to say, okay, well, we have 250,000 in this contingency, and next time it is, you know, better receptacles for the soap and other things, or elevator treads.
Okay.
I mean, escalator treads. Let's be focused on this. I vote $150,000 so people in flip-flops and their dogs are not splintering on those bridges. That's the priority I want to have, and I want to have the discussion on the priority, not just, you know, here you go again, RSCBA tells us this, and so on. There's not an unlimited fund of money, and there's a lot not getting done in downtown. So I'm voting no on this. Thank
Okay.
you.
I have another question.
Yes, please. And we have a motion on the floor, so try to
Okay, I'm
focus
sorry,
on.
very quick. What are the limitations on what these funds can be used for? Like, are there restrictions? We can't use it for, you know, what? Like,
That I'd have to look back at the,
I gotcha. So the municipal code, section 2.10.470 of the municipal code, subpart A says, "The proceeds of the surcharge imposed by this article must be used to pay the cost of improving and maintaining publicly owned facilities for tourism and entertainment in the district or within 1 mile outside the boundaries of the district, except for minor league baseball stadium project as defined in NRS 244A0344. The proceeds of the surcharge must not be transferred to any other fund or account or used for any other purpose."
okay, so thank you for clarifying that, Manager Thornley. So this isn't something that can be used just for basic public safety. This is something that has to be used directly for tourism and protecting the city's assets with regard to those types of activities.
Tourism and entertainment within the district or within 1 mile of the district.
Okay, so if we don't use it for this, it's still really limited on what we can use it for.
But
Okay.
tourism is the built environment, the sidewalks, the river walk, the parks. It's a lot of things it's a lot of public spaces that we own that are not getting maintained.
And how, they're coming this time, when are they coming back?
correct, we've got that March 1st deadline for this to be completed. That's in time for the next championship tournament that starts, so shortly after March 1st.
Okay, all right. Well, we have a motion, did you have a?
Oh,
further
Madam
comment?
Vice Mayor, I just wanted to remind our colleagues the economic impact that the bowlers have on the community. It's real easy to throw stones at a building that, you know, maybe I wouldn't have hoped to have a city engaged in owning its own bowling stadium to begin with all those years ago. But we own it. We have an obligation to maintain it. We have an obligation to the National Bowling Congress and the SBCAA. I can never remember. They change their name so often. But the Bowling Congress, who will be here. Is it my absolute God's honest priority in life? No. But it is of importance to the RSVA and to the Bowling Congress. And again, the economic impact that bowlers have on this community is literally $1 billion with a B. And I don't disagree with my colleagues who would like to see funds spent on different things downtown. It's somewhat of a thing that Ms. Vice Mayor Dewar said earlier, false equivalencies, because it's not that we're going to spend it on this instead of that, because there are enough capital needs that the entire fund will not have money in it within a number of years. So we're trying to do the best we have with a limited amount of budget. It's not going to be that we don't vote to approve this, and somehow then we'll have the ability to repair planks on a bridge. That's false equivalency, and so I'm supportive.
All right.
I'd like to make another comment.
please.
I'd just like to say, I agree also with Councilmember Beckus that there's a lot of need for different things, but I do feel that there is a real tangible, quantifiable amount of revenue that we receive from this facility, whereas I don't know that we can necessarily do that with the Riverwalk. I know that we know annually that we're going to have the tournament there. We know that people are going to be staying in our hotels as a result of this tournament. So just based on that, I'm going to support.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion, a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. So we have 5 of 7. Is that sufficient to pass this? Okay. All right. So the motion is approved, or the item is approved. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. George. All right. We are, I got my list here. Madam Clerk, I think it's we did B16 and 17. I think we're at B21.
Madam Vice Mayor, we're actually on item B15, Councilmember Ebert.
I apologize. Somehow I didn't get that one circled.
No worries.
Okay. Councilmember Ebert, you have questions? They have answers.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief.
This will be real quick. Just, my only question is this just for training? Is this,
No, this is a grant that is tied to emergency management. So we get these funds from the state, well, from the feds through the state as reimbursement for time spent on emergency management. So it basically funds a position, and if you get down into the weeds, it funds most of one position and part of another.
okay, so if something were to happen to this funding source, would we need to find another funding source for these positions?
We would not. This is a fully funded position, fully funded FTE. In fact, we were not even getting these funds a decade or so ago. This is kind of one of the understated successes of the fire department. About 9 years ago, we started getting the full amount, the full allocation for Reno. So this is additional revenue that we brought in through the fire department to the general fund, but it does not jeopardize that position.
Okay. All right, well, I'm ready to make a motion to approve.
All right.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion from Councilmember Ebert, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passed unanimous. Congrats. All right. We're moving on to B18. I think this was as pulled by Councilmember Ebert.
Good afternoon.
Did you have a question, Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah.
Green.
Oh, there it goes.
B18.
Nope, there it goes. I also have a presentation if you would like, or I can just
Okay.
answer questions.
Well, is it a short one?
Pretty short.
Short means like 5 slides?
Yeah. it's
Okay.
short then.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah, that's all I wanted, was just a presentation of where the trees are going to be going. I don't really have questions, I just wanted to
Sure.
have a presentation. Thank you.
So once again, Suzanne Groneman for the record. This is acceptance of a grant from the USDA Forest Service for $500,000. This aligns with our current strategic plan, infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability, as well as arts, parks, and historical resources. This project, as I stated, is a $500,000 grant. It's for a period of 5 years. The planting area is along Airway Drive between Neal Road and Longley Lane, and you can see the area there in yellow. The project includes some material removal. The goal is 100+ trees in that area, and then some greenhouse improvements in order to support the program. I want to go over the site selection and the match requirement. We were able to get a match waiver, meaning 100% of this project is being funded by the USDA. If not, it would have been a 1-to-1 match. So for example, if we had had a $500,000 project, they would have funded $250,000. We would have had to have funded $250,000 also, which was not budgeted. So the tools that we used, the first one, it is the CEJST Disadvantaged Community Identifier. This was required to receive the match waiver. We had to show that the project area would be in a disadvantaged community as defined by the federal government. And as you can see there in the blue ring, The entire project area is in a disadvantaged community, which is the gray area. The second map there is the EPA EJ screen. EJ stands for Environmental Justice. We also use that tool to show some other factors, some other demographics, health disparities and things like that in that area. Excuse me. This one is actually a tool that we subscribe to as the city called GreenLink, and this is called the GreenLink Equity Map. The areas in yellow, I added 2 equity indicators to get an idea of this area. The areas in yellow mean that those households have what's called a higher energy burden, so sort of a higher utility burden. They also have a higher urban heat index. So if they are in yellow, for example, Census Tract 9, an 8.4 UHI urban heat index means that area is about 8.5 degrees higher than surrounding areas. And then same with the other census tract, which you can see here on this map. I highlighted where those are in proximity to the lower portion of the airport. So my recommended motion, I move to approve staff recommendation to accept the grant from the United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service for the Inflation Reduction Act Urban and Community Forestry City of Reno program to plant trees along Airway Drive in the amount of $500,000, and approval for the city manager to sign the required grant forms and agreements.
All right. Councilmember Ebert, you had questions? Or you just wanted to know where they're going to be?
Yeah, I wanted to see the presentation, but also I wanted to know about irrigation. Will this grant cover irrigation for the upkeep of these trees?
The grant does not require any, the grant did not allow for any significant construction for irrigation. So that was actually another reason that in those areas of yellow that I had there, those were identified. Those are areas where we have existing irrigation or would need to do very little additions to support the trees.
Okay, those were all my questions.
I have some questions.
Sure. Councilmember Breakfast.
What do you mean by we have irrigation there?
And I might defer to Nathan to speak on that from the Parks Department specifically on that piece.
Because it's adjacent, most of it, maybe all of it, is adjacent to airport lands.
Hi, Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record. That's correct, but it is in the median, so it's in the right of way and it's our responsibility. And we're currently maintaining that area.
You know, here's the story is through the development regulations, the airport's responsible for putting in certain improvements. And we keep putting in those improvements and not holding them to do those improvements. So are they hooking up? Who's paying the water metering?
We are paying the water.
And what does, this came through the big Biden infrastructure bill?
I believe that's correct. As she explained before, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, so this wasn't our ARPA monies that bucketed to the council where we had a lot of discussion. This was other federal money that became available. And staff went out and, pursued a $500,000 grant with, ongoing enhanced irrigation responsibilities, paying the water meter. Was the council, did it come before the council of, hey, these are the ideas of how we want to go forward on this?
I think that's what's happening now, but I think it meets one of the strategic efforts for the city, so. I think
But
that
it's
was
been
the direction.
awarded now. It's been awarded.
I mean, we're deciding whether to accept the grant. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but here's my problem. I've tried for 4 years to get a very small piece of land hooked up to the city irrigation where there's a hydrant and everything, so I know there's water. And it's about the size of this room. And I received from the Parks Department, no, 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 no. We are not taking on any more irrigation responsibilities related to more or less roadways, even though there's one very similar down the block, about a mile away. And so what happens now is, without any discussion, we go and we decide that we're going to pursue a grant to take on more irrigation responsibility, which, by everything I know, the airport should be doing. So, you know, I am troubled about this, that we're not having these discussions of the grants. You know, what are the priorities for the grants at this table? And I don't know how to explain it, you know, a little bit more, but I'm seeing too many grants come through where it's all been packaged and not brought for the council, particularly, you know, long-term, the maintenance of, you know, what are our priorities? We've got a grant, that's great. But, you know, this is the body that makes the commitments of resources.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, Director Ulia and Mr. Groman, for the presentation and information about this grant, the $500,000 that we were awarded to plant trees. Mr. City Manager, were the city's strategic objectives or plans approved by this council?
I mean, my understanding is, of course, you know, the city's strategic plan, the city's master plan were approved and adopted by this council, and certainly combating the public health effects of urban heat islands and food deserts are among those goals.
Yeah, and as Ms. Cronin stated at the beginning of the presentation, this grant ties in to those strategic plans, which were voted on from the council, as was just clarified from the city manager. I appreciate that, and I do find it a little bit, you know, gross or disgruntling to see that a disadvantaged community is being pawned when they're the 90th and 100th percentile on the EG screen tool for an area that needs this sort of work. And we're using this neighborhood to advocate for other causes, which I'm not saying that they're not right. We should be advocating for those causes, but this community does not need to suffer because of other priorities that we've identified in other parts of town. We heard from constituents during public comment at the beginning as well of their support to plant these trees in a median that's already maintained by the city, that already has trees in that area. It's just adding to that canopy that we have in the city. And so I have full support of this grant and accepting this grant. I appreciate your efforts in bringing these trees to a much needed area of town.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much. And then Mr. Reese?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ms. Groneman, thank you for the presentation. Congratulations on having been the recipient of the grant funds. So I know that it takes a lot to apply for the grant funds. I'm very thankful, obviously, to the Inflation Reduction Act and the Biden administration for making those dollars available to communities like ours. Like Councilmember Martinez, I find it odd to sort of not celebrate the win, right? And I want to be very positive. $500,000 will come to this community. Those funds will be used to create more tree canopy, something that Councilmember Dewar has fought, I think, all of her elected life and certainly probably her own life to ensure that we have a green canopy wherever she's been. So very proud of you and your department for the work that has gone into getting this grant, and I'm absolutely supportive. Obviously, there's a cost to water, but I suppose in the end there's a cost to continuing to allow our tree canopy to thin and the heat islands that it creates and the lack of opportunity for people to interact with the natural universe. So I'm proud of you and your team again for the work that you've done, and absolutely supportive of accepting a $500,000 grant from the federal government.
Thank you. I'm going to just say something. I, too, want to thank you, Suzanne. This is truly unprecedented. We haven't gotten $500,000 for one of our sustainability initiatives in forever. I think the only one I can think of is working with MV Energy on the solar behind Moana. Was a pretty significant, it didn't come to us, but they're doing it and we're doing. I don't know what that amount is, but it's unprecedented to get this kind of money for trees. We would be lucky to get 10 grand, which we did. We celebrated that. We were amazed by that. I also think it's important to know that we have a responsibility for our public streets, and there's been every kind of documentation about the health effects of travel along those streets, very, very well traveled byway, the airway. And to Mr. Reese's point, there is a cost of not doing something, and that is directly to the health of our public. So, I mean, these benefits have been demonstrated. I think it's a good use of our time, which is also money, but also the water. And I want to just say that, while I understand what Councilmember Breckus was saying about the streets, because we require where sidewalks separate a parkway strip from a property, that's a property owner's responsibility to water that tree. In this case, we have an entire road separating a property from these trees. We're not expecting any public, commercial, residential to cross a major highway to water trees in a median. We're just not doing that. Unless that median was built, I can think of one instance up by Lakeside, or Lake Ridge, where a median was part and parcel of the deal, and they were to put irrigation out into that median. So this is more the norm, which, think of Plum Lane where we have a median and so on. So anyway, I'm very excited that you went after it. It's amazing that we got it. I remember the day that Doug called me and said, "You won't believe this. We just got $500,000 for trees." Yay. Okay, thank you. Moving back over to Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, could we bring up the aerial? I want to say, this comes on the tails of the sidewalks, which are, I think, something I identified. I was a Worcester mom watching too many Worcester students walk home around the airport after school in very inadequate conditions. But, it doesn't hurt for this body to have dialogue. We want to do surveys and ask everyone for input. This is the body that when we're talking about millions of dollars, and we are, because we're hooking it up to water, should be making the decisions. Doesn't hurt to put these on the agenda and prioritize and explain to us the grant parameters and for us to make the decisions of where the application is. I'm particularly concerned about the southern stretch of airway from Peckham to, is it Longley? Or the Dry Creek, more or less, where it comes in. Is it in the median or is it against the property line?
This doesn't, Suzanne Grenham for the record, this doesn't clearly show, it varies. In some cases, they're in the median, and in some cases, they're on the side of the road. So by looking at this, I don't know. I can get that answer, but I don't know that answer right now.
Well, these are the conversations I would have had, because I know, I think we all know, that land south of Peckham, which is shown fallow lands, it's being developed right now for industrial buildings. Everyone agrees, knows that? You know this better than me. And a condition of that development should be that they hook up and provide water, even sometimes in medians that call's been made. So right there, you've got a large stretch of this grant area that we are essentially putting public resources into what should have been a private responsibility, hand in glove, in developing that parcel. And I'm really troubled by that. I think that, the comments made, what community this is and their needs, but you need to look fine grain, and this should have been scouted out by this body, because the fine grain is this is a bailout to someone who's going to make millions of dollars in leasing a brand new industrial building, because they don't have to put out these obligations of watering and planting these trees, and we could have used it somewhere else in the parameters. So that's, I'm going to support, but I'm very troubled that too much is happening behind the scenes by staff, put on the consent agenda, and not enough front end here. And we're going into our 5th year. If I could just, these
Oh, we
bells-
got it.
Oh, yeah. We're going into our 5th year of not having a strategic workshop.
Okay.
And the strategic values that are very high level, green the community, increase the canopy. Also in a strategic workshop, you talk about operational issues. And it's time for this body to have discussions about operational issues, about how decisions are made about city commitments and resources. And just having things come up like this on consent, I think aren't fair to the body and aren't good operation.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I support, but I think I've made, pretty loud my concerns about this.
Thank you. I think, Ms. Ebert, did you have something?
Yeah, I do have some comments. First of all, I just want to say, great job, great work. I'm really happy about this grant as well. Anytime we can get trees, I'm really happy about it. But I did also want to say that, with that said, I do think that we could be more open with our discussions about where these are going to go. I think that we should, as a council, be shown the city as a whole. I know that I've been given links to the EPA, FEMA, and USDA maps to look at where we have food deserts, Justice 40 areas, and areas of climate change. And I know specifically in my ward, we also are struggling with low tree canopy and climate change. I know some specific areas where we have very high temperature increase as well. And it's not called out in this because the area that's going to get the trees has already been identified. So I think that there would be some value in when we get these grants coming to council with the whole city and showing where these needs are, what areas would qualify for these. I know that some people have made accusations that I personally think that everything should go to one particular area. I just want to make it clear that that's not the case. I just want to make sure that these types of grants are truly going to the area that have the most need. If that ends up being this specific location, then that is fantastic. But when we're given a map that just shows one specific area, be it this grant or the grant that we had in July on our July 26th meeting of 2023 where we accepted fruit trees, and we were just simply told that this was the best location for that $4,000 grant for fruit trees without looking at the rest of Reno. Council's just has to take you at your word, and no offense, but I think that we need to, as a council, look at the entire city. And it's all of our job to represent the entire city, not just specific wards. And I think that we should ensure that these dollars are going to the areas of most need. And I just want to make it clear, I'm very happy anytime we get trees. I'm very happy anytime we can plant a tree anywhere. But I want to make sure that staff knows that it's important to me that these funds are going to the area of greatest need, wherever that ends up being within the city of Reno. But it's hard for me to say with confidence that that's the case when all we're presented with is where these are going.
Okay. So what I hear you saying too is just a better understanding of the criteria and the analysis that's being done. And I think, you know, I said at the beginning of the meeting that we're always in a learning mode at government. Everything we do, we can probably do better each time. And so I think that's an added value, is just to understand the thinking, you know, and I love that. So thank you. Is there any other comment? Okay. I'm looking for a motion to approve or accept this grant.
I'll move to approve staff recommendation and accept the grant.
All right, so we've got a motion from Councilmember Martinez, second from Councilmember Taylor. Any final comments or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimous. Great job, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Yay. And great job to you too, Nathan, for supporting this. Okay, we are moving on, I think, to B21. Okay, so B21 as pulled by Ms. Breckus.
Yeah. While staff gets up here, I'm going to ask hi, I don't recognize you.
Hi, Rachel McIntyre, Activation Coordinator. for the
Great,
record.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as
I'm
well.
going to ask staff to give those to someone to put on the dais. So I have questions in particular about Base Camp Music Festival. Okay, and I know you're new and probably weren't on when we had Base Camp last July, but it's, as you see in the packet, it is a electric dance music, how do they brand themselves or explain themselves as Northern Nevada's largest summer electronic music festival and live concert promoter. So anyway, there's a little bit of an inconsistency in the materials here, okay? And I want to discuss, but I want to talk about that photo that I took back in July on a beautiful Saturday night, and how terrible it was for a Saturday night for people who did not pay to go see this organization. And there's a lot of them because we're all sitting on the outside there among city streets. And this went on for blocks. This raggedy, green, shredded fencing went along for blocks, crossed Arlington Avenue, went all the way along Wingfield, over to Sierra Street. Can you turn the next page? Okay. That's how ratty it was. You should have seen it the next morning. In other places it was broken, rickety. And this event was held at Wingfield Park. And so all of Wingfield was blocked off. It was, it stopped at appropriate time. It seemed like a friendly event for people who were there, but it really had a big, big outsized footprint in downtown Reno. And I'm not entirely sure that it's one that should be held on a public facility. Fortunately, there's other options nowadays. But, the problem that I see is if you look at the packet, there's 3 references that it will be held at Dancing in the City Plaza, next to the river on a balmy Sunday night. Let's celebrate together and believe. Where's it going to be? Next to the Believe sign. Where will the event take place? In the city of Reno. City Believe sign. Could you bring on the next one? And I thank staff for this. Okay, base camp. Save the date, July 27, 28, Wingfield Park. Okay, so the Believe Plaza, which is mentioned in their materials, we call it Civic Plaza, really, it has a formal name, I think is a better concentrated, not blocking right-of-ways place for this activity, okay? Further away from residents too, and I did hear a fair amount from residents, and also, won't be blocking streets. People can enjoy their balmy Saturday and Sunday nights. Those are the best. That is the potential to be the nicest weekend in Reno summer. And how would you like to see linear feet, maybe a half mile, 3/4 mile of green fenced tarps? Can we bring the next page? I want to bring another point
Well,
up.
let me come back
Okay.
to you. Let me see.
Okay.
Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I also got to see the event, and it was fantastic. It was so amazing to see so many different people downtown. And I have a picture, if you want to look at it, that was taken that shows people gathering and listening to music and having a great time downtown. And this is exactly what we want to promote. I will say the music might have been a little bit loud for some, but it was done at an appropriate time. And I think what we're looking at, look at all those people down there enjoying base camp. It was fantastic. People were out on their balconies. It was vibrant, and there was a whole bunch of different groups down there, and it was like a 2 or 3 day festival. Fantastic. This agenda item, I believe, is for the event that already happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to say a totally different opinion of the event. Thank you.
All right. For clarification, this event, the Believe in Reno 3 that's on today's agenda, happened in September of 2023 at City Plaza.
Okay.
The other item was in July.
That's helpful to know.
Yeah, that is helpful to me too. So those, I think, are people who were inside the event, and I think they said 2,000. And could you bring up my last one? Because I also saw, they said, what is the cost of admission? $35. Well, I'm looking at admissions in this roped out area, and this is just on the website, of 109, 149, 210. And I did hear from another number of folks that I would have gone, but it was a pretty spendy event. That's a pretty big chunk of change to spend, but I guess you get private use, dance party use of our public facility. So maybe I misinterpreted this event. So this is for the one that happened in September at the Civic Plaza. We're going retroactive on.
So Basecamp Music Festival produces a number of events throughout the year
Okay.
on public spaces in Reno. On today's agenda, we're discussing Basecamp Music Festival's Believe in Reno 3. That takes place at City Plaza.
And when will it be?
It was in September.
Okay. It's rare that we go retroactive, but I know we've had a lot of changes. So this is a real precursor to the summer permitting, because they're showing themselves in Wingfield.
Yes, they have already submitted their summer permits, and they're going to special event committee review tomorrow.
Okay, and I've been on the special event committee, and I know we take, we have a group, and then they come up to us, but I see real problems with how that event operated in Wingfield. Ratty, tacky, temporary fencing, disrupting everyone's enjoyment who's not paying those kind of dollars on one of the best weekends of the year. They need to be in another place, maybe Civic Plaza, but they should not be in Wingfield, and Reno residents should not have two terrible summer weekends with, not being able to join their spaces.
Yeah. Okay, so care and allocating the dollars and timing. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item?
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes,
Ms.
Mr. Reese.
McIntyre, thank you for the presentation. I think you've done an excellent job. I think all of these are worthy of the support that we can give them. I think long-term, we're going to have different views about which festivals are more interesting to us or which are more relevant. I think it's kind of like art. Everybody has an opinion. Some people like art that's impressionist, other like postmodern art. I'm not going to say whether I would go to any of these events, but I think it's more a broad statement about the impact that arts and cultural events bring to our region, right? I don't know whether the screening for an event was tacky or it impaired someone's view of the Truckee River for the evening. But what I do know is what Ms. Taylor focused on, which was that great event, activating our spaces. We've obviously hired you, not so recently, but recently enough that I think this may be our first or second encounter here in council. But my point being is that we are going to have a lot to do in this space. And as we start to activate the Locomotion Plaza, the Believe Plaza, the West Street Plaza, there's always going to be promoters who maybe are just starting out and maybe their wrapping of the event venue is to us tacky or it's too loud or we don't like the music, get off our lawn kind of things. But at the end of the day, I think we just have to have a larger and bigger view about creating opportunities for our citizens to and community members to just get outside, enjoy the music, I don't know if it was, I think it was described as house music. I don't know what it was. Maybe Ms. Taylor will ask me to go with her next year and we can check it out ourselves. But good job to you and your team. All of these look really exciting. I have for a number of years gone to the Reno Punk Rock Flea Market, which is always an entertaining event. But again, we don't all have to like and go to the events that we support. It's about supporting them for a broader community and making sure that we do the thing which we said we want to do, which is activate our downtown corridor, make opportunities for people to be there, because they then spend money in our coffee shops along the way, they stay in the hotels downtown, they ride in the pineapple pedicabs, right? It's all about creating a vibrant local cultural opportunity, which I think all of these meet the criteria for that. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask for a motion, please.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Reese, second from Ms. Taylor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And we are honing in on our last consent item, B24. And I want to advise everyone, we are also heading to 2:30, and we're still on the consent agenda. We had 12 items pulled. We still have more than half our agenda to go, so just bear it in mind. B24 was pulled by Councilmember Breckus, I think.
Yeah, I'll be brief, and I won't give too much of a narration here. But I did pull this, really as precursors to B25, just to identify how I, am trying with the allocation of Ward 1 resources to follow the resolution of substantial benefit to the citizens of Reno. And even though TIP, which is a really great organization, they mostly provide services to folks who are involved in traumas, crime. Then we've got the Red Cross that does, more disasters, fires. But they're Northern Nevada based, but I earmarked the money to survivors of tragedy in Reno. So it's even within that. We know Reno is 65% of the Washoe County, which is a subset of Northern Nevada. But I wanted to make sure those dollars focused on Reno. So that's
All right.
that
Do you
one.
have a
And-
motion for us?
Yeah, and
Councilmember Breckus?
the resolution is also appended into this record of this meeting. So I'll move.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Breckus, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we have made it through consent agenda. We are going to move into the public hearing portion C items. I want to advise, and again, I get to be the the overseer of this meeting today. And so what I'd like to advise is any member of the public that has a C item that'll be speaking to us today, would you please identify if you have an attorney that is part of your project? Because recently, over this last year, people's attorneys have become a source of conflict, even if they don't appear at the meeting, and even if they really had very little to do except approve a document. But throughout our region, people are getting ethics complaints for having conflicts with attorneys. And I may or may not know who your attorney is, and I may or may not have hired them in a capacity, and I have no idea until you tell me. So, and that goes, I'm sure, for all the 6 of us who are here. You already have to disclose your lobbyists, and we have that lobby list is posted. So, but you don't today, some would say lawyers are lobbyists, but we don't today submit our attorneys, but that has become a focus. So, moving on to item C1, and would this be, this is in Ward 5, would this be, Mr. Manager, who is presenting to us?
This is Ms. Picotti.
Okay, before you begin, I really want to make sure that we have a chance to disclose or recuse. So I don't know who the applicant is. Is this the C1, 2, and 3?
C1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Mr. Smith is, I believe, the applicant or the representative of the applicant in this instance.
Okay. And then, Mr. Smith, could you just share with us who your consultants are, whether they're legal or consultants, Wood Rogers, let us know so we can declare any conflicts.
Blake Smith for the record. Our consultants on this is Wood Rogers, who
Okay.
will be presenting this evening, and Garrett Gordon is our counsel.
Okay.
With Lucas and Rogue.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Or Acting Mayor? You know, I do think there's improvement for disclosure of who's involved in items, and it should really, you know, the planning department has the best ability to do that because they have extensive applications. And I did ask my liaison to have a conversation with the planning department about who owns the land, because oftentimes the applicant will be different than the landowner.
Okay.
There'll be options, and the landowner is solely some outfit, LLC out of Petaluma, California, I think.
Well, I am going to just, you don't have to ask him right now. What I am going to do, I've already done, is I'm asking our attorney, our city manager, to come up with a new process for us to disclose all of the people involved in a project so that we can be better at disclosing and recusing. Today, I'm doing it on the fly. So
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
perfect, but thank you for the advice, and I'll have them add that in.
Well, I am too, and
Yeah.
my understanding is that the landowner is Heiser Schulten Properties out of Petaluma, California.
Is that true?
Okay, then that is my understanding of my due diligence.
Yeah.
Thank
But
you.
I knew that, but I did not know. What about, do you have any attorneys on this project? Please come back.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Mr.
and maybe can I speak to our legal counsel for a second?
Yep.
As the attorney on the body, I understand the concern that Vice Mayor Dewar is raising and why the inquiry has been made, but I am concerned that having to disclose the existence of an attorney-client relationship is a privileged and confidential one which cannot be required of an applicant. So I don't know what we're doing here. I
Well,
mean,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Hold
Go
on
ahead.
a second, please.
Yes,
Let
go
me just
ahead.
try to finish. Again, I am a lawyer. I am not this body's lawyer. But I have been the one who has been the brunt of some false claims to the Ethics Commission over this conflict issue. So I don't know how you can require an applicant to disclose. Maybe they have a lawyer, maybe they don't, but I don't think they have to disclose that because that requires them to violate their own attorney-client privilege.
If the attorney is showing up, then I think, and it's your attorney, then I think there's a disclosure, recusal issue. In this particular instance, if we don't know who the attorney is or who's representing them, and you don't have any interest in this particular project, then I don't think you have a conflict.
Okay.
So I think there is a little confusion with all of the complaints that we've been dealing with lately, but we're in the process of addressing those issues so that we have a clear understanding of when people are required to disclose.
So
and
you're
recuse.
saying if they show up, meaning they're in the room or on the Zoom,
Representing, right, exactly.
and they're participating actively or something, but if they've given like background advice on purchase of the land,
Right.
Not-
And they're not representing you, and you don't have any pecuniary interest or relationship, then.
Okay, but my issue is I don't know who is representing, and several
and then
times.
If you don't know, I don't know how you're going to
But,
do a
but
disclosure
several,
recusal.
look, when an ethics violation is filed, you have to defend yourself. You have to participate in that, whether you did it knowingly or unknowingly.
And that's why, I don't necessarily agree with some of the position that has been taken on those issues. And we're addressing those, as I said, today, as a matter of fact. So.
Okay, well, okay,
Vice Mayor Dewar.
thank you. Who is that? Yes, thank
Hi.
you.
When we take in a land use application, there is a segment of that application that talks about the applicant's representative and things like that. We'll just do a better job of publishing who that might be so that we can do a better job of catching these things
Okay.
on the go forward.
Well, I was confident you'd fix it for the go forward. I just wanted to, like, while I'm presiding, I don't want to accidentally, get crosswise with an ethics commission right now without knowing anything and then be accused later that somehow I did know. And if I could find out, then I could publicly recuse if necessary or disclose. So
I think for today, it's,
Yeah.
the relevant parties are Wood
our
Rogers and Mr.
present.
Durling.
All right, thank you. All right, so moving on with C1, C2, C3. I'm sorry, it's been on my mind. Back to you.
Madam Vice Mayor, if you don't mind, can we open the public hearing? Because we have not
Yeah,
yet done that.
please do. I'll lean to our attorneys
Nope.
to
it-
read. Well, I'll open the public, the public hearing, but hold on one sec. Get the proper materials in front of me. Okay. All right, well, I'd like to open the public hearing on C1, C2, and C3. There's nothing in my materials. Let the record reflect council's opening the public hearing for items C1, C2, C3 together. I want to confirm, Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Proper notice was given on items C1, C2, and C3.
And any correspondence received?
We did receive one letter of support associated with this item, and that has been distributed to the Reno City Council, and we do not have any public comment registered at this time.
Okay. And do any council members need to make any disclosures? I'll start with Councilmember Breckus.
None.
Okay, anyone? No. All heads shaking no. All right, so Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any.
Okay. What about item C2?
We do not have any
And item
registered on.
C3?
Nope, C1,
Okay.
C2, or C3.
All right, so now, I don't know that it's time to read an ordinance because I think there was a proposal that we continue this. Am I at the right place?
Oh, that's the next one.
Next one, okay. All right, then, Mr. Attorney, could you please read the
Yep,
ordinance?
so reading item C3, ordinance introduction, bill number 7258, case number LDC 23-00003, Heiser Master Plan Amendment and Rezoning. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 85.2 acre site located south of Interstate 80, I-80, plus or minus 1,320 feet east of Exit 9 on Robb Drive, from large lot residential, 1 acre LLR-1 to specific plan district SPD, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 5.
All right. I'll now turn to our staff. Please introduce yourself and share with us your story.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council. For the record, Leah Picotti. I am an associate planner with Development Services for the City of Reno. And today I am going to be presenting the application for the Heiser Master Plan Amendment and rezoning. The subject site is an 85.2 acre site. It is located just south of Interstate 80, east of Exit 9, which is Robb Drive. Today's request is for a zoning map amendment and a master plan amendment. The request for the zoning map amendment is to change the parcel from large lot residential, which is a 1 acre minimum single family district, to a specific plan district, also known as an SPD. This SPD would use mixed use suburban as the base zoning district. Here you can see the request for the master plan amendment. The 85.2 acres is currently large lot neighborhood. This would be converted to 62 acres of suburban mixed use and 23 acres of parks, greenway, and open space, which is consistent with the surrounding parcels. Again, the applicant or the proposal would use the MS-based zoning district. The northern pad shown on the screen there consists of just over 11 acres, and this site could be developed as either residential or non-residential, depending on which use comes in first. So in other words, if commercial comes in first, the whole site will be developed commercially. If it's residential, the whole site will be developed residentially. The south pad is just over 22 acres and is restricted to residential and public facility type uses only. With the MS zoning district as that base, there are no density restrictions. However, there was a traffic impact analysis submitted by the applicant, and it contemplated a maximum of 750 multifamily units with 100,000 square feet of commercial use. If development occurs with traffic impacts beyond this threshold, the applicant or the developer will have to supply a trip generation analysis to demonstrate that overall trip generation is consistent with that contemplated in the SPD handbook. So here I just want to point out some of the highlights. We have 51 acres of deed-restricted open space. With the traffic impact analysis submitted, they are limited to 750 multifamily units and 100,000 square feet of commercial. Here on the screen, you can see the potential emergency access road there that's written in white and kind of comes off and down. That is potential emergency access to 4th Street. As of right now, if the applicant cannot get access to 4th Street through that emergency access, that northern pad will be limited to 200 sprinklered residential units and 124 square feet of commercial space. If that emergency access road is developed, then they would have access to more residential units and more commercial up in that northern pad. Here you can see some of the main deviations from the development standards of the mixed-use suburban zoning district. Overall, staff is supportive of all of these deviations, except for the one right down there on the bottom, which is related to freestanding billboards. Staff had asked that that be removed from the SPD and not allowed, and the applicant did comply with that request. Regarding Parks and Recreation, the applicant's proposal includes a half acre of private amenities cumulatively on the south development pad and a quarter acre of private amenities cumulatively on that north development pad. Some examples of potential amenities include trails, clubhouse, pool, dog park, things like that. At the December 20th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this SPD with a requirement that the developer dedicate, 4 acres of public park space to the city of Reno. And at the request of the applicant, eliminate the requirement for the residential construction tax fees, also known as park fees. The Planning Commission vote was 6 in favor and 1 opposed. Here you can see the master plan amendment recommended findings. The staff has reviewed and analyzed this request and found that it is in conformance with the master plan. There are adequate facilities and infrastructure. It will maintain scenic views, public safety, and environmental values, and also is going to provide that 50 acres of deed-restricted open space. Also, the activities and development are compatible with surrounding development. To the west, those properties were recently zoned general commercial, and to the east you have Viewpoint Apartments and the MF zoning district, and then to the north you have the I-80. In terms of availability of public services, the infrastructure and facilities to support this development will be provided concurrent with the demand. Here you can see the specific plan district recommended findings. It does conform to state law as that the SPD handbook and the default RMC do provide zoning regulations in accordance with the master plan for land use. Again, it is in conformance with the master plan. It meets the intent of the SPD and offers functional integration of residential, commercial, and open space. And more than anything, it addresses a unique situation. Having MS zoning in this location may not have been appropriate without the restrictions that we have in place. But this integration of open space, commercial, and residential does offer a unique benefit for this particular area. That concludes my presentation. Next up is the applicant presentation. Thank you.
Before you leave us, let me ask if there's questions of our staff.
I have a fair amount of questions.
Just of our staff?
Yeah, could we get up the staff maps? Okay,
Which one would you like to see?
I think go back one. Okay, this is a very isolated area. In fact, there's not even evidence that there's a secondary access. There's kind of vague suggestion that there might be one, but there isn't, which really is kind of disturbing, but that's a fact for our decision-making. But you mentioned that there's some apartments that have been approved?
Yes. Directly to the east of the subject property there, you can see that vacant land that's just south of I-80. That's the Viewpoint Apartments. Those were recently approved within the last year or so, and I believe it's approximately 450 multifamily units.
Okay, so 450 units to the east. And then what was the other one you showed, another project?
Directly to the west, that was recently zoned general commercial. And the design of this, which the applicant can show in his presentation, links in with that general commercial so that it is all one integrated design.
Okay, and then you mentioned that this also has a commercial component?
It does, yes. Yeah, it might.
Huh?
It might.
Well, and I want to get to the conceptual nature of how we can decide to apply this zoning district that is for integrated, compatible, united developments when it can go 3 different ways till tomorrow. But this is just really on the materials. The major drainway analysis that is included in the applicant materials, 3.4, says, at this time of writing, it is assumed the development areas will have a land use of industrial. And then likewise, the trip generation by headway shows shopping center, but then the economic analysis shows 200,000 square feet of industrial. So my question very clearly to you is, are industrial uses allowed?
In the MS zoning district?
In this SPD?
Yes, with a base zoning district of MS, there would be some limited industrial uses allowed.
Would that be a logistics building?
I'm not sure that we have a definition for logistics building.
Warehouse.
As of right now, yes.
And up to what square foot?
I'd have to look it up.
Okay, that's material to me because I have a hard time finding compatibility, which I know is a term that gets thrown around a lot, but I have too much history seeing industrial buildings being compatible with warehousing and bays and truck traffic in a residential proximity. So you're saying up to 200,000 square feet of industrial buildings could go on up here?
Per the traffic analysis that was submitted, it's limited to 100,000 square feet. And you are correct, it did contemplate a shopping center.
Well, but what's contemplated and what's allowed are 2 different things. So I want to understand what's allowed. So it could be 100,000 square foot logistics building. And then is that predicated on the second access coming in, or is it just could happen anyway?
I just want to be clear that this is a zoning map amendment to an SPD. One of the reasons that we've done this as an SPD is that we don't have a development plan like we would in a planned unit or in a PUD.
So I'm going to hold us right there. We can come back. Are there any other comments or questions on this application from staff? I had one. I was going to ask that very question. Can you tell us the difference between an SPD and a PUD?
Yes. So an SPD is more of something that, more of a project that doesn't have exact guidelines of how it's going to be developed.
It's not as detailed as a PUD? Is that where you're going?
Exactly. So the SPD generally uses a base zoning district, as they did in this case with an MS, and then they add to that. They build upon it. They limit it. And in this particular case, that's exactly what the applicant did.
Okay. I thought it was a size thing. I thought SPDs were smaller and PUDs were bigger, but you're explaining something very different. You're describing a level of detail.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Do they both last the same amount of time, SPD and PUD? Like, I think PUD is good forever with some check-ins.
I would have to double check.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from any council members? Not right now? Okay. Did you have more, Councilmember Breckus?
Well, I mean, I challenge that question because the word specific is in specific plan district.
Right.
And I've worked with this code with specific plan districts going back to 1998, both when we had them and we didn't have them. And the purpose of this district, and this is stated, is to accommodate projects or plans where the design and configurations are so arranged to constitute a single functionality integrated entity. I'm having a hard time because I'm not seeing a single functionality integrated entity. I'm seeing a lot of leeway under a lot of different parameters that are usually sewed up at the project level. And the introduction of industrial, which has been confirmed to be 100,000, even though it says 200,000 in the economic study, is going to be in an isolated hillside neighborhood adjacent to the 400 multifamily on the Grandview, correct? And then this one can have how many residential units, multifamily?
There is no max density.
Okay.
But right now with the traffic impact analysis, it would be limited to 750.
750, okay. So we've got about 2,100 people, sharing area with logistics buildings. Okay, thank you.
We do have a hum. Is that an artifact of our new system? What's the answer? We don't know. There it goes. Okay. Applicant presentation.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Counsel, for the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant. If I can get my presentation. Thank you. So a lot of this is a little bit redundant with staff's presentation. They did a great job. Leah did a great job of giving the broad overview. And maybe I'll just touch on some of the more of the specifics, I think, maybe to some of the questions that were raised. So this property is located just on the south side of Interstate 80 at the Robb Drive interchange. Just to note, there is some significant separation of this property from surrounding properties. You'll see it more when we look at some of the topographic maps, but the viewpoint apartments that are off to the east there, they're separated by a very major drainage way and quite some topographic relief. So there's both horizontal and vertical separation. And when we get into looking at the actual pad areas that are developed for this, you'll see that it's, that northern pad is really concentrated to the west side of the property. This is the slope map. So we obviously look, the topography itself lends itself to really kind of two pad areas. You can see the giant green areas. There's a south area and then a north area kind of in the northwest quadrant there. So we did use the mixed-use suburban zoning district as our basis of the design for the development standards. So essentially, the SPD is written such that the MS zoning is the base, and then we modify from there. The modifications are largely restrictions, or we provided a larger level of specificity than you would typically see with a zone change. So in this case, because we are in an area that triggers hillside development, we would likely have cuts and fills that would trigger some entitlements, and we have some major drainage ways on the property. We incorporated the design of that and the analysis of those elements into the specific plan in order to be able to address more specific site-specific issues on this property. So we're able to address the disturbance of the major drainage way. Like I said, there are two. There's one on the north side that really parallels Interstate 80. It's largely disturbed. It really is taking drainage from the freeway, as well as kind of the Charlins area to the north of us. Not a high-quality drainage way, really just serves for draining the freeway. And then on the east side of the property is a very large drainage way. We're leaving that intact. As you can see from this exhibit, the northern pad is far separated from that major drainage way on the east side of the property. It will be reserved in a natural state. We are restricting development, so we take that zoning, what would be allowed in MS, and further restrict it. And in this case, as Leah mentioned, the north pad specifically is limited to either residential or commercial or non-residential development, not a combination of the two. And we did that because the size of it, it's just over 11 acres. We didn't want to have to, think through the different maturations of, different compatibility of uses on that specific pad. And so we limited it to, either or, and then we further limited it to, if it is residential, it would be 200 units sprinklered, or it would be 124,000 square feet of non-residential, whether that's, some light industrial type uses or some shopping, more traditional retail type uses, as the case may be. And then also we are able to, with this, address some of the different access in concert with the adjacent properties to the west of us. This is just an example. This is the grading plan that comes out of the SPD. We submitted full plans that you would typically see with a major site plan review or conditional use permit. The level of detail is far more than you would see typically even in a PUD. So we're getting very specific in what the grading is going to look like. Again, we feel appropriate for this property and appropriate for that SPD process. Looking at the kind of cohesive and master planning of this area, as was mentioned, it is an isolated area. Topographically, it sits up above the neighborhoods that are kind of off of 4th Street to the south of us. Interstate 80 is obviously a major physical barrier to the more greater McQueen area to the north. And so this is just a very insular type area here. And so there are essentially 4 property owners. 3 of them are working very closely together in concert to master plan this. The 4th, Chalk Bluff LLC, which is in the white there, hasn't come forward with plans and haven't necessarily been a part, but they're a little different in that their access and utilities can be dealt with a little bit more individually than the rest. So looking at this, on the left side of your screen, the red, yellow, and green properties, we would refer to as the TCA properties. Their entitlements, they had zoning, general commercial zoning, and some SF3 zoning in place. Those entitlements were approved at the end of 2022 into the beginning of 2023. The blue area in the middle is FJ management. Those entitlements, major site plan review for the grading was approved last summer, summer of 2023. And so this is the kind of third element, the Heiser property that's coming forward. We have been working together in concert to plan infrastructure collaboratively, in particular, the traffic. So, we need to make assumptions on what traffic's going to be generated. So to the points of, how are we kind of coming up with these numbers of commercial acreage or commercial square footage, things like that. We try to come up with hypothetical mixes of uses that are feasible, but also can serve as a basis for planning some of this infrastructure. And so the 100,000 square feet of shopping center is appropriate to kind of stress test what we would have to put into the infrastructure, the roadway infrastructure improvements. In this case, we are looking at improvements that would be funded by the group of developers to the interchange, and we've been working on this for about 2 years with NDOT, have submitted not formal permits yet, but have submitted different studies, traffic studies, ICE analysis and intersection control evaluation analysis to NDOT to get initial feedback on this. And essentially, what you're looking at is all this area to the south is generating obviously some traffic. There's existing traffic using that interchange right now on the order of about 3,300 trips in the PM peak hour. That's the highest. 1,000 trips in the peak hour. With the improvements that we'll be making, they can accommodate for over 3,300 trips. So when you look at that graph, there's in the bottom right-hand quadrant of the screen, of the 3,300 trips that would be the capacity of that interchange, 1,000 are already there from the kind of McQueen area. 240 would be generated by TCA, 635 by this project, 821 by the FJ or Rob Drive mixed use. Leaving about 570 trips or about 17% capacity in that interchange for additional growth or, in this case, possibly that Simon's property, that Chalk Bluff LLC property. So we've been working very closely with NDOT to plan these. And just to summarize kind of the improvements, essentially it's an existing interchange. We'd be linking into that southern terminus of the interchange, creating a new three-way intersection there. There would be signals on both the north and south terminals of that interchange, some lane reconfigurations and additional turn lanes, things like that would need to be constructed as part of that. It all fits within the existing bridge structure, and like I said, we're working through that with NDOT more at a high level right now, and then as projects come forward, when we actually have roadway designs and things like that, we'll be in the more hard and fast permitting process. One of the other things, as Leah mentioned, parks is another big element of the kind of master planning of this area. This exhibit shows in green all the different park type amenities. So these are pocket parks and small amenity spaces. A lot of what's being proposed over here is multifamily, and so multifamily by code requires a specific amount of open space and amenities as part of that. So these green areas, this is kind of a conceptual plan right now, but all the green areas would be potential amenity type spaces. On the FJ property there, right at the south end, they're acquiring some land from the homeowners association to the south to do some grading there, as well as to basically flatten that for a potential scenic kind of vista park. All the red dashed areas are either walkways or trails. On the Heiser property, which is on the right side of your screen, one of the really cool things, I mean, this property has, unbelievable views of the Sierras. And what we're looking at is kind of what I'd call like a rim trail around that southern pad. That would be an opportunity to have that open to the public, have some public use easements over the top of that to provide for, recreational amenities, for not just the residents that live here, but if there's people, shopping or doing things in the area, that they would have those opportunities as well. This looks at an analysis we did of existing parks in the area. So Reimagine Reno Master Plan has certain service criteria in it as far as access to existing parks. So looking at this, just explaining, those are all the three property owners that are working together. That first concentric ring there is a half-mile radius. So that's looking at all the different parks that are already within a half-mile radius, and then those within a mile radius. So there's a number of existing parks, trailheads, things like that are within a close walking distance of this property already. TCA kind of was the first one in the door. They came in, and part of their approval was to build some of these private park type amenities, link them with trails. And so this project would be doing something similar. We would still be doing those amenity spaces and those trails, but as what came out of the Planning Commission approval, we would be dedicating 4 acres of open space. And that would be done in lieu of our residential construction tax. The exhibit on the screen, kind of the area that we're looking at, would probably be in that northeast quadrant associated with the drainage, the major natural drainage way that would be reserved with a trail access down to it. So that's kind of one of the areas that we'd be looking for as part of that open space dedication. So with that, I reserve the rest of my time just to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Yes, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor. I do have a couple questions. The first thing I wanted to talk about is probably for Leah. Sorry, I just wanted to wait to have all the information. Can you talk a little bit, high level, about what the process is before we even go to construction? Because I think sometimes we see these things come in and we're not exactly sure what happens next. What has to happen in the process before we start turning dirt?
Well, there are provisions within this SPD that allow approvals for major site plan review and conditional use permits to be approved administratively through the 30-day process rather than going to the Planning Commission. And one of the reasons that we looked at that was because the applicant has already submitted all of that material that would be required for those major site plan reviews, and our department has already reviewed it concurrent with this project. So before this actually goes, the applicant would have to apply for minor conditional use permit for the
I guess I'm
residential
trying to-
buildings, and
There's a process before we
Yes,
get to there. There's many steps.
there's many steps, and there will be additional reviews.
Okay, and then my next question has to do with the SPD findings, specifically number 4. You talked a little bit about this in your presentation. What is the uniqueness that you mentioned? Can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, so as I touched on a little bit, and Andy talked about, what they've essentially done here is they took what was allowed in the MS zoning district and they restricted it and restricted it and restricted it. Now, let's say this whole 85 acres was going to be zoned mixed-use suburban. You wouldn't be looking at 51 acres of open space. So for one, that 51 acres of open space is a unique situation and a benefit. But in addition, only approximately 33 acres of this 85 acres is going to be developed, and it is going to be developed under that mixed-use suburban zoning code with the restrictions that are outlined in the handbook.
And then my last question for right now is the parks that were identified that Andy did, are those HOA maintained parks within the development?
I believe so, but I can let him answer that question.
Andy Drilling for the record, yes, those kind of green spots, green areas that were on the map, those would be sort of self-performed private amenities as part of those developments, with the exception of the 4-acre park that would be dedicated to the city of Reno, the 4 acres of open space.
So we would have to maintain that 4 acres?
Correct.
If it were dedicated to us?
Correct.
Okay.
The rest of it
What,
within
do you,
the
I guess, was there a recommendation from our team to get 4 acres worth of land in the planning commission? How did they come up with 4 acres worth of a park as a condition?
There was a recommendation from the Parks Department.
Oh, okay. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, let me come back to you. Let me ask anyone else have comments, questions on the application? Nothing? Mr. Reese?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. First of all, thank you, Ms. Brock, and the applicant's representative, Mr. Durling. I think it's one of those pieces of dirt that has had a long and complicated history, especially in Northwest Reno, where I've lived my entire, certainly since I was a teenager into now. I grew up just below, on the other side of the freeway from where this is. So it's had some fits and starts. I think there was at one point in time it was going to be a truck stop, and the community mobilized in opposition to that. And it is a unique piece of property and has some real natural beauty about it. What I appreciate about the presentation was the slide that showed what I think is my hope is where we'll get to today, is to really have a discussion about the parks, greenways, open space elements of the project. I understand that, and it's sort of more complicated, I suppose, than I'll be able to get to in my 3 minutes, but during the Planning Commission process, the Planning Commission really was focused on this concept of adding recreational and parks amenities. And they did that, I think, because we have just recently completed our citywide parks and recreation plan. It was well received. We did that before the first of the year. And in that, there is a general sense, I think, in our community that it is important that when we are planning for future growth happenings, future developments, that we're also thinking about things like parks and open space, because I think during the pandemic, it laid bare how very important those spaces were, because people needed to use them and recreate outside when they did so. And so it is an important part of how it happened. I think it may have been that we stumbled upon it by sort of happenstance because it was the first significant project to come through our planning commission after our Parks and Recreation Plan had been updated, which really calls for us as a body to really be balancing the competing needs of growth. Because oftentimes what we hear in this community is people not totally understanding our growth patterns and why we grow in the way we do. And certainly rightfully so, people look at the built environment and they see it different than it was maybe when they grew up here in the 1970s for me and for other people, different periods of time. And so ultimately, it is this desire that I think our body has that was borne out through the planning process to ensure that we had recreational opportunities for our citizens, that we're not just building more of anything, whether it be small commercial, warehouses, multifamily projects. I think what I observed about the project here, especially at the applicant's presentation, was a good mix of that. There are some areas here where I think that there are good opportunities to preserve open space, and that's really been done because of the way that the pads are not able to be graded at certain areas of it or without significant disruption to the environment. So I think those are all good things. I do have some questions ultimately about this, how they landed on 4 acres as the request or the ask, and also this question that arose about either or, meaning either donation of land sufficient to cover, some open space needs that we have, or the residential construction tax needs that would ultimately go towards providing park amenities either here or off-site. So I'll have some questions in my second round, but those are sort of my initial thoughts. The project does look from, east, well, we'll say how does it rest, east to west or west to east. It does look like a good project and looks like something that our community really will benefit from.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Breckes, I just want to note that I decided to break for questions after staff because I know you do, and some of us, I did too, ask a question of staff. But I'm going to give you another 2 rounds for 4. I just wanted to share that. So go ahead.
Okay. Could we bring up the I think it was the last photo of Mr. Durling's presentation? I'll focus my my comments on 3 concerns. And we were all here when...
Can we reset the clock, please?
Yeah. We were all here when we had the housing expert come in and give us some recommendations. And one of those was get back to neighborhood planning. And this is an area that is so isolated, so undeveloped, in a very low-density zoning. That's the zoning that is deemed correct for it, large lot, residential. And it's crying for a pause, and which is a denial of this application, and crying for a let's look at what we're creating in a neighborhood here, because it's a very isolated neighborhood. If we could back up to Mr. Durling's drawing of how many parks are around this area. That's the back a little bit. Look, none of those parks are accessible except for automobile. We all know that, okay? We've had enough conversations with the folks from Bird Eye, how terrified they are to cross their interchange, okay, from one side of Bird Eye to the other. This interchange is so much more frightening. And yeah, there's a lot of commercial and other amenities north of I-80, but these people are isolated out there. So that calls for an integrated plan with certainty of knowing the mix of uses that these residents can expect. Just because they're going to be in high-density multifamily doesn't mean that they're not entitled to the right of a well-thought-out, well-planned neighborhood. That's what all the policies say. That's why I'm troubled by this. The one that was known as the former truck stop, they had a real legacy grading plan on record. And so they were the first ones in. And, I guess that grading plan was deemed okay. But now this is a much bigger development. It doesn't have certainty. When you walk in the door with an application, you're supposed to show all your easements to the legal description. We've got a little blob here to something that doesn't even exist, and we're conditioning approvals on that. That should be absolutely wiped out. Okay, so Concern one, what are we building here? What life, what neighborhood's future are we building for these folks? Because taking a slide that shows that someone has to Oscar Park, 0.38 miles, that's great if they're a crow, okay? We know that. Okay, number two, and I brought this up on the last one, is road maintenance. Under some analysis of this proposal, it looks like it's going to be very owner intensified in terms of a shopping center or an industrial or multifamily. That screams, you maintain the roads then. We're not sending the plows out there, okay? But then there's also an analysis where we could have 200 sprinkler units, which speaks to single-family residential. I think this council needs to look at this area, define what the ownership's going to be like, and tell people you're on your own on your roads. Because I know from Ward 1, that's mad as heck right now. They're not getting snow plows, okay? And we've got a lot of legacy stuff. I bring this up every time. I brought it up with Stan Lucas. I brought it up in Del Monte Ranch. We have got to hold on taking on road plowing responsibilities. And the best way to go is to certain ownerships that are in total, okay? And I will hold for my third concern.
Fourth, yeah, or fourth round. Anyone else have questions? The only question I had, very brief, is the connectivity. So I know that, I think it is NDOT is looking at, in this general area, putting in some overpasses, underpasses. It may be a mile down. I'm not really sure, towards Verdi. But I just wondered, this is like one of the few open areas in this region. Is there any thought or concern or analysis being done on that? I mean, just what do you know?
Mr. Durling, yeah, you got to make sure it's green means go. There you go.
Andy Durling with Wood Rogers for the record. So I am not aware of NDOT doing any improvements in this immediate vicinity as far as like underpasses or things like that.
Well, let me give you an example. I recently spoke to a person who lives out of Verdi, and they said that NDOT had actually installed some double cattle guards to keep deer from crossing right in that area. And maybe we're going to guide them to another area. I just didn't know how this related. I think it might be within a mile.
Yeah, so this is Rob Drive, so it's
Right.
several miles east of
Right.
Verdi.
I understand.
And so I apologize.
Just
I'm not
wanted to
aware
ask.
of-
Okay.
yeah, I'm not aware of what they're doing.
Anybody
in this.
else? Did you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I want to go back to sort of the tail end of my last comment, and this is really going to be a question for you, Mr. Durling, and for Mr. Smith. And so as I understand it, you have, and you are showing on various of these slides, the way in which all of these properties, even the ones that you don't own, are intended to, in this master development area, be developed. So can you point out with specificity what each of these on this slide are to be when they're someday that way? Because I'm having a hard time understanding the Ward 1's concerns, because I see what you're proposing and what we would be approving, therefore, so I don't understand the distaste for it.
Sure. Again, Andy Durling. So I think this exhibit shows it the best. Like I mentioned, there are essentially 4 property owners on this side of the freeway. One's not been has not really participated. So the 3 major ones, which are in color here, on the left side of your screen in the red, yellow, and green are the TCA properties. They have approved tentative maps and use permits to build, I think it's 16 single-family homes in the red, a little over, somewhere around 200 townhomes in the yellow, and about 200 multifamily units. They had their zoning, they processed their entitlement permits accordingly, and they are able to move forward with that. The blue area in the middle is owned by FJ Management. It was the former truck stop site. Truck stops aren't allowed in this area anymore. And so they came forward with a major site plan review for the grading to develop their property. It's zone general commercial, so there's a number of things they can do by right. And we presented as part of that a comprehensive, as part of all of these, a comprehensive traffic study that was prepared. My firm represented all 3 of these property owners in these entitlement processes and insisted that, we plan this comprehensively, and traffic being a major part of that. And so We had to come up with some assumptions of what the potential development would be. And so those individual property owners kind of chipped in what they felt like was feasible for their properties, and that was the basis of the design for that. So for FJ, they came forward with essentially on the west side, they've got two pads, an east and a west. On the west pad is multifamily and some affordable housing that they're looking at. They have a private fund that they have as part of their companies. And then on the east side, a small shopping center. And then the Heiser property, the two pads north and south, we had to come up with some assumptions. The south really wants to be residential given the views and things like that, so it's restricted to only be residential in the SPD. The north pad, it's up against the freeway. It could be commercial, it could be multifamily, and so that's where we basically said it's an either or, and we chose development intensities appropriate that would, like I said before, in order to plug into the traffic study, we have to have some assumptions of what that is going to be. So that's where the 100,000 square feet of commercial on the north pad and 750 units on the south pad came from.
Okay, so that explains to me and gives me the confidence in knowing what it is that we're actually going to vote for. But I also want to speak to you very specifically about the Parks and Recreation issue. As the Ward 1 member notes, you identified on one of the slides like a park that is, you'd have to, be superhuman to get to from this area because you'd be flying, right? So I'm not sure that park is what is of interest to me, but it's more about the concept that was really the crux of what happened during the Planning Commission discussion, since I was able to watch it and understand it. But it was that balancing act. If we're going to build more, in this case apartments, we'll say multifamily, there have to be amenities for them. And so in this region, we can do that in one of two ways. We can either work through the dedication of land towards that end. We did that, I think, in South Reno and a number of different parks in South Reno, and also the residential construction tax. So for where I am today and what I want to be able to put forward to you and your client is, I don't think it should be an either-or situation. I think there are open space up here that is worth preserving. If it's 4 acres, it sounds like that's what the Planning Commission kind of alighted to and landed with. But I also think that we have to have the resources to pay for those parks, right? Because right now, our own parks are stretched very thin. So on one hand, it's like, yes, I appreciate the Planning Commission having made the condition that said, hey, there would be this allocation of acreage. But on the other hand, I know that our parks budget is already stretched thin, and so therefore I can't straddle them with the possibility of having to maintain parks or build parks that they cannot either build or maintain. And so what my ask is for you and your client is if you'll be willing to do both of those options, which is, I think, a win for this community. And I'm not saying you have to make that decision right here on the fly. If you need some time to discuss with your client, fine. But this is why I'm concerned, because I don't know that we're going to be able to find an area up there where we could get a 4-acre park, even if we broke it up into various pieces. But I do know that there are areas in other parks, or maybe there will be a future moment where we'll be able to allocate some of those dollars towards some of the flat fields that Ms. Dewar has been long fighting for. There are areas in the North Valleys where I know that there would be park amenities that could be very much improved and enhanced by having more funds in the general fund in our parks budget. So that's really my where I stick and am having a little bit of a hold up.
I've let you go a little longer because I know you're trying to come to some kind of place to land. So while we hold that thought, I think, Ms. Preckis, did you have something more to add?
I do, and not for Mr. Durling. Thank you, Mr. Durling. So look, they're sitting on, 80 acres of 1-acre lots. It's really a rural setting that we reserve for the most sensitive environments. And it is very isolated, as we've discussed, and the growth here is essentially creating a new neighborhood, And in a way, Mr. Durling, in representing all these serial clients incrementally, is the neighborhood planner for the area.
Yep.
He doesn't have the interest of our future residents' quality of life at hand, okay? He's a good guy, he does his clients well, but he's not representing and looking out after what these people's lives will be like when they move in here, nor what our city budgetary issues are going to be on snow plowing, road maintenance, or even parks. So it's time to take a pause. It's time to say, we're going to put this away, we're going to make a commitment to kick this off as a neighborhood plan and see what we can go. Because look, these folks are going to be so isolated. If the market says apartments, they're going to be in apartments, okay? And what if the commercial that comes, the only commercial that wants to come in that shopping center is 5 stacked up drive-throughs, okay? I look at the In-N-Out over here on Keystone Avenue, and, it's stacked every day. Great. But I don't think that's what a neighborhood wants or needs that's isolated. So we need to hold back and understand and inventory the land uses that have been approved and maybe hold back some for no drive-throughs, certainly no logistic bay windows, because these folks are already going to be in these apartments on the edge of the freeway where they're going to have a lot of air quality issues. And so we need to look at this area in the totality. It is an absolute abdication of building community to just let Mr. Durling be the super neighborhood planner.
Okay.
And it's just because we don't have the operations up, which is neighborhood planning. So we need to say this land is going to live as large lot 1 until the time a neighborhood plan comes. And, we should not let people walk through the doors with fake easements. I don't know if staff brought it through or they did, but if they don't have it, they don't have a legal document saying I got an easement over here, it doesn't exist. It's not like in the future you can do it maybe. That's really wrong, and it's really inconsistent with my understanding of how the applications work. Thank you. And so I'm supporting this.
Okay. I want to thank Mr. Durling for his planning efforts. You're not paid to do our job, but if you are looking beyond that, kudos to you, okay? Number 2, I am concerned by the comment fake easement, and do you know if we have all the required legal documents, anyone here? The reason I ask is we actually turned down a annexation because they didn't have all their legal documents and easements.
Yes, so Andy Durling for the record again, there are a number of easements that are in place. The individual property owners have signed on as owners of record for the different, entitlements because they're so integrated. So for example, when TCA came forward, FJ Management signed as an owner affidavit on it because the roadway was going through their property. They had to essentially, agree with the pursuit of the entitlement. So, like I said, all 3 are working together in concert on this.
Right, but let me ask Leah. Maybe.
So we don't have final easements for like the extension of Rob Drive. That is to be determined. We have to go through the process with NDOT, figure out the size of the road, everything like that.
Let me just ask Leah, though, what is required at this stage? I just want to get that clarity.
Staff supports this application as it is because it can be developed the way it is. And if they get the easement through the Tumwa property and Chalk Bluff treatment plant, then they can do more.
Do something else. Okay, but they have the easements required to do what they have proposed to do now.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Right? I just wanted to get that clearly on the record because I thought that introduced some ambiguity to me. So thank you.
Yeah.
I think, Ms. Ebert, you had something?
Yeah, I had some questions. And this is for staff. Did we look into, what surrounding schools would be used for this development? Do we know if they have the capacity to take on, the children, I believe, would live there?
Yes, Washoe County School District did review the application and provided comments that all of the schools have the capacity to meet this.
Okay. And it doesn't look like Nathan is here anymore from Parks.
Yes.
Sorry. Nathan, yeah.
Maybe come from behind the, okay. Yeah. And could we get the clock? I'm sorry, I know.
Hi. So question on Parks. We've worked on some issues I've had at a park in my ward where it's kind of tucked back into a residential neighborhood. You have to really drive through there to get to a park, and it's been a problem with crime, really. Do you have any concerns with maintaining a park in this 4-acre area, just based off of other issues we've had in the city? Do you foresee any kind of issues with that? Do you think it would be particularly burdensome, or do you think we could take proactive measures to keep this area, safe, just right out of the gate?
So I think getting to the actual like ongoing maintenance, daily maintenance is a conversation we need to understand and have, because I think there's good examples of where Somerset, it's been mitigated significantly on the daily side. I don't know if that's an option here at this point, but it's additional acreage, it's an additional stop on the path. So certainly that if we were to take that on internally as a Parks and Rec department, it would be a challenge at our current staffing levels, certainly.
Okay. And what about things like, we put up fencing and lighting and things like that? Would we need to plan for that, like right out of the gate for budget and things like that?
Well, I think, again, if the land's dedicated, which I think is all that's being discussed right now, then what we do with it is a process. And I
Yeah.
think there's a lot of challenges to overcome for our park system in general, and this deck chair on the Titanic, sort of, when it comes
Yeah.
to some of that, so.
Yeah. Would you be comfortable taking something like this on, or? I mean, I know we're really short on acreage, like we need to get caught up. So do you think that the benefit of having more acreage of parks outweighs the potential cost to the city of Reno? Just, I'm not gonna hold you to this later, but just kind of off the top of your head.
Yeah, I think in general, we want to be smart with the resources we take on so that we can maintain larger regional parks. So with limited resources, the less stops we have to make, the more yards we have in large facilities. If you're talking about flat fields and things like that, 4-acre parks probably wouldn't be an ideal space to build or to invest in as far from a maintenance standpoint. We need walkable spaces, and I think that's a key component is having walkable spaces that aren't crossing a highway. But I think some of the different proposals have those elements in there for especially for the kind of pocket park, so that kids can get there without having to get into a car or have a parent drop them off. So
Okay.
I don't know if that answers that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to go to, we have our council member from Ward
Yeah,
1. This is
thank
part
you.
of Ward 1. Do you have a proposal for us?
I do. Could we bring up the map of the blobs with the easement? Because I want to craft my recommendation based upon that. And also, just while we're bringing up that map, the question of, maintaining the park, what a great area through a planning process to say you're going to be your own parks district. Okay? This concept of we're going to make the whole city a parks district, it's not going to happen. But it is designed for areas like this. But of course, these approvals, cereal, allow people out cheap. The In-N-Out Burger, they don't have to be in the Parks District for the other residents who will be there. So, no, could we go through on Ms. Picotti's? There's the Splinter Bridge. No, we don't want the Splinter Bridge. We're looking for her presentation. So I want to make the motion, let's see, about the easements. Because potential emergency access road. And so that's not a legally binding access road. So that's not an easement. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
And with that, in that circumstance, as it is, that north pad does not get developed.
It can still be developed. It can be developed with 200 sprinklered residential units or up to, I think it's 124,000 square feet of commercial without that extra access.
Okay. Well, with that, and knowing that that could be an industrial building, it could be drive-through pads. It isn't fine-tuned to this piece, to creating the neighborhood that I think everyone else who's residential in the area. I'm going to make motions, and let me get my agenda up, to, let's see, can you bring up the motion number 1 is a C1. Where's the recommended motion? Oh, okay, yeah, C1. No?
I apologize. We do not have the recommended motions in this.
Okay. Well, I'm going to recommend on C1, which is for possible action to approve this case for for a master plan amendment, amending our master plan, rezoning, to deny. Inability to make the findings, particularly the finding that it's
Okay, so let me
meeting
just
the
get it
intent of the
straight.
specific-
You're making a motion to recommend denial based on inability to make the findings.
We
Is that
don't
correct?
recommend, we have final decision here, so making.
I'm saying to your
yeah,
colleagues
yeah,
here.
Yeah. To deny, because it does not meet the definition of a specific plan district as an integrated whole of compatibility.
Okay.
Because it has too many permutations of this, that, or the other thing, okay?
Okay.
And then the resolution for the master plan is that the master plan policy, and I haven't had a chance to look at it, of having mixed of uses to integrate within a neighborhood life are not met by the flexibility given to bring so many other uses that are not supportive and actually adverse to
Okay.
other components
Okay,
already in the area.
Let me say, is there a second? And let me clarify, is Miss Taylor online? Okay, on Zoom. Okay. So just for the record, she's switched from in-person to online. Is there a second? I'm going to ask again. Well, there's no second, so I don't think I can have you ask a question right now. Okay. So the motion dies for lack of a second.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm
Yes.
prepared to make a motion.
Okay. And then you can comment. Do you want to comment before?
Well, I just wanted to comment that, I think it's important, we talk a lot about housing again and just making sure that we increase density. We have the school capacity for this. I think that when we can increase density and meet needs for housing, that's something that we should work to do. So for that, I will support.
Okay. Let's see what you could potentially support. Mr. Reese.
Madam Vice Mayor, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission with the additional condition that the applicant pay the residential construction tax related to parks and recreation needs.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, well, Mr. Martinez second. So motion from Mr. Reese with one additional condition to pay the residential construction tax, second by Mr. Martinez. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, so motion passes 5-1. It is approved. Thank you very much for being here.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to move a motion on the master plan amendment. I think that's the
Great.
next item.
It is.
So I move to adopt the resolution as presented.
All right, is there a second on that?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion from Mr. Reese, second from Mr. Martinez. Is there any comment on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, 5-1 again, and then there's a third.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, I move to refer for first reading and second reading and adoption?
Ordinance introduction.
Ordinance introduction.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Second.
And so we have a motion on C6, sorry, C3, and a second by Mr. Martinez. Any comments on that motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-1. All right, thank you so much for being here. I am inclined, I'm a little nervous about this, but I'm inclined to take a 5-minute break, and I really mean it, and I don't mean go for 20 minutes. We've been sitting for 2 hours since we came back from the lunch. We still have a ways to go. So I want us to kind of like refresh, get some coffee, tea, whatever you need, and let's keep it rolling. The time now, assuming it's 3:30, we'll be back at 3:35. Council
Madam
members?
Vice Chair,
Yes?
this is Jasmine Mehta. I wanted to make sure to clarify that the zoning map amendment motion was also included, because I heard,
Was there a C4?
no, but I heard a recommendation to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation
master plan amendment to adopt the resolution to refer it, but I didn't hear anything about the zoning map amendment.
That was the second motion, I
Okay.
thought.
I
I'm so sorry. I motioned 3 separate times, one on Charlie 1, one on Charlie 2, one on Charlie 3, all consistent with staff recommendations and the introduction
Additional.
and the referral.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay, so 3:30, we'll see everybody back at 3:35, and I mean it. Thank you. We're calling the meeting back to order. Thank you, council, for getting back on time. We're going to move on to items C4, C5, C6. I'm going to just turn to Mr. Reese, since we've had a request for continuation, or do you want to speak to it? Just tell us what's happening.
Yeah, so last Friday, the
Can you
applicant...
introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Carter Williams, Assistant Planner for the record. Last Friday, the applicant requested a postponement to the March 13th, 2024 regular city council meeting.
When you say postponement, do you mean continuance?
It would be, what is being requested from this body is a continuance date certain.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And what is the date certain?
March 13th, 2024.
Okay.
And Mr. Carter, the Reno Municipal Code actually provides that as a right, correct?
Correct. It is
So
yes.
18.08.360B1
13.
provides that they may ask for, as long as they do it within a certain time period beforehand.
Correct.
Well, let's,
No
can we
problem.
talk about this a little bit?
Madam Vice Mayor, before we get into negotiation,
Yeah.
can we open the public hearing
I
on this,
apologize.
on these
I-
items, please?
I apologize.
That's
I didn't
okay.
even think we were opening the public hearing formally. Okay, so we're on item C4, C5, C6. I'd like to open the public hearing. Let the record reflect that City Council is opening the public hearing on C4, C5, C6 together. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Proper notice was given, and we did not receive any correspondence on items C4, C5, and C6.
Okay. Look, I hesitate to enter into this can of worms again, but I'm asking for disclosures. And again, if there's any attorneys in the room, it would be good for them to disclose they're involved. So are there any disclosures from any council members? Okay, hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on C4?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no public comment registered on C4, C5, or C6.
Okay, excellent. Now I think we'll have Carl read the ordinance, or his representative. Well, this is what I don't understand. Do we need to read the ordinance?
Just as a point of clarification, I don't believe that we need to read the
Excellent.
ordinance if it's going to be
Okay, well,
continued per
just
the
trying to
applicant's
not get cart before horse or horse before cart, so.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'll
yes,
move to
please.
continue items Charlie 3, 4, or no, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, do I have a second?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we,
Why,
let us
Yes, you
deliberate
can
before you call
deliberate
for a
first
motion, please?
before the motion.
Yeah,
So,
thanks.
Ms. Ebert.
I do have a question. Why are we continuing this if the planning commission is recommended to deny?
Okay. My understanding, Mr. Reese just said it, is that by right, meaning virtually automatically, a applicant can apply for a continuance. They sort of get one free pass to do so. If it's to a time certain, they don't have to renotice it. If it's not to a time certain, they do have to renotice it. If they pass their time certain, they will have to renotice it. Okay, so they say March 13th, but then they're not ready. I don't even know that their continuance would go past March 13th because they've had their one free pass. So that's what I know about it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They could have said, this, we love it, we hate it, we want to improve it, we want you
I guess
to
I'm
do-"
not, I'm just not clear on to why it's progressed
The,
to us
The
if it didn't make
rationale-
it past them.
so the
They
rationale.
don't make a final decision.
The rationale for the request is irrelevant. The municipal code says that having made the request prior to 5 o'clock yesterday, it needs to be granted by right.
Okay.
It's just a code provision,
Okay.
so.
Well, could I?
If you don't agree, yes, Ms.
Thank you.
Breckus?
So let's talk about what could happen between now and March 13th.
Fine.
Okay? So they're asking for a master plan, land use change, and they're asking for a zoning change. So none of that's going to change, okay? Because if they want to apply for a different master plan land use or a different zoning district, we're sending that back down to the planning commission. I think we have to, but I think we ought to. We may not have to do both, but I think, so it's not like, sometimes we get appeals and it's very site-specific. Oh, we're not going to, turn the truck bays this way. We're going to turn the truck bays this way. That's really, this master plan, this zoning, the planning commission had their had their day and looked at it, and if it changes, it's going back down to the planning commission. So what could happen between March 13th? These folks may be on vacation, may not be able to be here, that's fine. I don't know that I'll be here March 13th, as a matter of fact. That's why I usually don't want to grant these, because I know I'm here when the requests are, The future is often uncertain for me, and I'm, being asked to make the decision. But if the code gives it to them, that's fine. The other thing is, maybe they want to lobby some of us. That's fine. As far as I see, these are legislative issues, and I will have communication with people about that. But, if it is a play to have conversations, walk the site, look at this, hear the backstory, some of us, we will be here with disclosures. And since there are no disclosures, we know at this point that no one's had any discussions with these people. But we'll see, it'll be insightful to know if March 13th and 5 of us are disclosing that, well, that's what the continuance was, is to have conversations with us. Okay. So with that, I'm just trying to work this out because it's very unusual. I've never seen anything like this. Thank you.
All right, I have a comment. So during that intermeeting time, I think you're right, Councilmember Breckus, that they could certainly visit with us if they haven't done so already. Like you said, we haven't had any disclosures, so I'm doubtful they visited with us. Number 2, I've seen this before, it's not unprecedented. They could pull their request. Rather than get a denial from us, that's why I've seen applicants do that, is actually withdraw their request if they feel that we're going to deny it. So that's another outcome. I don't know what they plan, but I didn't talk to them, so I have no idea, but I'm not really worried too much about it. They can do it, and they are requesting it. So we've had a motion and a second. We've had, I'm sorry. We had discussion.
Who was the second?
We didn't have that yet, and I apologize. We had discussion. So you made the motion to continue it to the March 13th, right?
Whatever date was requested.
That was it, March 13th.
Yep.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Vice Mayor, can we do a time and date certain? So if it is March 13th, can we say March 13th at 10 a.m. so that it stays within the parameters of public noticing?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Clerk, I have been alerted by someone by email that our Zoom sound has been muted. Can we unmute our microphone?
Thank you for the heads up. IT is
Thank you so much.
Clicking
Thanks,
button.
Mr. Shrimp, for paying attention to the link.
Okay, so let's try the motion again. Would you repeat that?
Move to continue as indicated by the clerk to a time certain and date certain.
Okay,
Which
10
is-
a.m. on March 13th.
Yes.
Okay, not before 10, but it could be after 10. All right, and there's a second from Ms. Ebert.
Yeah.
All right, motion and a second. Any comment on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion is approved. Thank you. That was for C4, C5, and C6, and we're now up to C7.
Charlie 7.
Okay, staff?
This is in Ward 1. Yeah, I'd like to thank the, I think it's BSA, for adding another jewel to our list of historic resources. That was unfortunately and sadly reduced by actions of the university, Jacobs and others. I think it was just the university and Mr. Jacobs. So now we're adding, and thank you, VSA, for doing that. And so with that, I will make the motions to.
Sorry, no, we have to open the
yeah.
public hearing before
Yeah,
we
she
can
could
take a
open the
motion.
public
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm having, here we go. All right, we're going to let the record reflect that City Council is opening the public hearing on C7. I want to make sure, Madam Clerk, proper notice given, any correspondence received.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Proper notice was given on item C7 and no correspondence was received.
All right, and then we have a staff presentation.
I'd like to dispense with that.
Fine. Then we have no questions. We need to open public comment, though.
We do not have any public comment registered, so we're just looking to the city attorney to read the bill number.
Okay?
Jasmine Mehta, City Attorney's Office for the record. This is Ordinance introduction, bill number 7260, case number LDC 24-00030, Lake Mansion Historic Resource Designation, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 1802 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning plus or minus .4 acre site from mixed-use downtown Riverwalk District to 0.4 acres of MD/RD with the historic landmark overlay zoning district. The subject property is located at 250 Court Street and has a master plan use designation of downtown mixed use.
All right. Thanks so much. I think our next move will be to have a motion for Ms.
Yeah,
Breckus.
I move to refer with gratitude to VSA for helping to rebuild our historic landmark designation numbers.
Okay, and a second? Second. All right, motion from Councilmember Breckus, second from Councilmember Reese. Are there any comments on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We are going to, I understand that item D2 has been pulled, is that correct?
Is
Do
it
that-
on the agenda for the 25th?
D2 is the budget revisions.
Is it the 24th we're coming back?
The 24th, yes, it is.
Okay, so D2 is pulled. We're moving on to D3 in Public Works. I got to compliment the pictures. This meeting are so cool. Another cool picture that we haven't seen before.
Sorry about that.
Mr. George, all you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for the Public Works Department. And I'm back here today as we take the next step up the fire ladder for the Reno Fire Department Central Station project. At the October 11th meeting, council directed staff to start working through the construction manager at risk selection process. This item is for the adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to appoint the panel that will review and rank the proposals and then interview the contractors that submit proposals to be the construction manager at risk on this project. I want to reiterate that I'm not here asking for authorization to use any funds, approve the design, or select a contractor. I have a short presentation to update you with where we are on the construction manager at risk selection process and highlight some of the benefits of the construction manager at risk project delivery method. Some of those include early construction cost estimating that will help guide a funding strategy and early collaboration with the design team. The Central Station project fits these goals, responding to the city's strategic plan. And this slide here is the overall Central Station project schedule that council should be familiar with. We set this project schedule based on the construction manager at risk project delivery method. Phase 1, highlighted there in red, is where we are currently. Schematic design is complete, and for reference, that's approximately 30 out of 100% on the design progression. And this is the time when we look at hooking a construction manager at risk and pulling them up onto the Central Station ladder truck for collaboration with the design team.
They're going on the truck. Gotcha.
For reference, construction of the Public Safety Center project will be completed in midsummer of this year, and construction of the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center will be completed in late summer of this year. So construction of our other large facility projects will be closing out this year. And this little addition here shows the time frame for from when those close out to when the start of construction of Central Station project is planned, which we're anticipating the beginning of 2027. So incorporating the CMAR into the project team now is necessary to provide early construction cost estimating and constructability feedback to the design team. The first task for the CMAR will be to review the schematic design and provide a detailed construction cost estimate. This is necessary because the CMAR will provide an estimate with reliable cost certainty so that staff can develop and implement a funding plan for this project as soon as possible. Some of the other major benefits of bringing the CMAR on board now include early constructability and material selection review. The CMAR will work with the city and the design team to identify if there are any cost-saving methods, such as scheduling, construction techniques, or value engineering that can be incorporated into the design to reduce project costs. This is a collaborative process between the CMAR, city, and design team that takes time for a project of this scale. This is the appropriate amount of time for the pre-construction or design phase of the project so that the project team isn't drinking from the fire hose to get through design.
Okay, it's been very cute, Mr. George.
To use the construction manager at risk process, we have a very specific requirements we have to follow per Nevada revised statutes. Some of those are representative in the timeline shown on the progression of the CMAR selection process here on this slide. After council approved the CMAR process in October, the request for proposals was advertised in the newspaper for several weeks. The next step in the process is for the selection of a panel to review and rank the proposals submitted by contractors. That's what we are here for today, represented by the red arrow on the screen. The resolution is to authorize city manager to select the members of the panel, which needs to happen prior to the proposals being submitted on February 8th. The panel will review and rank the proposals and invite the top applicants, or shortlist, as it's called, for interviews. The panel will then interview and have a question and answer session to further review and rank the shortlist applicants. Staff anticipates being back in front of council in April to confirm the selected contractor for CMAR and to award a pre-construction services contract. Shortly after that, the construction manager at risk will begin pre-construction services starting at May. And like I said earlier, that's when they'll be reviewing the schematic design and providing us with a detailed construction cost estimate. Again, all we're asking for today is adoption of the resolution to authorize the city manager to appoint a panel for selection of a contractor to be the construction manager at risk for the Central Station project. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Very nice job. All of the puns were noted. Appreciate it. Does any council member have a question or comment on the presentation? Ms. Breckus?
Yeah, thank you. Looking at your staff report, and thank you for it, my recollection, I didn't go back and watch the tape, but it's October 11th when we, actually, no, it was before that. It was, when did we agree upon the site? March 2022?
I mean, it sounds about right. Do you know,
Yeah.
Mr. George?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head,
Yeah,
but
there was,
recollect. It's
yeah,
in the
but there
staff
was a
report.
statement by Mr. George, and I know this is a multi-departmental effort, that when we got to a certain point, and I think we're past it, we'd have a conversation about funding. And we haven't done it. And we're going out, we've got a bid out on the streets right now, and we're gonna ask people to put so much time and effort into responding to our proposal. Did they get paid for turning in a proposal?
There is no compensation for turning in a proposal.
Okay. So it
But I
costs a
mean, the
little.
people that are writing a proposal for the companies get paid for their time by their company.
But we could pull the plug on this.
Correct.
We don't have a funding plan, and that's bad faith in my world, okay? And, we've got it out. Could one of you put this up on the agenda? We've got the bid out right now, okay? We got the bid out. We're calling in the bid $65 million. So where's the financial plan to let us know where the $65 million is coming from. That's all I'm asking for. And we have the uncertainty. See right there, it says the construction cost is $65 million. Then we also say what it's going to look like, okay? So we have enough detail. We need to take a pause on this and work within the numbers of where we are at right now, knowing we're going into labor contracts, knowing that federal money is ending, our 10-year funding plan, and identify where the $65 million is coming from. Because, you know, who's going to be ready to take on $65 million of debt here? Okay? Oh, good. Okay. We got one who's ready to put us $65 million more in general fund debt. I'll tell you what, I was here in 2012 when the city laid off a third of its workforce and there were cash flow problems. And I'm not entirely sure at this point that we have not bid up more than we can handle right now. And what happens is services start to deteriorate. So I don't have any backup evidence that $65 million can handle. What I have is a budget resolution we were going to do where we were going to dig up, I don't know, $5 million that we found somewhere to finish off the pool, maybe, or to commit to the pool and the police station. Are those projects done? Where's the data? Where's the dashboard on where we're at and how much we're going to have to come out of general fund to close out those two? Okay? This is real surplus funding. And I don't know. I mean, I know we all have different focuses and tolerance for debt, you know, and balancing our budgets. You know, some of us are more risk averse than others. Some want to be very conservative. But at minimum, we should have the finance director up here before we go out to the constructing community.
Got your point. I'm going to just cut you off right now, but let me ask, is there anybody else has comments? Yes.
Mr. George, thank you for the presentation. It's, I think, one of those things where we've been having this conversation about the need for a fire station for many years in this community. And I am very proud that this council has consistently voted to advance the interests of this community and its employees. The men and women of the Reno Fire Department have, for a long time, not had a central station to call home. Our chief has really put on a good face by making do with the opportunities that we have in this building. But I even look at the facilities as I visit them. I had the opportunity to visit 5 or 6 of them during the holidays when we were delivering pies. And I know that the men and women in those stations really make a lot with a lot less. And so I am someone who has been a very staunch advocate for using appropriate mixes of debt financing, potentially general fund revenue obligations. There have been a number of conversations by our finance team about how we're going to be able to pay for this next project, right? We've got the Public Safety Center, do an awesome job there. We've got the Moana Springs Aquatic Center, another awesome job. And this would be a third kind of really big public works project and a building and construction project that this community has not undertaken in many years. And prior councils have kicked the can down the road, preferring to invest our money in, the train trench, or maybe it was the bowling stadium and event center. For my part, my position is that we have always needed to invest in the men and women of our Reno Fire, and also, conversely, the people who are served by the fire agency. And they're doing an incredible job, and they have a great deal of my respect. These are folks who every day show up and work hard to keep this community safe and prevent not only a number of medical issues related in our community, but also fires and water rescue. I saw that last week. They were training on some of the cold water rescue. So the real question in front of us today, though, is really a question about delivery method, right? Are we going to do it as a CMAR, or are we going to do it as some other delivery method? And I think your experience with the Moana Springs pool really gives me a great deal of confidence, because although there have been changes to the budget, it's been a really collaborative approach. We've had the opportunity to really get ahead of and probably saved a lot of money in that process. So the CMAR delivery method is the one that this is calling for us to support, and I'm certainly going to be supportive of that. I don't really have questions other than I appreciated the conversation about the timeline, and so I'll be interested to follow along as we move forward.
Okay. All right. Ms. Ebert?
Yeah, I do have some questions, actually. I'm not opposed to having a CMAR. I think it's a great idea. And I do believe the fire department needs a station. Like, I think it's overdue. It's not a question of that, but, you know, money is an object, and we can't afford to do everything at once. I think it's wise to consider our budgets, and I think it is wise to consider all the different ways that we can fund things. And I think it would be a good idea to maybe have more in-depth discussion, just specifically with the finance director, to talk about all possible ways to fund this with minimal impact to the city's budget. And that's not to say that we shouldn't do this. I think we need to. But I think that we need to be very certain that we're being wise about how we finance this or fund it. I shouldn't say finance, how we fund this project, so that we don't get the city in trouble and we don't end up in a position where we do need to lay people off in the future. I know interest rates on houses are causing some uncertainty, and things are okay with the economy and CTAX and things like that right now, but I don't have a crystal ball, so I would like to make sure that we're being as financially responsible as possible. So I don't know if we can maybe just put a little bit of a pause on this and have more discussion with the director of finance on this, and just talk about, you know, all the different, or some different ways to fund this.
So Councilmember Ebert, if I might, this is an important step in the finance director's analysis and how we get to paying for this project. This is, you know, I don't know exactly, Mr. George, you know, it's sort of flipped to say it this way, but it's step 2 in a multi-step process of figuring out how much we think this is going to cost. And so it's a high-level estimate at $65 million. My guess is it's going to be more expensive than that.
Yeah.
What the actual capital stack looks like, it's going to be some combination, of course, of cash on hand and some debt. Now, whether that takes the form of, you know, money that gets rolled up as leftover at the end of a budget cycle, there might be some appropriate use from redevelopment funds. There is going to probably be some debt package that needs to be passed at an appropriate time. And what that time looks like is, of course, going to be dependent on the general fund budget over the next several cycles. It's going to be dependent on interest rates that we expect to fall towards the tail end of this calendar year. There are too many variables for us to tell you with absolute certainty today what that's going to look like and on what timing, sort of what schedule that's going to be.
Yeah.
But this is an important step for Ms. Van Buren and her team to be able to say, all right, if it costs this much, here's how we would back into it. This is what our capital stack ought to look like. And then you wait for interest conditions to be right, and you go out and you do it.
Okay, can I have just a little more
Yeah.
time? Thank you. So, yeah, that makes sense. So maybe this is not the part that I'm as worried about. I understand having this person to kind of assess the situation, but I think that we need to start having discussions sooner rather than later about the next steps for the financing of this, and kind of be more proactive on that. If we could get this on the agenda, I mean, if we approve this, can we have like an assurance that this is going to be coming forward with the finance director, you know, in a couple months, or once we've selected somebody, or you've appointed somebody for this process? I just want to make sure that we stay on top of this, and you know, that all the council feels like we're well informed as we go along in this.
Well, I don't think there's any step along the way of building this fire station that isn't going to require council approval. I don't know that there's anything we're going to be able to do administratively. I guess what I'm saying is, once we find someone who is, you know, who makes it through this selection board, they'll come back. You all will have to bless it, and then they're going to have to spend the time that you saw in the sort of modified Gantt chart to do that constructability assessment, to get those plans distilled, to sort of figure out what we think that estimate is going to be. That will then come back to you, and we'll say, all right, so if we were going to go out to bid on this now, you know, we're going to build this. Here's how we'd pay for it. At that point, you'd have that plan. I expect that it will probably also be a continuing topic of conversation in the budget workups and in the CIPs that we have between now and 2026, 2027, when this is probably a realistic goal. So yes, there are going to be many opportunities to
Okay.
have this conversation along the way. But if you're expecting it to come back in, say, February, March, April,
Yeah.
I think that's probably hasty.
I think what I'm trying to say is I want to make sure that we have input in the process and that we're not just getting a vote to approve how we're financing this, that we're having input on how we're going to finance it, not just, here's how we want to do it, vote yes or no. That we have input on, here's how we as a council are comfortable with financing it or funding it or whatever that is. And it's not just, here's what we came up with and do you approve of it, yes or no? And that's all we have at this moment. Does
I
that make sense?
expect that there will be multiple opportunities to have that conversation. That said, I don't know that there are going to be too many options on how to actually pay for a project of this magnitude.
Okay, just as long as we have options, it's not just, hey, here's how we're gonna do it, you either say yes or no, because I think there will be more than one way to do it, and I think that council should have options to, see what we're most comfortable with.
So Doug, I mean, you're a bit equivocating, I'll just say. I think that we're just looking, I think
I
you've now
understand.
heard for two. I'm going to reiterate it. Council just wants to know, before we get too over our skis, what's it look like? We already have a cost estimate of 65 million. You could do it now. I mean, our finance director could go and she could say, look, if it's 65 million and it might be 75, here's what I see the layout of most, here's an option, here's a better option. You should all be thinking about whether you are prepared to do this. Everyone knows I'm extremely supportive of our fire department. I really want to see this project go. But that said, I mean, that's our job, So I just think that probably your right answer around about now is yes. Yes, I will. I will
course.
bring that back for you. Okay. Do you think so? Is that a?
Yes.
Okay, yes. We've
Madam
got the
Vice
yes.
Mayor?
Good job, Megan.
Madam Vice
Yes,
Mayor?
you may,
I,
please.
I am a little confused. We've already voted to agree to use the CMAR process. We did that in the last time this came before us. The vote before us today is a resolution which would authorize the appointment of an interview panel. So again, we are talking about an important concept, which is how do we pay for it? We should be talking about that every time we talk about it. But today, the only thing that's in front of us, as far as I can tell, is having already approved the CMAR process.
Absolutely.
Now, here we are to just say, yes, go forth and have an interview panel. Am I incorrect about that?
Yes, that's correct. It's
Okay.
one of the many small steps in the process.
Well, but let me just make sure, an interview panel, but you're also asking people to apply to be interviewed.
Correct. We've put out the request for proposals already. That was
Yeah.
earlier in this year.
Okay, so, I mean, maybe this is redundant. Do you really need our approval to impanel you do, an interview panel? Well, that's the part probably I'm missing. Okay, all right. Any further comments or questions? Mr. Martinez.
Thank you so much. Just to maybe clarify, do you mind going back to slide 6 on your presentation? There are some dates on there, and I just wanted to see, and I understand the importance, of talking about financing and making sure that we take on some, calculated risks to be able to get this up and going. And I know that the men and women of the fire department they've been promised this since they moved into those temporary stations, and so we want to make sure that we do good on that promise and fulfill that for them. In May, is that when we're going to get a clear understanding of the financing and the estimates and have better understanding, just to put that on the record?
So-
Is that your understanding as well, Mr. George?
May is the starting point for that process, so we'll be back in front of council in April with once the selection panel has narrowed it down to one contractor for CMAR. And at that time, we're looking at a pre-construction services contract and council to confirm that selection. And then starting May is when the CMAR would be looking at the schematic design, and that's when they dive into the details of the schematic design and develop a construction cost estimate from the contractor standpoint. The estimate in the RFP, that's a high level based off of the size of the building, size of the site, high level details, but the contractor really dives into that plan set and they look at, how much steel, how much concrete, how much of the materials are we putting into this, and give us a much more cost certain estimate, and that begins in May.
Great, thank you so much for
Okay, well,
clarifying
I
all
mean,
that, and if anyone else has any other questions, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready to hear one.
Okay, I think just for the benefit of the group, we need to get this person to do a good cost estimate. And I say person, group. And you'll bring this back, and then we'll have some hard decisions to make. Is it a go, no go? I mean, we really can't make that decision until we really have a better understanding of costs. So thank you, Mr. Martinez. Ms. Breckus, did you have another comment?
Yeah, you know, the need for a fire station is not in question. And I don't know, I might be the only member of the body who was in our old fire station to see what we lost, you know, when it became center field, okay, for the baseball stadium. So the question really is our capacity. We are at, you know, the question was raised, do we even need this discussion? Yeah, we do statutorily, but we need this discussion because we haven't had the important discussion. We are passing the Rubicon right now. Even this conversation, don't know where the money's coming from. How's it gonna be? Maybe redevelopment, maybe this, maybe that. That can even scare off the contracting community, right? Because when he gives that ward out in May, that's when checks start to get cut, okay? So our finance director, when does checks start to get cut?
That's when we award a guaranteed maximum price, which we're anticipating around 2027.
Okay, so we're gonna sit
So
for
they're-
3 years with these people? Okay.
They become part of the design process. And for the time from when we bring them on board until we go for award of a GMP, that's the design process. That's where they collaborate with our designers and where they help guide and steer the design process and say, hey, this costs less than this method. Could we incorporate that into
Okay.
the design?
Well, let's talk about that. Because we know on the last bond tranche of we put $800,000. Do you anticipate that $800,000 bonding design will be what you will use with until you do your maximum price? Is that how you're going to pay for that? Yeah.
The $2 million general obligation bond for Central Station covered the schematic design, and that will also cover the pre-construction services that the CMAR will provide.
Okay, so we got $2 million to play with that we're paying on time. Then in 27, be asked to, you know, make this debt. You know, it's still dicey because you're rolling the ball further and further. You don't have it integrated into your 10-year finance plan that the finance department's worked on for years. You know, I really think just hold on the fire, or hold on the police station, hold on Moana, have the nice openings, and then move forward with this one. That is where I'm at. Now, one member says he wants $65 million. Okay, let's have the discussion of what a $65 million bond issuance in 27 looks like. You can see those numbers. Anything else, saying, yes, have your committee do this, is really making the decision already. We're doing it, we're going forward. Okay, so you're done. You're $65 million right now in 27. That scares the heck out of me. And you know, Mr. Manager, in deference to him, is you know, it's high level, it's so on. Look,
Listen,
it's absolutely expected that you have an understanding of how you can afford $65 million in 27 on a bond issuance.
Right, so it sounds like the final decision will have to be made in 2027?
Yes, around that time frame is when the guaranteed maximum price prepared by the CMAR is brought back.
Sometime before that, we'll be having a conversation about the how, because we'll have a good handle on the price. So I've heard a lot. I think we've had a thorough discussion. I'm looking for a motion now. Mr. Martinez, you said you wanted to make it.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I move to adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager or assigned designee as authorized representative of council pursuant to NRS 338.1693 to appoint the interview panel and enter into negotiations for pre-construction services for construction manager arrest services for the Reno Fire Department Central Station project.
Okay.
Second.
All
we
right,
have
so
discussion.
motion from Mr. Martinez, second from Mr. Reese, discussion.
Yeah.
Madam
Hold on, I'm
Vice
calling
Mayor.
on Mr. Reese.
Thank you so much. I want to be clear. What I have said is there is an absolute commitment that needs to be made to this community to restore a fire station to it. That's a commitment to the community, the people who are served by that station. On top of that, hold on a second, someone's unmuted. On top of that, I am committed to the men and women who work in the Reno Fire Department, from the line folks to the admin. And I believe that that commitment has borne out in the various kinds of ways in which I have voted for to move this project forward. What I have not committed to is how we go about financing it, right? That discussion will come later. I am someone who believes strongly that we should rely upon our financial team and look at all the kind of factors that go into making those financial decisions at the time they need to be made, right? I'm not going to try to kill this station at every step in the process, as the Ward 1 member has done, because they have had a trauma in their elected life about the budget. Backpacking that trauma around from everything we do, from the pool to the public safety station to the fire station, is not good governance. Obviously, this council has prioritized reduction of debt. We've done an amazing job of that. We have a financial advisory board that has put us in a very good position. We continue to have the highest bond ratings, I believe, of any municipal entity in the state. We have committed as a body to having a balanced budget. For the first time, the last 2 years have been balanced in a way that has never been balanced before, meaning we didn't use ending fund balance to make up for the shortfall in the following year. This council has been very good at managing its resources wisely. And of course, that's because that's what folks who pay taxes want to see us do. No one is going to spend money unnecessarily. No one wants to go into debt. But debt is an instrument to be used as appropriate when the time comes, if the conditions are right, to move forward. No one is writing a blank check today. Today, we're agreeing to have an interview panel so that the CMAR can be selected. When we come to that moment where we have to make choices about what to finance and what not to, what will be paid in cash, how it will be done, will it be bonded for, when you talk about municipal projects, there aren't a lot of options, but large municipal projects are built in this country every day, generally under the bond financing principles. And if that's where we get to as a body, we'll get there together. But predetermining it and trying to kill it off at every step is not consistent with my view as an elected official, nor do I think it is what's appropriate. Today, I will support this motion as I have been the seconder and look forward to understanding the complexities of the financial circumstances as they arise.
Okay. Very well said. Appreciate that clarity that you just put into this. Ms. Breckes.
Yeah. So, I did not support the police station because it jumped over the fire department need. And in my world, that was the higher priority in a world of limited resources, okay? So I want to make that point. But the pool was always my greatest priority because we had a fire department, we had a police department, but we didn't have a pool, okay? And that's what I ran on in 2011. And it's getting done. But it got married in with the police station. And now we're still finding money in the couch to do the police station as we're in litigation with our architects and as we're bringing in money and completing the pool. We're not done with them, okay? So to say, well, it's a decision for 27, in 27, you're 7 months pregnant on this project. And when you're 7 months pregnant, your options are limited. This is, you got $2 million, you're moving forward with the contractor. I really think this is poor decision-making. You should hold the manager accountable to show you a 10-year budget scenarios. We can all read spreadsheets, we can read graphs. They've been available in the past under other finance directors, other city managers to look that forward. And I really resent the comment of trauma, okay? That's really unfair. I can make snide comments about other people, okay, about how their personal finances or other personal experiences, but I'm not. I won't, okay? I really stand and have stood for a very responsible fiscal, management here, particularly merged up to how much we've grown the personnel, how we've been, paying our employees what they deserve, and limiting options when you don't have the information. I am very, very concerned about this, that this council is not getting background data on a lot of financial decisions. Maybe it's fine for everyone, but it's not fine for me. I need to see ability. I need to see what $35 million does, debt service and so on going forward. And I also need clarity on the police station and the pool getting done and how much more that's going to take. To talk about it in the context of the general fund, which, it's not balanced. Let's not say it's balanced. We know it's not. Okay?
Okay, so what I'd like to do now is have a vote on the motion and the second that we have on the floor. So we've had commentary. Want to make sure, Ms. Ebert, did you have any more to say? No? All right, well, that said, please, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, so the motion passes. I just want to make sure, is Ms. Taylor on the phone still? Yes. Did she vote? Okay. I don't know if you can hear us, Ms. Taylor. I just wanted to record your vote. Okay.
I voted yes.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. All right, so the motion passes. Go forth, Mr. George. I would say come back sooner rather than later, even before the final estimate from 3 years from now, so that we can cue up our brains on what we're facing, what we might be able to do. Okay? Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move to item F1, which is a pretty interesting item about a zoning amendment for the notable music therapy services. I have a motion on the table.
Second.
I have a second.
Oh, hold on one sec.
We need to read the ordinance.
I
number.
know, and we need public comment. So I was leaning in for a minute. Okay, so first of all, do we have any public comment? I'm sorry, why don't we read the ordinance?
Okay. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6665, case number LDC 24-00007, notable music therapy services specific plan district. A request has been made for a zoning map amendment from public facilities PF zoning district to specific plan district SPD. The plus or minus 3 acre site is located on the south side of Orvada Street, approximately plus or minus 285 feet east of its intersection with Silverado Boulevard, 2590 Orvada Street. The subject site has a master plan land use designation of public, quasi-public, PQP, Ward 3.
All right, excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence on this item.
Okay. Now, I'd like to accept a motion, and Mr. Martinez has his hand up.
Thank you. I'll motion to adopt.
Okay, is there a second? All right, we have a motion from Mr. Martinez, second from Mr. Reese. Are there any comments on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. We're moving on to F2, which is another ordinance adoption, so I will again turn to our attorney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This is item F2, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6666, case number LDC 24-00023, Greystone Castle Historic Resource Designation, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, plus or minus 0.12 acre site from single-family residential, 8 units per acre, SF8, to plus or minus 0.12 acres of SF8 with the historic landmark overlay zoning district. The subject property is located at 970 Joaquin Miller Drive in the Netherlands Historic District. The site has a master plan land use designation of single-family neighborhood, SF, Ward 1.
And I'm sure you meant Newlands, not the Netherlands. But just, it sounded great. Okay, I was excited there for a minute. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do have public comment from Bill Shrimpf
Okay.
via Zoom.
Great.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Just want to pop in real quick and say that this Greystone Castle historic landmark is just a great asset to the community, and I hope the council's supportive of it. I know some of you have talked to the owners of this property, and these folks are doing great things in Reno. So please continue to let them know they're doing great things, and That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. All right.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. We have not received any correspondence on item F2.
All right, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move to adopt this ordinance.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Breckus, second by Councilmember Reese. Are there any comments on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Another excellent move here. F3. F3 is ordinance adoption, again, on the business license code. Back to our attorneys.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6667, ordinance to amend Title IV of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Business License Code by creating Chapter 4.08 entitled Sidewalk Vendors, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
All right, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We have no public comment and have not received any correspondence.
All right, any discussion or questions from council?
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to vote for this, and I want to lay out a scenario. Let's think about March evening when the Lady Bowlers come into town and they leave our facility. And what if they see a sidewalk vendor there selling water, T-shirt, chips? That person's breaking the law. They might not even know the law. They could be arrested, and they could be examined for other crimes. That's what this bill does. Makes those people vending needed goods, you know, desired goods. When these bowlers come out and walk wherever they're going, they might want something. It might be a benefit for them to have something. But that's what this ordinance does. Doesn't allow those vendors to be out there vending to our guests.
All right, I hear you. Any other public, or sorry, council comment?
I have a question.
Yes.
Isn't this just kind of bringing us into conformance to what is happening with the state anyways?
Yes.
So even if we were to all vote no on this, it's going to happen anyways?
We could put a hold on this. Why do we have to be the first one out the door on this? No one else is. No one else has adopted this ordinance. Let's hold off.
When would it go into effect if we didn't do anything about it?
It doesn't go in effect until we put an ordinance in place.
Well, I mean, statewide, though.
We would be out of conformance with state law at some point.
Director Ferrado's coming to the lectern.
Just to explain introduction of this ordinance, yes, you're correct. The state law will trump no matter what, even if you were all to vote no. What this ordinance does is it makes it easier for people to get licensed. At this point, it's a privileged license, and it requires a background check, fingerprinting, extra hearings in order to designate where those vendors will sell. It's a much more intrusive process. There's a lot more barrier to entry. So all this is doing is conforming with state law and making it easier for people to get permitted so that we can hopefully get people licensed in the correct manner.
Okay, so when will the state ordinance take effect, or state law? Forgive me if I'm using the wrong terminology, but I think you know what I mean here. When will that take effect for street vendors?
January 1st, it just took effect.
So it's already in place?
That's correct.
Okay, so we, by not having this ordinance right now, we're in violation of that?
Not necessarily in violation. We must abide by the state law.
Okay.
So that
Even if
that
it's
trumps
not
what
an
we have.
ordinance, we need to be following it?
Right. Nobody can
Okay.
bend around these sort of
Okay.
things right now.
So to take what you just said, if we pass this ordinance, it doesn't really affect the fact that we have to enforce this. Is it a law? Please give me the right
It is a law.
terminology. Okay. So it doesn't affect the city's requirement to enforce this law.
Correct.
But it does make it easier for people that are in conformance with the law to get a permit.
Correct. It makes it easier to get permits.
Okay, so can I have another second here?
You have 30 more.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, not used to the new timer
we're
here.
still learning.
So really, we're already bound by state rules here. This is really just the city of Reno making it easier for people to get their license, correct? I mean, we can't change the rules against the state law anyways, right?
That's correct. In Senate Bill 92, some of the spirit of this whole initiation was to lessen the barriers to entry. So with that in mind, that's how we took this ordinance and when we crafted the draft was to say, let's make this easier. The state wants to make this easier. We're already gonna have to conform to the prohibited areas, but let's make it easier for people to actually get licensed so we don't have illegal vending.
Okay, so I'm gonna interpret this as this makes it easier for people to get permits, and I'm gonna base my vote on that. Just wanna put that on the record.
Yeah. All right, any other, okay, I think Mr. Reese, then we'll come
Yes,
back to you.
Madam Vice Mayor, I want to thank Mr. Ferrado for the work you've done on this. I think this is our third meeting where we've covered this same topic. Obviously, Make the Road Nevada, Senator Donate, Senator Flores, who are the key sponsors of the bill during the last legislative cycle, are members of the Hispanic community, and Make the Road Nevada is working in that space. And all of this was seen as a benefit to people. It was not intended to hurt people. Now, that the legislature, in their infinite wisdom in how they crafted the law, made some restrictions on how close vendors could be to, say, a casino, for example. Those were all the sort of grand compromise and bargain that happened in that context. I don't know that it is for us to be able, and in fact, we cannot change or vary those laws. So at the end of the day, what the regulatory framework has done is it has increased opportunities for people to enter into small business ownership. It has reduced the barriers. It has changed the access to language components to it, meaning they have resources in their native language, because what's happened is small businesses are afraid of having encounters with code enforcement or with the Northern Nevada Public Health. And this provision just allows us to align our desire to support these small businesses. So the parade of horribles that were identified by the Ward 1 member are just not true. Those are just fear-mongering. And again, I wish Senator Donate or Senator Flores were here to give us the finer points of the legislative history and the law. But for my part, working through the Northern Nevada Public Health District on this very bill and following it along, I know that what the goal is to reduce access and barriers, and also it's sort of it's education-based compliance, right? It's not you go out and arrest street vendors. It's really about talking about how can they get into compliance, what can they do to grow their small business, how do they make their paleta truck or whatever it is work, right? And so it's a good thing. It's something to be celebrated. It's positive. The spin otherwise is just false.
Yeah, and I'll add my 2 cents. I think this is, just like many things, it's not all good or all bad. I think it's mostly good. It has an unintended or maybe intended side effect that within 1,500 feet of a casino, you can't be street vending. We have a different setup in Reno than they do in Las Vegas or other cities. That might have been fine there. We might have issues here. But as Mr. Reese said, we can't change the state law, but we can implement the good parts of this ordinance, which is to enhance access to business licensing and being able to be a street vendor. So all right, Ms. Breckus?
Yeah, I just, the point that, well, it's still going to be in state law, I just don't buy it operationally, because what we're getting in the police department is an RMC, and they work with the RMC. So now they have an RMC where they don't have an RMC to call someone aside, write them up in their little ticket book, and then look at other things that may be at hand with these folks. And so that's why I object to making the specific RMC, because I think it can be used for targeting versus knowing that there's just an NRS. I don't think the officers would use the NRS because it hasn't been dropped down into the RMC. That's how my understanding is that they work. Now, the great thing about these legislators who we wish they were here and so on, I think they blew it. I think they blew it for Reno. And so Reno should kind of slow walk this and see how it goes. Because, and I know it has the other effects of, not a background and so on, but for me, the risk is greater. The risk is greater of having folks in a very challenged law that you can't be downtown vending, where it is the exact place you want to vend, and opens up these folks to, enforcement. And I think it's just very, very sad, and I think it's detrimental to their interests, to the community's interests, and I just wish we would hold on this a little bit. Thank you.
I would like to clarify as well that the RMC existing now in 5.08 is, the exact same thing can happen. The vendors could be cited by police just as
Yeah.
simply now as they could if we pass this tomorrow. It's just that they can't vend right around these areas. If I was a sidewalk vendor that was licensed by the city to be on the corner of First and Virginia, if I was on the other corner, I would just as well be open to citation.
Yeah, yeah, but you know, they want to vent down here. I mean, that's where it happens.
Sure.
Okay, and Ms. Hebert?
I have a question. So if this state law was going into effect anyways, why did we bundle this together with that ordinance? Why didn't we just say, okay, the state law is happening. We have RMC 5.08. We don't need to address it. Why don't we just make it easier to get a business license? Just if I can understand the thought process there.
Well, the regulation of sidewalk vending needed to be encapsulated in a chapter. So if we just go, okay, it's easier to become a sidewalk vendor, we still have certain provisions that we need to meet as far as, you know, where you can vend, when you can vend, how you can vend, what the requirements are. So it gets a little bit more specific. We couldn't have just stricken the old law and said, okay, you can get a sidewalk vendor license, because there's detail that goes into what's necessary.
Okay, and this new law, is that in conflict with any of these permits we've given businesses to operate on sidewalks in front of their business?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Are you talking about the ability for restaurants to like have?
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't conflict with those, no.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I am looking for a motion, and this is again F3.
Second.
All right, motion to adopt by Councilmember Reese, second by Councilmember Martinez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, and again, Ms. Taylor? Yeah, I got you. Ms. Taylor, did you vote? Okay, I don't think, she may have dropped off at this moment.
I said yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to F4. And F4 is a ordinance to amend Title V, again, on privilege license permits and franchises. So again, for sidewalk vending?
Lance Prado for the record, that's correct. This is to repeal the existing privilege license.
Could you read the ordinance, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6668, ordinance to amend Title V of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privilege Licenses, Permits, and Franchises by repealing Chapter 5.15 entitled Sidewalk Vendors, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
All right. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any public comment. We have not received any correspondence on item F4.
Any discussion or question from council? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion, please?
Move to adopt.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Martinez, second from Mr. Reese. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion passes 5-1. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to item G1, which we already did, I believe. We appointed, oh no, not on G1. We still have to do. G1 is for the Finance Advisory Board, and who's our current liaison? It says a Mayor Sheevy appointment, but is that true? Okay.
Well, Mayor Sheevy is the liaison to this board, but it's not specific to her.
Okay.
So if we are ready, we can make the appointment.
I don't know if we are ready. I don't know these individuals, frankly, myself.
It was recommended from the Financial Advisory Board for the appointment of Kelly Bland.
Okay.
That was the recommendation made and is a part of the staff report.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Reese, second by Mr. Martinez for Kelly Bland. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Reese, can you restate yours into the mic because I don't think that it picked you up.
Okay, I apologize. The motion was to appoint Kelly Bland as recommended by the Financial Advisory Board to the Financial Advisory Board.
Okay, but we've
Thank you.
voted. Thank you. All right, we have done G2, we have done G3. we are moving on to G4, which is for the award for Neighborhood Advisory Board. Ms. Ebert.
I would like to appoint, I believe it's Jared Souther and is it John White? I'm so sorry, I don't have my
Yes,
thing in front of me.
that is.
Yeah, I would like to reappoint both of them to my Ward 4 NAB.
Second.
All right, so a motion by Councilmember Ebert, second by Mr. Reese. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're moving on. Final announcements, comments, boards and commission updates. Open to anyone. Ms. Breckus, anything? Mr. Martinez?
Nothing,
No.
thank you.
Mr. Reese?
No.
Ms. Ebert?
Yes, I do have an announcement. The seniors are having the Senior Advisory Board, and Isabella Bauman from the City of Reno staff has put together another senior resource fair that will be January 23rd at the Neal Road facility. So I just wanted to let everybody know there's all kinds of resources and information available there that day for seniors. It has county resources and other just helpful information for our local senior community to know about. So please let your senior friends know, but also if you want to go, I go and I get information too. It's about all kinds of things that are available to people that live in the county. So some things are senior specific, but some things are not. So if you have some time and you want to drop by, I recommend. It's a lot of fun too.
All right, excellent. And Ms. Taylor, anything?
She is not present.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll close that item H1. I don't have any comments at this time. And at this time, we're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Oh, Madam Vice
No,
Mayor, if I might.
Final public comment.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Yep.
We don't have any public comment registered. There's no hands raised in the Zoom meeting, but for the record, I would like to state that we did receive 30 comments, which were either general in nature or received after 4 p.m. yesterday. There was 1 letter of support, 16 letters of opposition, and 13 letters of concern. Again, those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are part of the record. And now I am looking for a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion from Mr. Reese, second from Mr. Martinez. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion does pass unanimously. And we are done for today. Good job, team. It was a long agenda. It was a challenging agenda, but we did get there. We did a lot of good for the city today. All right.